This is The Cowboy's Marriage Mistake, Sweetwater Ranch Western Cowboy Romance, Book 11. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. You get Rosie to come with you, and you can sit beside me. Cordell Stryker shoved his cowboy hat farther down over his head and held the reins of his matched Percherons loosely in his hands. Even though he was her best friend, Rosaleen Bloom barely glanced at the rancher sitting high on the driver's seat of the sleigh. She'd had a crush on Cord for years, but now that he and her twin sister had actually set a wedding date, it was time to move on. Her phone, with its unanswered text from her sister, burned under her layers of heavy winter clothes. "Will you come? Huh? Joseph Bennett asked, jumping up and down beside her, one hand on her arm, almost pushing her into the sleigh. The sun had long since set, and the burning orange and reds had faded into inky blackness in the North Dakota sky on the last day of the Sweetwater Christmas Festival. The temps had dropped too. But Joseph, who wasn't quite a teenager, was lightly dressed in a sweatshirt and vest. No hat or gloves. Rosie wasn't sure where his parents were, and she was fairly certain they had no idea where their son was. They usually didn't. "I'll come," she said, pulling off her thick outer gloves. "But you're putting these on first." She held the gloves out with one hand and slid off her beanie hat, which thankfully was a steel gray color and not a girly pink. "And this." Joseph took the gloves and hat without complaint, which, of course, made Rosie think he was probably pretty cold. Irritation at his parents bunched in the back of her neck, but she wouldn't do anything about it. They might be neglectful, and actually, the woman Joseph's dad was living with wasn't his mother. A phone call to authorities might send Joseph to a home where he wasn't allowed to run around in the dark, frozen North Dakota nights with no winter clothes on, which would be good. However, Rosie had to believe that it was better and less traumatic for the kid to stay with his dad. Something waved in her peripheral vision, and she looked up to see Cord holding out the beanie he'd been wearing under his cowboy hat. "Take it," he said. "This'll be the last ride for the night." She couldn't keep from returning his smile, but she didn't allow herself to hold his gaze, looking instead at the hat as she pulled it from his fingers. The crowd had dissipated, and only a few stragglers remained. A couple was kissing under the mistletoe in the kissing booth. Rosie turned her face away. Maybe she'd snuggle up with a romance novel later, once this last ride was over. She had one on her bedside stand that talked about cowboys standing under the mistletoe. She'd put it down last night in frustration because she'd reached the 75% mark and the story-challenged author hadn't even gotten around to mentioning mistletoe. How was there supposed to be Christmas kissing if there wasn't any mistletoe? Definitely false advertising to put that word in the title. "Why the frown?" Cord asked as Joseph finished putting the gloves on and reached up to pull himself into the seat. "Just a book I was reading. It's about as frustrating as real life." She watched Joseph and didn't even think about the dark blue eyes of the cowboy above her. "Maybe you should write a book." Cord reached a hand out to steady Joseph as he plopped down in the wide seat. They moved over. "No, I'd be awful at it. Everything would work out in the first chapter, and the rest of the book would be boring kissing scenes."
"If you think kissing is boring, you haven't found the right guy yet."
Cord's voice was low and laced with humor, and it sent a shiver from her eyebrows the whole way to her toenails. A shiver she ignored. Instead, she tried to think about the last time she'd painted said toenails and whether or not she should do them again before Christmas. When he reached around Joseph and held his hand down for her, she thought about eyebrow rings and how painful a piercing might be. Good pain, right? To think about anything else would be to think about her twin sister's fiancé in a way that was not appropriate. She managed to take his hand and land in the seat beside Joseph, her eyes on the matched pair of black Percherons in front of them, her other senses attuned to the husky scent of horse in deep winter, the chill of the breeze, and the heat of the little boy beside her. A little boy who craved nothing more than attention and approval. "Can I drive?" Joseph asked.
"Sure can, kiddo,"
Cord answered easily.
"We don't have any other passengers, so just let me get Sadie and Bill headed out of town, and I'll hand the reins over."
"All right," Joseph said. It was the kind of all right that might have been punctuated with a fist pump, but since both of his hands were shoved into her gloves and then in the big front pocket of his vest, he just bounced on the seat between them. They grinned at each other over his head, the kind of grin they'd been sharing since preschool when their mothers took them to playgroup and Sunday school together. The kind of grin that said everything they needed to say without words. The kind of grin that she never shared with her twin. And the kind she wasn't really sure she should be sharing with her future brother-in-law. He jiggled the reins, and Sadie and Bill eased onto the well-worn path they'd been traveling all night. It took them down the closest back street that wasn't plowed, and past the little garage that Rosie had turned into a library. Her tiny efficiency apartment was in the back. Sweetwater wasn't a large town, and just beyond that were open, snow-covered fields. As the buildings fell away, Sadie and Bill picked up their slow trot, pulling the sleigh along at a faster rate, and Cord handed the reins over to Joseph, who took them eagerly. Rosie shifted, her phone pushing into her rib cage from where it was zipped up in her vest, 3 layers deep. She hadn't opened it, but she had read the first part of the text, the one that started, "Rosie, I'm pulling a twin. Go pick out a cake with Cord after Christmas." At least Rosie could go as herself. The text before that had told Rosie to pretend to be Rosaleen and spend Friday night with Cord, pulling a twin. They'd switched places plenty of times growing up. That wasn't a big deal. If Cord were really looking, he could tell them apart. But why would a man suspect that his fiancée would ask her twin sister to take her place on a date? Even in romance novels, people didn't do that kind of stuff. But Rosaleen and Rosaleen had made a pact years ago that they could pull a twin, which was basically where one of them asked the other to take her place, whether for real or pretending to be the other. They were way too old for those kinds of games, now that they were in their mid-20s, but Rosie couldn't be the first to back out. Her first allegiance was to her twin, even if it meant deceiving her best friend. Rosaleen loved Chicago and was having a hard time disentangling herself from everything she had going on there. After all, Cord was expecting her to move to his ranch just outside of Sweetwater after their marriage and live there. Rosie figured it would be better for everyone involved if Rosaleen would just ask her to take her place at whatever was keeping her in Chicago. Although they both knew she could never do it. "Miss Rosie," Joseph said, "are you going to answer Mr. Cord?" Yeah, because for one, she was constantly daydreaming. "Of course. Repeat the question, please," she said, as primly as possible, noticing that Joseph had given the reins back while she'd been spaced out and was now hunkered down between them, his hands shoved deep in his pockets and his head nodding in time with the horse's hooves. Cord's teeth flashed her way. She wasn't fooling him. He was well aware that she had a tendency to space out, daydream, write stories in her head. Happy stories where the heroine's twin sister didn't end up with the man the heroine loved. It was the hardest part about pretending to be Rosaleen. She had to pay attention. Rosaleen was not romantic. Rosaleen did not space out. Rosaleen did not read romance books. Rosaleen was a successful business executive in Chicago who had finally agreed to marry Cord and work from home at his ranch in North Dakota. She was finding the transition harder than she had anticipated, which was why she was enlisting Rosie's help. Rosie understood this, but she didn't resent the situation any less.
I asked if you were cold.
Cord's breath huffed out in white clouds as he spoke, the moonlight shining down on the snow and turning everything into an old black-and-white movie. No. North Dakota could be brutal, but by December, Rosie had acclimated. Layers helped, too. Are you, Joseph? Mr. Cord already asked me. Of course. She missed that in her spaced-out state.
I just wanted to make sure. Since it's the last ride and this is a pretty night, Bill and Sadie will take us a little farther, but I don't want anyone freezing to death.
Cord's breath puffed out white with each word, the consideration that was a part of his DNA coming out as naturally as he guided his team of drafts. Rosie leaned back against the backrest, the horse's harness bells jingling in the frosty night air. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, but didn't allow her mind to wander. Cord was right. It was a beautiful night, and she should just be in the present and enjoy it. She snuggled down deeper in her coat, sleepy despite herself.
I think our friend has fallen asleep,
Cord said low. Rosie thought he meant her, but when she opened her eyes, Joseph's head had fallen back and he let out a half snore. She lifted her gaze and met Cord's. I guess that means you're a good driver.
Doesn't take much when you've got quality horses like Sadie and Bill.
They are good horses. Back in high school, he'd taken every extra job he could find after the work on his own ranch was done in order to save up enough to buy them. He hadn't been able to afford a full-grown, already trained team, so he bought Sadie and Bill as yearlings. Her breath blew out in a white cloud that slipped past her cheek. You did a good job training them, especially since he'd never even owned any type of horse before he bought these.
I had a certain librarian wannabe who did a lot of research for me and bought me more than a few draft horse training books.
YouTube was helpful as well.
And you went through and found all the best videos.
But you put the work in. She didn't know why she was trying to deflect his praise. It was true she'd gotten on board with his dream and helped him in every way she could, short of working with the animals herself. It was the one thing they'd done together that Rosaleen hadn't been involved in.
You were with me, Rosie. I couldn't have done it without you.
The bells jingled, and the muted sound of big hooves crunching in the snow provided beats to their music.
Did you ever think we'd be here tonight? Bill and Sadie providing hours of entertainment to the people of Sweetwater and rocking one little, almost orphan boy to sleep?
It's more than you and your horses. She'd always loved that about him. He'd loved the horses, yes, but he'd always been about how the horses could bless others, almost like service dogs or singers at nursing homes. He'd always wanted to share them.
I wouldn't have worked so hard for it if it had been only about me.
He held the reins loosely in his hand and stared straight ahead. I know. It was one of those things that she wasn't sure Rosaleen really appreciated about Cord. In fact, she wasn't sure exactly what Rosaleen did appreciate about their friend, other than his willingness to put up with her constant cancellations and work-focused life. A buzz drifted over the cold air seconds before she could see the bobbing headlight. A snowmobile, probably. Cord had come to the same conclusion beside her, and he straightened a little, tightening the reins, although his horses had only flicked their ears.
Whoa,
he said. They stopped in tandem, as he'd trained them to do, with little pressure of the reins. Bill and Sadie were easily the best trained team of horses Rosie had ever seen, having won ribbons in 4 different states over the years. The buzzing got louder. Joseph stirred, then settled in more deeply. Running around in the cold all day had probably worn him out. Rosie wondered if he'd gotten anything to eat.
You know, you don't usually talk my ear off, but the last month or two, you've really gotten quiet.
Cord's voice was soft and low, but the snowmobile was far enough away that he didn't need to raise it to be heard over it, even though it was heading this way. Her stomach clenched. Had he figured her out? She wanted to make a crazy claim, deflect, anything to keep him from realizing that her romantic hopes had been completely dashed when he'd gotten Rosaleen to agree to marry him. As good as her imagination was, it always failed her in the heat of the moment. He spoke before she came up with anything even remotely believable. That she was secretly a unicorn or a mermaid from another planet sent to save Earthlings from the curse of eating too many vegetables not seeming quite believable enough. Not to mention, it wouldn't explain why she'd been so quiet. Someone sent to save the Earth would be talking, right?
I think I know why.
Her heart and stomach grabbed each other and held on tight. She bit the insides of her lips, her mind completely blank. She couldn't even say the word unicorn.
We've been friends a long time, Rosie.
She nodded, internally trying to separate her heart and stomach, which were still wrapped up like wrestlers on a mat.
I think you could share with me when something big is going on in your life.
Yeah, like her twin sister was marrying her current crush? Not likely.
And something big is going on, right?
Cord asked gently. Oh boy, he was going to force her to tell. She should have spent more time learning to lie. Her head was nodding before she could stop it.
I'm a little put out that you chose to keep it to yourself.
Like, what was she supposed to do? Ruin their engagement by throwing a fit? Make them feel guilty? Everything would be awkward.
Rosie.
Cord gave her name a firm sound. The snowmobile's light flashed up and down as it went over drifts in the field. I'm sorry. I guess I should have said something. She finally blurted out, completely embarrassed that he'd somehow figured out that she was secretly crushing on him.
Yeah, I definitely think you should have.
I'm sorry. She squirmed in her seat. Maybe we can keep this between us? Ugh, that didn't sound right. Why? He sounded truly perplexed, which was totally unlike him. Surely he realized how pathetic this made her look.
There's no shame in letting other people know.
There's not? She mumbled, still not sure she could see the benefit in telling anyone. The drone of the snowmobile was loud enough that she barely heard his next words.
No, Sweetwater deserves to be proud of you no matter how many books you sell.
The snowmobile cut off. A harness bell jingled and then went silent. Huh? Rosie finally said.
Whatever books you write, we're proud of you.
He thought she wrote books? Where in the world did he get that idea? She'd sure read her fair share, but she'd never considered actually writing one. I'm not planning on writing a book, but if I ever do, I will tell you first. I promise. Then, just because she didn't want Cord to start wondering what in the world she'd been thinking he meant, she straightened in her seat, looking at the person on the snowmobile which had stopped on Cord's side of the sleigh. Hello, I don't think we've been introduced. Chapter 2. Cord held Sadie and Bill's reins loosely in his hands, shocked. He thought he'd finally figured out what had been keeping Rosie so tight-lipped around him. She had to be writing books. There was no other explanation for it. If she didn't have a book in her hands, she had a notebook and a pencil. The logical conclusion was that she'd progressed from reading books to writing them. Although, what in the world she'd write about was unclear. He'd been hoping to find out. She could hardly write romances when her kissing experience was limited to Billy Joe in the 2nd grade, just before she'd punched him in the eye, and kissing his Percherons on the nose. Since he was her best friend, he'd know if she had any other experience, and she didn't. So she couldn't be writing romances. Mysteries, maybe? Political thrillers? Nah. Of course, she just said she wasn't writing at all. Strange, 'cause she acted guilty as all get out. The man on the snowmobile stood up, brushing snow off his insulated pants. "Howdy. Looks like your ride's a little quieter than mine."
"Slower, too,"
Cord said with a grin and a handout.
"Name's Cord. This is Rosie."
He didn't introduce Joseph, who snored softly beside him. The stranger gripped his glove with a firm shake. "Max, Rim's brother, up from Texas." "Long ways from home, Max," Rosie said, "but it's nice to meet you." She held her own hand out. Cord gave her a slightly baffled look. Rosie was typically a little shy, but she was practically climbing over him to shake the stranger's hand. "Nice to meet you, too. You're the prettiest thing I've seen since I left Texas." "Oh, hush now." Rosie waved her hand.
"Hush now?"
"Really?" "You don't look old enough to be his mother," Max said with a wink and a grin at Rosie, and a nod at Joseph, completely ignoring Cord. Not that Cord cared, exactly. "Oh, I'm not. He's—" She shrugged, looking a little helplessly at Cord. "Not ours. We're—" She seemed to struggle for just a moment, then said, much softer, "Just friends." "Well, hey, couldn't be coincidence that we met out here in the middle of nowhere then, could it? Go out with me Saturday night after New Year's." Rosie's eyes rounded, probably mirroring Cord's own. This guy had brass. Well, nice try, but Rosie would turn him down cold. She didn't date. Never had. He kind of liked it that way. It suited her, too, since she wasn't really the kind of girl a guy dated. Just the kind he was best friends with. "Okay." Rosie's voice passed by his ear, but it took a full 3 seconds before he realized what she'd said. "Okay?" He couldn't help but echo, looking at the girl beside him. No, not girl, woman. Rosie was a woman. And she'd just accepted a date from a guy that, as far as Cord knew, she'd never even met before.
"You don't know this guy,"
he said, trying not to sound like he was upset or, God forbid, jealous. Because he wasn't, of course. He didn't have those kinds of feelings for Rosie. He was just being protective. "I've spoken with Elaine when she brought her children into the library." Her voice was soft but firm. Then she turned her head to Max. "You are Elaine's brother-in-law, correct?" The guy held his hands up. "Guilty." His teeth flashed white in his dark face. Cord didn't typically pay attention, but he supposed the guy had the kind of face girls swooned over. Thing was, Rosie didn't swoon. Not over real-life men. The guys she swooned over were confined to her romance novels. "I'll pick you up at 7 on the first Saturday in January." "Okay." Her fingers twisted in her lap. "You gonna tell me where you live?" "I have an apartment behind the library in Sweetwater. I'll be watching for you." "It'll be 7 sharp, because I wouldn't want to think about being late. Not for someone like you." It sounded like a line the guy had uttered 100 times, but a little smile hovered over Rosie's lips, and she seemed to believe the guy thought she was something special because she nodded. "I won't be late for you either," she said sweetly. Surely she wasn't looking at this dude and thinking, hero from romance book. But why else would she be acting this weird way he'd never seen her act before? Not even in high school. Rosie could spot a player from a mile away. This dude said player in all caps. Cord straightened in the seat. It shouldn't matter to him what Rosie wanted to do, although as her best friend, it was his job to look after her. But the dude wasn't trying to fight her, he was trying to date her, and that crossed a line where Cord wasn't sure he was welcome to follow. They'd never had to deal with anything like this in their history before. This summer, when he'd decided to pursue Rosaleen, Rosie had stayed out of it. He'd worried, just a little, that it might upset their three-way friendship. But he'd always been better friends with Rosie than Rosaleen. Rosaleen being the kind of girl a man admired and pursued, while Rosie, although she looked exactly the same, was quieter and more studious. The kind of girl a man got to do his calculus homework or help him train his draft team. Anyway, like he'd thought, Rosie had been fine with his romantic interest in Rosaleen. So he'd better back off and be okay with whatever she wanted to do in the romance department. Whatever odd thing was going on in his chest had nothing whatsoever to do with any kind of romantic feelings. He didn't have any of those for Rosie. Even if he liked to talk to her better, and she was more fun to work with, too. He might have tried to see if Rosie would have been interested in settling down with him, but he didn't want to ruin their easy camaraderie. And when he'd broached the subject with Rosaleen, she'd said sure and kissed him in a way he'd never been kissed before. Not that he'd had much experience, really. So it had been settled. Except Rosaleen hadn't made much time for him. She assured him it wasn't personal. He believed it. She just loved her job and found it hard to give up. He could understand that. A silence had fallen. Cord considered it a little awkward, but he had a feeling he was the only one. Rosie's cheeks were red, possibly from the cold, and she looked demurely down at her hands. Max's grin was more predatory, satisfied maybe. The way Cord could picture a mountain lion looking at a hapless rabbit just before he killed it and ate it. "If you want to get home a little faster, you can hop on behind me," Max finally said, a daring glint in his eye. Cord didn't see Rosie jerk, but he felt the seat of the sleigh move. That had to have shocked her as much as it did him. She'd turn him down flat, though. She'd never ditch Cord for some stranger in the night. "That sounds like fun," Rosie said, shifting on the seat. Was she really going to get off? She had one foot out before she stopped. "You don't mind, do you, Cord?" What was he supposed to say?
No, I'll take care of Joseph.
Her eyes narrowed. "I was going to make sure that Joseph had something warm in his belly before he went home."
Since you're going to beat me home, I'll stop at your place and you can feed him while I unhitch Bill and Sadie.
There. That way he could make sure the pretty-faced dude took her home and that she was fine, without actually saying he was checking on her. "Well, if she's not there, don't wait up. We might take the long way home." Max started his machine and motored around the sleigh, standing as it moved slowly. He stopped beside Rosie and held a hand out, helping her on behind him without dismounting himself. They'd barely sat down before they sped off, Rosie a small bump behind the larger Max. Cord couldn't explain why it all sat so badly with him. Maybe because Rosie wasn't the kind of girl to do what she'd just done. That was Rosaleen. Or maybe because the differences between Rosie, with her nose-in-a-book innocence, and Max, with his $1,000,000 smile and the worldly experience he seemed to convey, were an odd couple if he'd ever seen one. Opposites attracted. And Rosie was more than old enough to make her own decisions. He clicked to his horses, and they started to move. No longer interested in the beautiful starry night or contemplating the wonder of the season, he turned them in a tight U-turn and headed back to Sweetwater. knowing that he'd be waiting at Rosie's house until he was sure she was safely back. And he'd be talking to Mr. Remington Martinez in the morning about what kind of man his brother, Max, actually was. What had she been thinking? Rosie gripped the sides of Max's coat in her hands and held on, keeping her eyes shut. He was going a lot faster than she was comfortable with, but she didn't want to complain. Not because she didn't want to upset him, but more because she didn't want to start a conversation with him. Plus, in her experience, which, she had to admit, was limited to the boys who came into the library, guys like Max might hear her "slow down, please" as "go faster." Not what she was going for. She kind of thought he was a man who enjoyed a challenge, who loved to show off, and maybe who even thought that scaring other people gave him a position of power. Some people called it bullying, which she supposed it was. But in her experience, it was also human nature in a certain personality. It was the opposite type of personality that she had, and sometimes opposites attracted, but not her. She wasn't the slightest bit attracted to Max. Too smooth, too handsome, too not Cord. Which was why she'd agreed to go out with him. After that near miss where she thought Cord had figured out that she had a secret crush on him, she was ready to jump on the first boat leaving that harbor, even if it was with Max. A date with him wouldn't be horrible, and North Dakota was only a little bit cold in the winter. Lies. All lies. So, yeah, she'd just made herself even more miserable than she'd been 30 minutes earlier. In the first week of the new year, she had to help Cord plan his wedding with her twin sister. Then she had to pretend to be her twin sister as they went out that Friday night. Then she had to go out with Max that Saturday. Could she get out of the date with Max? Maybe she could try. The air rushed around her face and seeped into her jacket. Thankful for the beanie hat Cord had given her, she hunched down behind Max. Normally, she loved the winter nights in the expansive North Dakota flatlands, but the slower pace of Cord's draft team suited her much better than the loud, noisy speed of Max's snowmobile. Or maybe it was the company. "Cold?" Max shouted, his voice sounding harsh over the roar of his machine. "No!" she shouted back, wishing almost immediately that she'd lied and said yes. Maybe she'd get home faster if he thought she was going to freeze to death. He turned the snowmobile in a slow left-hand arc. Rosie cracked her eyes. No town lights were in sight. Figures. If the snowmobile broke down, she really didn't even have any idea of where they were. If she recalled correctly, Max was from Texas. He might not know where they were either. It was easy to get lost on the monotonous North Dakota landscape. Easy. And dangerous. If Cord were driving, she wouldn't have the sliver of fear wrapping around the back of her neck and gripping her backbone with its icy fingers. If Cord were driving, they wouldn't be going so fast. If Cord were driving, she would have her arms wrapped around him rather than gripping his coat in her hands. But it wasn't Cord, and she was here because of her own stupidity. Her foolish desire to hide what she felt in order to what? Protect the relationship she wanted to have with her sister and her future brother-in-law. That was reasonable. So, she was here because she needed to step out a bit, get away from a triangle she didn't want to be a part of, form her own attachments. Max was a decent guy, or at least his relatives were decent people. Right. Everything would be fine, and she could make the best of it. She pulled her hat off. It took a few seconds before she could speak the truth. "I'm cold," she shouted into the wind. Max's smile flashed over his shoulder. You're not holding on tight enough. Ugh, that was a fail. She shoved the hat back down over her head. Her ears really were cold. The rest of her was too annoyed to be anything but heated. At least she knew now there was no point in actually telling him if she were cold, as she'd suspected in the first place. It felt like a very long time later before the snowmobile slowed down, and Rosie opened her eyes, hoping to see the lights of town. No such luck. If she didn't know Rem and Elaine, she might have been worried. Max might be arrogant and inconsiderate, but he wasn't dangerous. She hoped. The snowmobile stopped, and the motor sputtered, then died. Max swore. One word, loud in the cold, quiet night. Rosie wasn't sure what the swearing meant, but she was pretty sure what the sputtering meant. Her hands dropped from gripping Max's coat, and she shoved them under her legs, conscious of her phone zipped in her vest pocket. She probably wasn't going to need it, but she felt like she should get it out anyway. North Dakota might be sparsely populated, but it was pretty flat and had, for the most part, passable service almost everywhere. She'd never needed to use her phone GPS to find herself, but she'd never been in a situation quite like this before either. Max moved. The motor turned over but didn't catch. Rosie wasn't expecting it to. She'd almost bet money the machine was out of gas. Not that she knew anything about that type of thing. She wasn't exactly dressed like she would have been if she'd been expecting to trek through the snow, but what she was wearing was serviceable. Good enough to find a road and a neighbor, wherever they were. Unzipping her coat pocket, she pulled her phone out. She wasn't going to wait for Max to decide what to do. Maybe if they were in Texas, she'd expect him to have some good ideas. But as far as she knew, he didn't know squat about North Dakota. Almost like he was confirming her first impression, he said, "I don't think it's going to start." No. She didn't bother to voice her diagnosis, empty gas tank. "Good thing there's a bright moon. We'll just walk toward that, and it'll take us south to Sweetwater. Just a mile or two." Rosie didn't snort. Even in her romances, they never used the moon as a directional guide. Plus, they were south of Sweetwater, so they had to go north anyway. But she suspected they would find a road quicker if they walked east. But she had no intention of walking the whole way back to Sweetwater, which was more than just a mile or two. If Max hadn't ignored her the first time she tried to talk to him, she might have felt guilty for not talking to him now. But the jerk just laughed when she said she was cold. She couldn't imagine he'd have a different reaction now if she said following the moon was a colossally stupid idea. Maybe she could be slightly more diplomatic in her word choices. Nah. She pulled her phone out, shot off a quick text to Cord, found a compass app, and started walking east, stomping her feet hard enough to satisfy her anger and keep her warm at the same time. Chapter 3. I'm south of SW, walking east. Have time to pick up a friend? Cord stared at the text from Rosie. His heart clawed at the lining of his esophagus. It didn't sound like she was in distress. It could be worse. She could have sent him a text with the word help cut off after 3 letters or something. Save me with a line of exclamation points after it would have been a red flag as well. CREA carved into a tree trunk. So, as emergency texts went, this one was pretty tame. Except the wind had kicked up and the temperature had dropped and it was killer cold out. And the girl he'd grown up beside was somewhere out in that vast, empty darkness, on foot. Had Max tried something? Cord's stomach knotted into a hard fist. He took a quick glance at Joseph, who lay on the daybed in Rosie's small one-room apartment behind the library. He'd been warming up some of the vegetable soup in her fridge, since the Sweetwater Festival was long since shut down for the night. And he wanted to be here when Max brought Rosie back. He should never have allowed her to go in the first place. Not that she asked permission. Funny, because he figured Rosaleen could handle herself with a guy like Max. Rosie, on the other hand, he felt like he needed to protect her.
On my way.
He'd blanketed his horses, but not put them on the trailer to take them home. Still, his trailer was hooked to his pickup, so he grabbed Rosie's keys from where she kept them on the hook beside her stove and rushed out the door. He'd take a pass down Highway 10, which ran north-south on the east side of Sweetwater. If he didn't see her, he'd try to figure out if he could find her by using her map app. There had to be a way. He'd just never needed to do anything like this before. His heart pounded in his chest. He wanted to ask about Max. Okay. But his first concern was finding her and getting her out of the cold. The snowmobile had room under the seat for a blizzard kit, but she said she was walking, so she probably wasn't using it. Would Max have kicked her off? Surely not. The car console said 1:43 a.m. He couldn't call Rem at this time of night, although he dearly wanted to, just to find out what kind of man his brother actually was. Rem was a good, honest man, but that didn't mean his brother was the same. Next time, he'd be a little more forceful in not allowing Rosie to just take off with anyone. Although, of course, he knew, short of holding her down, he hadn't had a choice. She'd never given him the right to tell her what to do. She probably never would. Of course not. He could have asked her to stay. Should have. She might have done it out of respect for their years of friendship. Rosaleen was strong and would do her own thing no matter what he said, but Rosie was a lot quieter and more considerate, although determined in her own way. Still, he should have tried, given how badly it sat with him for her to go with Max. He scanned the snow-covered ground on either side of the road as he drove slowly out of town, trying to keep his mind from imagining the worst. Rosie was a smart girl, a native. She would walk east until she came to the road. Once there, she would turn north and walk toward Sweetwater or wait for him to find her. Hopefully, she kept walking. It wouldn't take long to freeze in these temperatures. And just like that, his heart thundered in his chest again, and his foot wanted to slam the accelerator to the floor, like going fast would help him look for her better. After driving for 7 miles, he began to wonder how far south he should go before he turned around and started back north. Had he missed her? Maybe she didn't really know where she was after all. Maybe he should have alerted the volunteer fire and rescue department and had a whole party of people searching. He just decided that's exactly what he was going to do and was reaching for his phone when it buzzed. "I'm at the road." His stomach relaxed just slightly. He knew better than to text and drive, but the road was deserted and straight as a skinny woman's shadow.
"I'm 7 miles south of SW. Think you're farther?"
"Yes." 2 seconds later, he saw a dark form along the edge of the road. He turned the heater on high and slowed the car, stopping so the passenger door was right beside her. She just stood, though, not grabbing for the door right away, so he put his hazard lights on and got out, striding around.
"Rosie?"
"Hey, thanks for coming." He didn't stop until he had his arms wrapped around her. She hugged him back, so he assumed that her arms weren't frozen at least.
"Glad I gave you that hat,"
he said, his head lowered and his lips pressed to the soft hair that fell over her ear. "Me too. It saved my bacon." Her breath fanned against his neck where her head was buried, and suddenly, his heart was pounding harder than it had when he had been worried she was lost.
"Oh, that's what you have in your head, huh? I'll have to remember that. Romance novels turn brains to bacon."
He nuzzled his lips against her ear, so relieved he shook. "Shut up and keep looking happy to see me." He felt her smile against his neck, and a soft touch that might have been her tongue but couldn't have been because it was Rosie, and it just couldn't have been.
"I am happy to see you."
He didn't even try to pretend he wasn't happy as his hands moved over her coat and down her back, like they couldn't really believe he'd found her and she was safe. He didn't try to contain his relief either, which seemed to spread and thicken inside his soul. He could have lost her. "I think I've got you beat in that department."
"No way."
His hand stopped.
"You're shaking. Cold?"
he asked, looking down into her eyes in question, although he knew she had to be. "No, it must be relief. I didn't even think I was scared." She smiled tremulously up at him, her arms tightening around him at the same time. He didn't have any thoughts in his head. No plan. In fact, his brain had completely shut off. That's the only excuse he had for what happened next, as his head lowered and the distance between them disappeared. He'd kissed his fiancée, several times in fact, but comparisons weren't in his mind either. Maybe it was the love of life, or feelings of survival and beating the odds. Maybe it was the after effects of fear and adrenaline. Maybe it was the Christmas season and all the couples he'd seen kissing under the mistletoe that evening as he gave his sleigh rides. There were a lot of things he could blame it on, but his mind wasn't working anyway. All he could do was feel. The lips, warm and soft, under his. The slightly trembling body. The brush of her skin, and the taste that felt so right he couldn't do anything but sink deeper, holding her tighter, feeling her respond, and needing to meet her with his whole body and spirit. Maybe it was the howl of a wolf way off in the distance, but more likely it was that he needed to breathe. They both needed to breathe. They ripped apart, pulling back at the same time. Rosie stumbled and put the back of her wrist to her lips, holding it there. Her breath was a cloud around her face. Her eyes were wide and shocked and maybe a little betrayed as they hung on him, searching him out through the clouds of breath. He could only stare, his trembling worse, his heart galloping, his mind whirling and his chest full of shock, of heat, of guilt. The guilt exploded, slapping everything else down. "I'm sorry." Guilt pushed those words out. She shook her head like she'd been in a daze, but his words had snapped her out of it. "No, don't be. That was me. I was just, happy. Happy to be found. Yeah, I would have kissed anyone. Probably even Max if he were here. He was right behind me, actually." She looked one way, then another, then turned completely around. "I thought he was." Cord wasn't too concerned about Max. A man like that usually landed on his feet. Still, he'd look for him. In a minute. He needed to do damage control first.
"That was just relief, probably, on both our parts."
"Yeah, that's what I was saying. Relief."
"I mean, it just felt like friends kissing."
"Yeah, friends."
She finally moved her wrist from her face.
Yuck, actually. It was a yucky friend kiss.
Yuck. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yuck. Friends are relieved to find each other, yucky kiss. That kind of kiss.
Yes, exactly that kind. People do it all the time.
They do?
Only once, because it's so yucky they can't even think about doing it again.
Oh, right. Yes, me too. Too yucky to think about doing it again.
What kind of a man says yucky? Max's voice came out of the darkness. It sounded like he was shivering. The kind of man who just kissed his best friend and really liked it. In fact, really liked it wasn't nearly strong enough for how he felt, even though he was engaged to marry her twin sister. That kind of man. That was the kind of man who would say just about anything to figure out what in the world he was doing. It had to be the emotional toll of thinking she might be lost and worrying about her. Right? It had to be right. He was supposed to pick out cakes with his fiancée after Christmas. He couldn't be kissing her twin sister today. But he had. Her taste was still on his tongue, and even now, he wanted to close the distance between them and hold her once more. Even if Max weren't walking toward them, he wouldn't do it. People did crazy things after an adrenaline high. That's what that kiss had to be. He should have had more self-control. He couldn't do anything about his lack, other than chalk it up to a terrible mistake and face the consequences. Of course, he'd have to tell Rosaleen. She was coming in from Chicago after Christmas, and they were meeting Angela to pick out cakes. He'd tell her then. What? Neither of you can talk? Max stopped beside them. Cord's brows jerked together, and he looked Rosie over.
Did you guys wreck?
Boy, that would really stink, if he'd kissed her after she'd been involved in a horrible accident. She shook her head. Out of gas.
Come on, you sound cold. Get in the car.
Max moved, reaching for the front passenger door, and Cord guessed it wasn't to open it for Rosie.
Let Rosie have the front so the heater can blow on her.
He didn't raise his voice, but he was ready to fight for Rosie if he needed to. Max was a player and a ladies' man. He might be a brawler, too. Cord wasn't much for throwing his weight around, and he couldn't remember ever being involved in a knockdown, drag-out fight. But he'd be willing to have his first if Max wasn't going to give Rosie the best seat in the car. Cord shouldn't have waited until now to stand up for her. But Max shrugged and smirked a little. His lips must have been cold since it wasn't a full-on smirk, but Cord didn't take time to think about it. He brushed by Max and opened the door for Rosie. She got in without looking at him, which caused his heart to shiver, very much like it had been doing when he thought she was in physical danger. Chapter 4. Rosie got in the car and stared at the dash. What had she done? No, really, what had she done? How could she be so angry at herself, feel so guilty, yet, at the same time, have to force herself not to look at Cord because all she wanted to do was kiss him again? And again. She didn't say anything as Cord spoke some to Max, then turned and headed toward Rem and Elaine's place. It was a long drive, and she really wished Cord had dropped her off first. Eventually, they dropped Max off and started back toward home. Rosie was finally feeling warm, and with that warmth came sleepiness. She hoped Cord wouldn't want to talk. What was there to say, anyway? They'd already agreed it was yucky, whatever that meant. Yucky in that she felt guilty. She really didn't want to know what he meant. It was already hard enough that he'd chosen to marry her twin. She didn't want to know that Rosaleen beat her in the kissing department, too. There shouldn't even be a kissing department between Cord and her. just like that, her sleepiness went away, and she itched to get out and run, even though she never ran anywhere. Turning the pages on her books was the best exercise she could ever need. She'd have to pull out one of her all-time favorites tonight. Or was it morning? There was no lightening of the eastern sky, so there must still be night left. She probably ought to sleep when she got home because she had Christmas celebrations, then the wedding cake thing she needed to go to. Oops. She'd forgotten to tell Cord. So about... I'm going to tell Rosaleen. Don't worry. I wasn't worried. Not about that. Crap. Was he really going to tell Rosaleen? Of course. If she were engaged to a man and he kissed her twin, she'd want to know about it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Cord's fingers tapped the steering wheel. She clamped her mouth shut and looked out the window. Fine. Rosaleen could tell him that Rosie was picking out cakes with him after Christmas. Rosaleen hadn't been expecting to come home for Christmas, and she didn't. Rosie had spent some time over the holiday with her parents in their super small house. They were kind of into that kind of thing, and honestly, she would have been more comfortable in her apartment. She tried not to be too obvious about wanting to get home to read. She sent a Merry Christmas text to her twin, but Rosaleen never texted her until Friday, 30 minutes before she was scheduled to meet Cord at Angela's boarding house. Angela didn't have a bakery, but she was the best baker in Sweetwater, so of course, that's who they were going to get to do their cake. I never told Cord I wasn't coming in. Rosie stared at her phone. Then she looked in the mirror. She hadn't really done it on purpose, but she'd left her hair down and curled the ends, fixing it the way Rosaleen usually did hers. She'd also put on a nice sweater with her yoga pants and knee-high boots, a Rosaleen outfit. It wasn't something she planned, but something she'd done on autopilot while she tried to get the idea of what she'd done on the windswept prairie out of her mind so she could face Cord today. But she wasn't going to have this conversation in text form. She dialed Rosaleen's number. You didn't need to call. Rosaleen sounded breathless. You're saying I need to be you? Yes. Why do you sound like that's a problem all of a sudden? It's not really. Except it was. It's one thing to play this when we were younger, but... Oh, so that's how you're going to be? How many times did I pretend to be you when you had to give a speech, or had to sell stuff, or I even pretended to be you at parties so you could stay home and read? There were also several years where I pretended to be you and me both, so you could help Cord train those stupid horses of his. And you have no idea how hard it is to be two people. I know I probably owe you. Maybe she did, although she'd pretended to be her twin often enough, mostly to get her out of trouble. She'd gotten out of bed a lot of times, gotten dressed, and snuck out the window, only to come in the front door just before curfew, wave to her parents, and head upstairs. You most certainly do, and I need you to come through. I don't want to lose Cord, but I have some things here that I absolutely have to finish up, and he would never understand. Maybe you should try him. It was hard for Rosie to imagine Cord not understanding something. No, trust me, her sister said with confidence. There are things men don't understand, and this is one of them. She'd have to bow to her sister's superior knowledge on men. Everything she knew about them came from her dad, Cord, and her romance novels. Something told her the behavior men displayed in romance novels wasn't very close to being authentic male behavior. A soft sigh escaped her lips. I just feel weird. Cord is my friend, and I hate deceiving him.
You're not deceiving him. You're doing me a favor. One doesn't exclude the other. What? I'm doing both. But you're doing it because I asked you to, because I pulled a twin. You made that promise first, that you would do whatever I needed you to if I pulled a twin. What if he wants to kiss me? I mean, you. Gah, this was confusing. What if he wants to kiss you? Then kiss him. It's not that big a deal. Rosie tried to keep her eyeballs stuck inside her head. How could Rosaleen say that? Just make sure you're good at it, Rosaleen added. He knows I'm a great kisser. Rosie closed her mouth over an ugly word that wanted to come out. First of all, I'm not a great kisser, and secondly, doesn't it bother you at all that I might be kissing your fiancé? Rosaleen snorted. It's not like he's never kissed anyone else. Well, apparently you've forgotten, twin, that I haven't kissed that many people. Just one, technically, if you counted Billy Joe in second grade. But she also gave him a black eye, so she would probably say that one didn't count. And Cord, but her sister wouldn't know about that. She pushed down the guilt. And that I'm not any good at it, and even if I were so inclined to learn, which I'm not, it's way too late to hire anyone to teach me how to kiss. Rosaleen blew a breath out. Rosie held her phone away from her ear. Are you done? No, I was thinking. You're right. As soon as he kisses you, he's going to know it's not me. You have to have a cold today. Cough. Blow your nose a lot. Sneeze if he tries to get near you. Rosie could almost see Rosaleen tapping her chin. Rosaleen seemed to come to a decision and continued confidently. Okay, there's no way you can do the date on Friday night without kissing him. It's the Christmas season, but I actually do know someone whom I can hire for tomorrow night. He will teach you how to kiss and anything else you need to know. He's good. Does he know which fork I'll have to use if Cord takes you, I mean me, to some fancy restaurant? That was a real fear. Or wine. Do you drink wine? Will I have to drink wine? Will I have to order wine? Aren't there rules with wine? Can this person you're hiring teach me silverware and wine rules? No, I didn't say he was a brain surgeon. I just said he could kiss. I don't think you'll find both in a man. Both? Like intellectual ability and kissing talent is an inverse relationship? Huh? Rosaleen said, sounding irritated. She hated it when she couldn't understand what Rosie meant. Then, never mind. I'm just saying smart and sexy don't usually pair up in a man. You've got to pick one or the other. Sexy is your best bet because smart equals boring. In everything. She sighed. I'm not charging for that advice, but I'm actually making an online course. Her voice trailed off. On what? Never mind. I'll have your kissing instructor at your apartment tomorrow. You can thank me later. I've got to run. Be good like me, sis. She kissed into the phone, and the call disconnected. Right. So, her whole plan to head off with Max just because she wanted to do something so Cord wouldn't suspect she'd been about to admit that she had a crush on him had totally backfired. She couldn't imagine tonight's deceit doing any better. But she'd try. Because Rosaleen was right. Rosie had pulled twins more than she probably should have, and she owed her sister. How could she tell her twin no? Chapter 5. Cord looked at the picture of a cake that looked like a castle. Under the table, his feet itched to walk away. Across from him, Angela droned on and on about how many people this cake fed, and he didn't know what else. He was pretty sure she wasn't talking about where they harvested the wheat to get the flour, and so
By default, he wasn't interested. But he sat politely still. Rosaleen put up a bejeweled finger. "Excuse me." She had the sound of Chicago in her speech. It made him a little sad. Every time she flew in from the city, she came back with less of North Dakota and more of Chicago. He hoped they got married before she lost everything. She sneezed, loudly. "Bless you," he said, waiting. Rosaleen always sneezed 3 times in a row. You didn't grow up with a girl since preschool and not know these things about her. Twice more she sneezed, then she blew her nose, sounding a bit like one of the Muppets on the TV shows his niece, Tella, watched. "I'm sorry, Angela. You can keep going." Rosaleen wiggled her brows at him and gave him that come-hither smile that accomplished exactly what it was meant to. He put his arm around her. She wiggled closer, and he leaned his head down. "Oh, sorry. I don't want you to get sick." She straightened and moved away. He let her go without comment as Angela started droning on again. Funny, because he'd never really thought about it, but Rosaleen had her own scent that was completely different than Rosie's. He wouldn't have thought a thing about it except, not that long ago, he'd been closer to Rosie than he'd ever been before, and just now, he caught a whiff of something under the normal Rosaleen scent that smelled very familiar. Impossible. Or maybe it was just twins, and he'd never noticed before.
"Hey, beautiful."
Mac, Angela's boyfriend, if Cord had to guess, walked in, a little girl in one arm and another holding his hand. "You two ladies picked up quite a handsome man in your travels," Angela said in return, her face glowing like it hadn't when she'd been talking about cakes.
"Cord?"
Mac said. Cord nodded.
"Twin?"
Mac said to Rosaleen. Everyone did that. It was hard to tell them apart. Cord had been friends with them all through school, and he still had trouble sometimes. Rosaleen gave Mac her typical flirty smile, which Mac didn't see because his attention was back on Angela. He bent, kissing her temple. Angela's cheeks turned pink. Cord kind of wished Rosaleen didn't flirt with every man she came in contact with, but at least she'd toned it down some tonight. Probably since she was now an engaged woman, she'd decided to save those flirty smiles for him. "Thanks," he whispered, leaning forward into her ear. Her brows were up when she turned to him. "For what?" she whispered back. He tried not to let his face fall. How did a guy say, "I like it when you don't flirt with other guys"? Especially since she must not have done it on purpose. Maybe her cold was affecting her normal personality.
"Did you text Rosie and tell her I'll drive you back to the airport?"
"No." She looked over at Mac and Angela, who were talking low. "I need to spend some time with my sister. After our marriage, you'll get me all to yourself. I don't want her to feel left out."
"But she picked you up."
"True." Rosaleen nodded. "When we're married, you can do it all." That wasn't the answer he wanted, but Angela started speaking about cakes again before he could get the words out. It seemed to take forever, but eventually Rosaleen settled on a red, heart-shaped cake with pink iced hearts on top. "Since it's so close to Valentine's Day." They were getting married on Leap Day, Rosaleen's idea. Not that it made any difference. If he'd had to choose which cake she was going to pick, it wouldn't have been that one. She wasn't romantic, which was one of the reasons he liked her so much. They'd settled on Leap Day as their wedding day, so they wouldn't have to remember their anniversary every year, just once every 4 years. He thought he could handle that, but it wasn't the mark of a romantic. Rosie, on the other hand, yeah, She'd pick out a cake shaped like a heart and have a dreamy look about Valentine's Day. Maybe the cold was affecting Rosaleen more than he thought. He hadn't had time before their cake appointment to confess about the kiss. So, as soon as they stepped out of the boarding house where Angela lived, he said,
I need to talk to you.
Rosaleen sneezed 3 times, blew her nose again, and added a cough. Okay, can we eat? I'm starving. He narrowed his eyes at her. That sounded like something Rosie would say. Rosaleen thought the diner in Sweetwater was a dinky little joint that should only be entered in times of great famine. In other words, never. Sure. He was hungry too. They walked down the sidewalk.
So, Rosie told you about what happened after the festival?
Rosaleen flipped her hair over her shoulder. He didn't try to take her hand, since she'd said it made her feel smothered when he did. Yep, she did, and I just felt so bad for her. I'm so glad you were able to comfort her. Did Rosie present that kiss as comfort? He stopped, his hand on her arm.
I kissed her.
She turned wide eyes to him. Her look at that moment reminded him so strongly of Rosie that he almost said the wrong name. They stared at each other for what felt like a long time. Finally, Rosaleen's eyelids fluttered, and her face went from looking like Rosie back to being Rosaleen. Which made Cord wonder if there was more to Rosaleen than he gave her credit for. Rosaleen was easy, not too deep, not too emotional, easy on the eyes and knowledgeable. Everything he thought he wanted in a wife. Someone he wouldn't have to coddle out on the farm. She could entertain and take care of herself. She wouldn't need him to baby her. But, I know, she's my twin. That's the first thing she told me. Rosaleen giggled. She said you were a good kisser, too.
I didn't mean for it to happen.
Her hand waved in the air, her bracelets jangling on her wrist below her coat sleeve. I know. You two were both scared and worried, and these things happen. Plus, if you're going to kiss another woman, it might as well be my twin, right? Her laugh filled the air again. Except, you don't have a twin, so I guess I'll have to kiss Max. Somehow, he wasn't nearly as worried about Rosaleen with Max as he was about Rosie with Max. He wasn't sure what that said about him. Not to mention, he wouldn't have minded seeing a little jealousy, a little possessiveness. He didn't exactly want his wife to not give a flip if he kissed another woman, even if that woman was her twin sister. Come on, I'm hungry. She grabbed his arm, dropping it when he fell in beside her and walked the last few yards to Patty's Diner. He opened the door and she swept through.
Grab the booth in the corner,
he said. It was the most private, and it was empty. Normally, Rosaleen took care to do the opposite of anything he commanded her to do, so he was a little surprised when she turned toward the booth he'd asked for, just like Rosie would have done. He didn't want a woman who did whatever he wanted. He liked his woman with a little fight in her, didn't he? Hey, Rosie, Cord. His brother Clay turned from paying at the cash register and shoved his wallet back in his pocket.
It's Rosaleen, Clay,
he said. That was weird. Usually Clay could tell them apart pretty easily. Clay's brows twitched. He looked at Rosaleen, like he was searching her eyes. Cord assumed he was trying to find whatever it was that always enabled him to tell the difference. Clay opened his mouth, but Rosaleen spoke first. Hi, Clay. Clay's mouth snapped shut. Cord looked between the two of them. It seemed like there was some byplay going on, which was odd, since Clay and Rosie got along great, but Clay pretty much avoided Rosaleen, while she loved making him uncomfortable by flirting with him, often coming pretty close to what polite company might deem unacceptable.
Rosaleen,
Clay finally said. His eyes went back to Cord.
this isn't usually where you take her to eat. She suggested it.
I have to leave for the airport in an hour, so it was Patty's or nothing today.
Rosaleen seemed to be trying to say more to Clay. Clay nodded, like maybe he understood, then he lifted a hand.
Have a good night.
He walked over to the table where his wife and daughter sat. Cord waved at them before following Rosaleen to the booth and sliding in across from her.
Thanks for not making him uncomfortable,
he said, meaning that she hadn't flirted with his brother and he appreciated it.
Yeah, no problem.
Rosaleen's head was down, staring at the placemat menu like it might have changed in the last 20 years. It hadn't. She sneezed 3 times.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Are we still on for our date next Friday?
Yes, if I'm feeling better.
I'm sorry it's going to be so much traveling for you.
But she was the one who had made the cake appointment for tonight.
Not a problem. I can work at the airport and rest on the plane.
He felt like they weren't talking about anything important. Things he wanted to talk about, like how soon she was moving back. Originally, she'd told him she'd be back by October, but that had turned into New Year's, which was now the end of January. But he didn't want their hour together to be a fight either. So he closed his mouth around all the things that needed to be said and asked her about Chicago. Rosie had no idea if the things she was spouting about Chicago were true or not. Thankfully, she'd just finished a romantic suspense series that had been set in the Windy City, so she at least seemed to sound like she knew what she was talking about. The hour dragged slowly by. She'd rather be anywhere else, with anyone else, even Max. Anywhere other than sitting here, lying to Cord. She hated it. What she really wanted to do was wring her twin's neck. Even the thought made her fingers curl. Thankfully, after the time dragged on and on, Cord finally paid and they were leaving the diner. Now she just had to ramp up the cold to avoid the kiss. Then she could figure out what in the world she was going to do next Friday when they had a real date. Jeez. Thankfully, the library was only a couple of blocks down from Patty's, and they were standing in front of the converted garage in just a few minutes.
Well, thanks so much for dinner.
Wasn't much, not compared to Chicago standards, but you're welcome.
She sneezed 6 times, just to be sure there would be no kissing.
Bless you.
Thanks. Hopefully it gets better.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Friday.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, she said that with a straight face. If she was pretending to be someone else, did it count as lying? She had a feeling it did. The thought didn't sit well.
I'll see you Friday.
She gave a little wave. Before she could turn and walk in, Cord spoke.
You mind if I come in? I haven't talked to Rosie since the festival, and I'd just like to see for myself that she's okay.
Her lips made a perfect O. She couldn't form them into anything else. Her head tilted one way, then the other. Her heart flipped like pages in the breeze.
I'm sorry,
he said, smiling a little at her fish-out-of-water look.
That wasn't a trick question. Your twin sister, Rosie? I'd like to see her.
Yes,
Rosie said slowly.
Of course. I'm sure Rosie would love to see you too. Just for a minute, though, because we have to get going to the airport.
I know. My fiancé is flying back to Chicago. I haven't forgotten.
Right, of course, you haven't. She tweaked his nose, hopefully something Rosaleen would do, although she, Rosie, would never dream of doing such a thing. Come on in. I'll go get Rosie. What was she going to do? Make up a lie about where Rosie was? She couldn't be both of them.
You don't have to get her. I can just walk into her apartment, too,
he said as he stepped inside the library. There was a back door to Rosie's apartment, but she seldom used it, choosing instead to walk in and out through the small library. Well, Rosie said, Rosie likes to read in the evening, in her bathtub. Yes, in the water in her bathtub, with no clothes on. Man, she sounded like an idiot. Rosaleen didn't sound this bad on her worst day. So, I'd better go first, just to make sure.
If she's taking you to the airport, she's probably not going to be naked in the bathtub.
You know Rosie. Sometimes time gets away from her. That, at least, was true. She gave Cord a smile that felt really fake and forced, and slipped into her apartment, closing the door behind her. Grabbing her bathrobe, she ran into the bathroom. She got her clothes off fast enough, but spent some time with her entire head under the running bathwater, wetting her hair, so it truly looked like she had been in the tub, and also scrubbing her face to get the makeup off. She had her hair wrapped up in the towel and her bathrobe cinched tightly around her, and she walked to the door in the library. Maybe if she hadn't just spent the entire evening with him, she'd be a little more embarrassed about their kiss. As it was, she had to keep reminding herself that she was Rosaleen, and even though they were engaged, Rosaleen didn't give men calf eyes or stare at their lips, like Rosie wanted to do with Cord. But she'd made an easy decision tonight, too. If she had to go out on a date with Cord on Friday, she'd be kissing him at the end of it. But she was never going to do it again, and she would make sure her sister knew it. She cracked the door an inch and put her nose in the crack. Hey, Cord.
Rosie, are you okay?
Yep, I'm fine.
I thought maybe being out in the cold like you were.
Nope. Actually, Rosaleen is the one that's sick. You know me, healthy as your horses. Speaking of, did you get them loaded and home?
Yeah.
It didn't hurt them to stand in the cold?
I blanketed them before I went out.
Oh, of course.
How was Joseph?
I just let him sleep on the reading couch. I fed him breakfast in the morning and made sure he got to school.
Great. Okay. I guess you need to get dressed before you can take Rosaleen to the airport.
Right. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Well, tell her I said I'd see her Friday.
I'm sure she's looking forward to it. She was such a liar. And she hated that Cord was the one she was lying to. He would hate her if he knew. The thought made her freeze. She wanted to blurt the whole truth out. But how could she? She was in too deep.
All right. Night, Rosie.
Night, Cord. She watched as he turned and walked back through the library, wanting with all her heart to call after him. But there wasn't anything for her to say. So she watched until he went through the door and closed it behind him, her heart a dead weight in her chest. She couldn't help but feel that she was setting someone up for a terrible heartache. Chapter 6. The next Monday, Cord forked hay into Sadie's stall. His dog, a mutt he'd named Cracker, lay off to the side, out of the way. Often on these cold, dark mornings, Cord talked to his horses or his dog, or both. But not today. He hadn't been able to sleep last night, and he couldn't really put his finger on why exactly, but something nagged him about Rosaleen.
Not that she'd done anything specifically wrong, but that he was suddenly having doubts about marrying her. The letter he'd gotten lay inside his small house, safely tucked away in his desk. He hadn't told anyone about it. Not anyone in his family, not Rosaleen, and not even his best friend. But that's what had prompted him to make the decision to ask Rosaleen to marry him. It hadn't been because he'd suddenly fallen in love with her. She wasn't the kind of girl who wanted love anyway. She'd be happier with money, but he hadn't told her about the money. Honestly, he hadn't expected her to actually say yes when he'd asked her. But she'd surprised him. Then he made his one demand. She had to live here, in North Dakota. He didn't tell her it was to satisfy the requirements of his inheritance. He hadn't needed to. She'd agreed without argument. It surprised him, again, to be honest. But they'd be perfect together. Or so he had thought. But he was finding that Rosaleen as a friend and Rosaleen as a girlfriend were two different things. Maybe he was a little more romantic than he thought he was. Or maybe he was a little more attached to Rosie than he'd realized. Regardless, he'd found himself thinking of her innocent kiss a lot more fondly and often than he'd been thinking about Rosaleen. In fact, tonight, he hadn't even really cared that he hadn't kissed her. But Rosie, standing at the door, fresh-faced with her hair wrapped in a towel? It shouldn't even make him pause, but that was the image he couldn't get out of his head last night. He wasn't sure what to do about it. Was it cold feet? Pre-wedding jitters? Something completely normal? If his dad hadn't died when he was a young boy, would he be able to talk to him about this? Maybe.
What do you think, Cracker? Men probably don't talk about stuff like this, even with their dads.
Who are you talking to? Cord almost jumped at the voice. He recognized it almost immediately.
What are you doing way out here?
He peered into the darkness by the barn door, looking for Joseph's small figure. Hitched a ride with the milk truck. His skinny body didn't look big enough for his deepening voice, and the ragged backpack slung over his shoulder made him look lopsided.
Doesn't the driver know you have school?
Told him I did.
And he brought you out here anyway?
Cord asked in disbelief. Told him the school was this way. He didn't know no better.
I think he probably did.
Cord raised a brow the way he imagined someone's father might, and waited for Joseph to wiggle and fidget. Fine. I told him I was homeschooled and stayed at a friend's house last night, but I got homesick and wanted to see my mom.
So you lied.
Man, it wasn't his job to teach the boy character, but he couldn't condone lying. The kid didn't have anyone else to teach him it was wrong. It got me what I wanted, didn't it? Joseph grinned unrepentantly. Cord put his pitchfork down, tongs first, and leaned on the handle.
If I were cold, I could build a bonfire and take boards off this barn to feed it and warm myself up.
He looked at the boy, wondering if he'd be old enough to understand.
But eventually, I'd burn through all the boards. I'd be cold again, plus I wouldn't have a barn.
What you trying to say?
When you lie, you're tearing down the character of your soul in the same way, just to get what you want in the moment. Eventually, you'll be left with a void inside, nothing, where you should have character. A man with no character is a blight on the face of the earth.
Joseph's smile had faded, and he looked down at the ground. He dug in the floor a bit with his toe. Cord didn't move. He had a few things he wanted to get done today, a dog sled he wanted to finish, but Joseph was more important than any work he had to do.
I suppose not lying when you want to is like putting boards on your character. Joseph didn't quite meet his eyes when he lifted his head up and spoke. At least the kid had understood his analogy. He didn't know what his dad would have said if he'd still been alive, but Clay had been about the closest thing he'd had to a dad, and Clay would have said he'd done well if the kid understood. Because kids were a lot like horses. He couldn't make them drink, but he could salt the oats.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Rosaleen came into his mind then, and he wondered, did he really want to be married to a woman who didn't care if he kissed someone else? Had she been lying about not caring?
This is the last day of school before Christmas vacation, right?
He asked Joseph. Yeah, Joseph said from where he'd bent to pet crackers.
It's a half day.
Yep.
Don't you watch a movie or something?
That's right.
And you'd rather be here?
You were showing me how to smooth the runners down on your dog sled last time.
Yeah, that was a few weeks ago. I'm doing something different now.
Joseph's face fell.
But I think you can help with that too.
He waited until Joseph's head came up with a big smile.
But first, Bill needs hay. You want to give it to him?
I can? Yeah. Joseph let his pack slide off his arm and rushed into the barn. Cord would remind him about moving slow around the animals in a bit, after he quit grinning, and after he figured out whether it was wrong for him to let the kids skip school if all they were going to do was watch a movie anyway. Chapter 7. Rosie turned the lights out in the library and walked on tired feet back to her apartment. Her phone buzzed just as she had a hand on the knob. Forgot to tell you I told your kissing tutor to go in the back door and wait for you to close the library. You should get a real job. Rosie laughed. A real job. This was the best job in the world. There wasn't much left after she paid her bills, but she could read to her heart's content. Sure, she'd always kind of dreamed of sharing a ranch with Cord, but this was second best. Everyone should be so blessed. She turned the knob, then froze, because the rest of Rosaleen's text registered. There would be a man. In her apartment. He was there to teach her how to kiss her sister's fiancé. How did her life get to this point? Her hand started to sweat, and it slipped off the doorknob. Did she want to do this? Could she? Maybe if she hadn't already kissed Cord, she wouldn't know what she was missing, and this wouldn't be such a great temptation. But the idea of being able to kiss him one more time, really kiss him and be good at it, well, it was almost more temptation than she could resist. Plus, she didn't want him to figure out that she'd been lying to him. That might actually be the one thing that would be worse than never kissing him again. She rubbed her hand down her pant leg and opened the door. Not exactly sure what she had expected, she was nonetheless quite surprised to see a man lying on her bed. Maybe she thought he'd be sitting at her table? At least he still had his clothes on. Some of them, anyway. His shirt was off, bare feet sticking out of his jean cuffs. She thought maybe his pants were unzipped, too, but she couldn't get her eyes down off the ceiling long enough to truly look. Not that she wanted to. Really. She didn't, and she wasn't just saying that to herself. She really didn't want to look. Hey, hotcakes. The voice gave her shivers in all the wrong ways. There was rustling on the bed, but she couldn't look because she'd just discovered a crack in her ceiling which was actually in the shape of a dinosaur, and she found, "Your sister said you needed some help." Actually,
She cleared her throat because that word came out sounding strangled and 2 octaves too high. Actually, You can look at me. No, she couldn't. This was way too awkward, and now she was going to have to wash her sheets before she could go to bed tonight. Or maybe she could just sleep on the rug, once she got rid of him, of course. Because kissing lessons in theory were a great idea. Maybe. But in reality? No. No way did she want to have anything kissing to do with this complete stranger who was half naked, a little creepy, and completely sucking all the air out of her apartment, and not in a good way. How could she get him out? Maybe she should try baby steps. Just get him off her bed first. Would you like a cup of warm milk? The rustling stopped. Huh? I was thinking we could sit at the table and have a cup of warm milk. There were a few beats of silence. I guess. Rosaleen paid me for 2 hours. We can spend it at the table if that's what you want. I want. Table, yes. It sounded like he was getting out of her bed, but Rosie had her back turned, reaching in the fridge for milk. Maybe she should have offered tea. Coffee? She had no idea what proper protocol was for men who'd been hired by one's sister to teach one to kiss, and were now lying on one's bed half naked. At least, she hoped he was still half naked and not full naked. Her heart beat like a semi-automatic machine gun. Good grief, what was she going to do? Shutting the microwave door, she pressed start, took a breath, and turned around, bracing herself. He sat at her small table, one of her romance books in hand. He hadn't put his shirt on, but at least her furniture hid most of his, hopefully still clothed, lower half. This book has 11 words in the title. He twisted it in his hand, looking it over. Yeah, it's not her best. I was thinking I could probably write something better. The man gave her an eyeball under a lifted brow. If your sister is hiring me to teach you how to kiss, maybe romance isn't your thing. And the shirtless man had a point. Did she really hire you for 2 hours? Guess she figured you were a slow learner. The guy grinned and reached in his pocket. Great. His pants were still on, apparently. That's why I brought these. Oh boy. She didn't want to look. Her eyes squeezed shut tightly, as though to look was to allow her brain to seep out. She forced them open. He held out a handful of rolls of lip balm. Relief allowed her to open her eyes the rest of the way. Nothing like being prepared. I brought some other things, too. Rosie held her hand up. I don't need to see anything else, thanks. She took a breath. My name's Rosie, by the way. Yeah, I know. I'm Liam. He held his hand out. Rosie looked at it for a moment before she shook herself and took it. She could shake his hand, right? And he wasn't going to yank her across the table. It's nice to meet you, Liam. So, you're the kind of girl who wants to talk before kissing? I'm actually the kind of girl who doesn't want to kiss at all. Liam set the book down on the table and tapped it with his hand. Yeah, definitely something else other than romance. Horror, maybe. There's more to romance than kissing. Really? He looked truly shocked. Of course. That's just a small part of what's really good about romance books. She supposed she should be totally honest. Of course, a good kissing scene can really make a book. Well, maybe you ought to hold off on the writing until you learn how to kiss. After I'm done with you, you should be able to write a good kissing scene. More bad chills.
The microwave dinged. Rosie scrambled to grab the milk. She opened the microwave door, speaking with her back to him. I was serious, actually, about not wanting any kissing lessons. We talked about it, yes, Rosaleen and me, but upon further reflection, and upon having an actual man at her table, one that wasn't Cord and that she had no desire to kiss, I've decided that I'd prefer to not take lessons. She turned with his milk in hand to see him fingering her book. I have better books in the library out front. I can get you one if you'd like. Nah, anyone who can put that many words in a title and still sell a few copies must have some kind of voodoo. Or maybe she needs practice being concise. You use all these big words. You probably should be a writer. Well, I've got the vocabulary, and you've got the kissing expertise, and we have 2 hours. We can write a book. Rosie didn't exactly think they could write a book in 2 hours, but it was better than having him sit there wondering when she was going to cave and let him teach her how to kiss. Okay. He looked at the book, his brows wrinkled. Except, I really am curious. Why did your sister think it was such an emergency to hire me? Rosie pulled a chair out and sat down. She wasn't going to take lessons from him, but it was probably safe to tell him about her messed-up, convoluted life. She wasn't expecting, exactly, that he'd have any great advice for her. But what would it hurt? Maybe you noticed that Rosaleen and I look exactly alike? You move differently. Perceptive. Yeah, but I can be her. Okay. He took a sip of his milk. Got any coffee to put in this? She stood, getting her can of instant coffee and setting it on the table. So she's asked me to be her on a date with her fiancé. She ran a finger over the lid of the coffee. She said when he kissed me, he'd know I wasn't her, and so she decided that I needed lessons. I would think he'd know when he looked at you. We've been practicing being each other since we were old enough to think about it, but never when the stakes were this high. She hated deceiving her best friend, but loyalty to her sister just barely edged out loyalty to him. I see. He rubbed his chin. She pushed the coffee over and sat back down. I guess I should tell you the whole story. I think I'm in love with him. My sister doesn't know. The guy gave her an odd look, like he wasn't sure why she was telling him all that. But then he kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, That changes things. Rosie nodded. I guess I thought I wanted to know how to kiss him. But I don't think I really do. I mean, I guess I don't want to kiss my sister's fiancé, although I really do, but I don't. And I don't want it to be a contrived practice thing that has a lot of skill but no emotion. She put her head on her hand. I'm not making any sense, am I? Liam huffed a laugh. No, you're not. And you're talking to a man. Straight-line thinker. You like him. Does he like you? As a friend. Ouch. Friend zone. Yeah. So, he's in love with your sister? Yeah. She bit her lip. I mean, he's going to marry her. He must be. Liam's face scrunched. I don't think she loves him. Maybe not. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Rosie, you decent? Rosie's eyes got wide. Her heart threw down the gun and started to run. That's Cord, she hissed, her gaze on Liam's. Oh no, where's your shirt? Can we hide you somewhere? Her head swiveled left and right. The bathtub? Whoa, Liam said, never moving from his chair. Why can't he see me? Because... She stopped short. Why not? Yeah, Liam smiled. Go ahead and tell him to come in. Rosie narrowed her eyes at Liam. It felt a little surreal to have a half-naked man at her table. In fact, the whole evening since she'd walked into her apartment felt surreal, like she was living someone else's life. Come on in, Cord. Door's open, she called. Cord walked in, broad shoulders and a heavy brown coat filling the doorway, pulling his hat off his head and stomping the snow off his boots onto a rug. He stopped mid-stomp when his eyes landed on Liam. Rosie swallowed. His eyes cut to her.
Am I interrupting something?
Rosie's mouth went up and down. Liam spoke. Not at all. I've been hired to give our Rosie here some kissing lessons. You're just in time to be a third eye and make sure we're doing it right. Rosie's eyes cut back to Liam. A third eye. The urge to snort laugh was almost more than she could resist. Would you like some warm milk? She asked instead. Cord's brows fluttered up.
Warm milk?
His eyes flicked to Liam's cup.
Is that what he's having?
Yes. He also put some instant coffee in his, I believe.
Isn't that supposed to be the other way around?
Cord said. Then he shook his head.
Kissing lessons? What's up with that, Rosie?
His eyes searched her face, and his voice lowered.
I don't think you need kissing lessons.
Liam's brows twitched, but before he could say anything, there was another knock at her door. Rosie couldn't pull her eyes away from Cord. He seemed to be saying that the kiss they'd shared was just fine. But the kissing lessons weren't really about her, Rosie. They were more about her being a convincing Rosaleen. Rosaleen was the one who really knew how to kiss. It was about Cord not finding out that Rosaleen was Rosie on their date. Things were getting a little complicated. Who is it? Rosie called. Max. The door opened, and the dark Texan's eyes swept the room. Looks kind of crowded in here. This was getting ridiculous. Up until this point in her life, the only man that might have been in her apartment was Cord. No doubt the situation called for something a little stronger than milk. She turned, opened the fridge, and pulled out a carton of orange juice. Who are you? Max asked. Rosie could only assume he was talking to Liam, since he already knew Cord. Obviously, I'm someone the lady wants here. Rosie thought that was stretching the truth to the breaking point, but possibly pretending to be her sister made her guilty of the same infraction in pot and kettle and all that.
In or out, but shut the door.
Cord spoke with authority. He looked over at Liam.
Put your shirt on. It's rude to sit at the ladies' table undressed.
Maybe she wants me that way. Liam smirked, but he reached back and grabbed his shirt, pulling it over his head.
Seems like a little bit of a circus in here.
Cord eyed the carton of orange juice in her hand.
I had something I wanted to talk to you about, but maybe we can step out?
It was phrased as a question, but she'd only seen Cord like this a time or two in their lives, and that was saying something, since they'd spent so much time together over the years. She'd never actually seen him lose his temper. He was easygoing almost to a fault, but he definitely seemed angry. She wasn't sure why. Even if he were being protective of her, like a friend, possibly, it wasn't like there was any reason to be upset. She hadn't invited any of the men who were in her apartment. Setting the carton on the table,
She grabbed a jacket and walked out the opposite door into the darkened library. The heat automatically went down 15 minutes before closing time, and it would be chilly at this hour. Cord followed, closing the door with a click behind him. The area wasn't that large, but especially in the back where they stood, it was filled with bookshelves. She walked up the row and came out to where she had a few desks, several donated recliners, and her own, slightly larger desk. The area was lit by a nightlight, which gave enough light to keep from tripping, but not enough to show any color other than shades of gray along with black and white. She ignored the stack of books on her desk. She'd been making her way through a Cowboy series someone had donated. It contained one of the books that Liam had been talking about. Maybe she could write a better story than that author. At the very least, she could come up with better titles. Regardless, she crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against her desk, careful to not knock the stack of books over. "Yes?" she asked. Cord hadn't turned toward her. His chin jutted out in profile as he seemed to look out the front window in frustration. "Kissing lessons?" She almost snorted. Really? That was what he was upset about? He'd know better than anyone else that she needed them. Not like they'd be talking about that accidental kiss they'd shared. Nor could she tell him the real reason Rosaleen had insisted she take them. Although it would be freeing to come clean, she hated the deception that Rosaleen had forced her into. "I changed my mind." "About needing them or wanting them?" "Both." "You must have been pretty serious if you actually hired a guy and had him come." Cord knew what her financial situation was as well as she did. He knew the amount of money she made for keeping the library was a pittance. Sure, it provided a room for her, but it certainly wasn't enough for her to go hiring someone for something as frivolous as kissing lessons. "You know, we used to be pretty good friends." Cord started. Her chest squeezed. "We used to tell each other things." She allowed his statement to go unanswered as water dripped somewhere and the wind blew, rattling a loose piece of siding. He waited. She stared down at the floor, wishing she could say what was in her heart. Wishing he had picked her rather than her twin. Knowing she couldn't change what had already been done, and knowing there was no way she could make someone love her. But she couldn't keep going on acting like nothing had changed. Finally, she said, "Since you're getting married to Rosaleen, don't you think it's about time we put a little more distance between you and me?" "There's nothing wrong with us being friends." He sounded defensive, which told her clearly that she was probably right. "I agree, I guess, in a way. But your best friend should be Rosaleen." He grunted. "I didn't want to ruin the great friendship that you and I had, which was part of the reason I—" His voice trailed off. She fought the urge to prompt him about what he had been going to say. She didn't want to know. Not unless he was changing his mind, but she had to leave that hope behind and forge ahead. Easier said than done, since Rosaleen was making her take her place Friday night. It had to be the last time. "Was that all you wanted?" She didn't want to be rude to the man she considered her best friend forever, but if she was going to step back, she needed to actually do so, not just keep thinking she should. "No. I showed up here thinking we could talk about Joseph. He spent the day with me, and I just dropped him off at his house." "Why wasn't he in school?" "Yeah, good question. Why wasn't he?" "Why didn't you take him?" Cord sighed and finally turned to face her. "I think he's having trouble in school." "Like with other kids? Fighting?"
No, learning issues.
But he's so smart.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert. There's something up, and his parents aren't going to take care of it. I thought maybe...
You thought I would?
Normally, she'd be pleased that he'd think of her and enjoy working with him to find a solution, especially when it involved a boy as sweet as Joseph. But she felt more irritated than anything. Why didn't he go to Rosaleen with his ideas and requests?
Well, yeah. I have a few trips coming up to take the sleds that have been ordered and deliver them. I'll be gone a lot of January. I just thought you cared about Joseph, same as I do.
Of course she did.
I do.
Maybe it wouldn't hurt since Cord wouldn't be around. It wasn't like they'd be working with him together. It just bothered her that she was the one he came to with the problem, while Rosaleen was the one he kissed. Dumb thing to get bothered over. It was all her anyway. He hadn't pretended to want more.
I'll help.
Cord held his hands out.
It's just that I think he needs someone right away, and I know I'm going to be busy.
Did he say something?
Yeah, not specifically, but today when he first came out and I asked him why he wasn't in school.
Cord shoved a hand in his pocket. He stretched his other hand out and indicated the books surrounding them.
I know school isn't for everyone. I think Joseph will be a man who's happy to work with his hands. Building stuff, fixing stuff, whatever. We need men like that in the world. And there are plenty of jobs for men like that. But he has to get through school first. Somehow. Without it killing him and without it making him feel like he's worthless next to all those other kids who are book smart but can't use a hammer without an instruction manual and a trip to the ER.
His teeth flashed a little, and she had to smile in return.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with people who have to have stitches because they caught the back of their head with a hammer.
Didn't say there was.
They were both grinning full on now, sharing smiles over the fact that she had, indeed, gone to the ER for stitches for that very reason.
Listen, Rosie, I know things are changing. It's made me a little uneasy, too. But the one thing I don't want to lose, out of all of this, is you.
He paused. Your friendship.
Shouldn't Rosaleen be the most important thing?
She is, really. But she's the kind of girl a man marries. But you're my buddy. We pal around together. We work together. I know I can count on you. And I think I've been there for you just as much.
You have.
He had been her main help when she was putting the library together. He'd been the only one who hadn't laughed at her idea when she'd first had it. He hadn't told her she was crazy to live below the poverty line in order to live her dream. He'd given her jobs on the side, helping him with his horses and taking care of his animals when he went on his trips, enabling her to do what she loved. Everyone else had called her crazy. Cord had stood beside her and done what he could to help, just like she'd done for him.
I guess I never thanked you.
I never thanked you either.
He blew a breath out.
Maybe that's part of our problem. I know you probably don't want to talk about it any more than I do, but...
No, she said, somehow knowing he was going to bring up the kiss.
You're right. I don't want to talk about it. It shouldn't have happened, and you're right. I feel guilty about it.
That doesn't have anything to do with the kissing lesson guy in your apartment?
No.
Because you don't need him,
Cord said softly. Of course, those words sent shivers up her back. He didn't know, though. He was just saying it casually, like a friend. although he would never say anything to her that he didn't mean.
I think it's probably better if we don't go there.
His exhale was loud in the silence. I know you're right. He shoved both hands in his pockets and walked over to the window. I didn't realize things would change like this between us, but I see that it's probably the way it should be. Anyway, I'm going to be in Rockerton on Friday night. We'll be doing holiday stuff with the family and finishing up the last sled. Then I've got those trips. For the last 2 years since I've been taking them, I've wanted you to go along. I think you'd enjoy seeing Michigan, and I'd enjoy your company. She swallowed and braced herself. He probably wanted to take Rosaleen. She had to be ready for the announcement. And Rosaleen was not going to get Rosie to do this for her. I'll talk to Rosaleen and make sure she understands it's a friend thing. But I'd really like you to go.
I don't think anyone would think that's appropriate.
He spun, closing the distance between them with 2 long strides. I don't care what the rest of the world thinks, and you didn't used to either. Like when you wanted to become a librarian of a small town that didn't even have a library.
You're saying I owe you?
They'd never played like that before. They just did things because they were friends. There was no owing. No. She could almost hear his teeth grinding as he turned his head away. I feel like there's a wall between us that didn't used to be there. This would be a chance.
There is. You're engaged. That changes everything, and even more because it's to my sister. I can't just gallivant around the countryside with her fiancé.
She's not going to care.
You should take her, and if you'd rather take me, maybe that should tell you something.
She shouldn't have said that much, and she wanted to slap her hand over her mouth. But instead, she pushed off the desk and headed back toward her apartment. She didn't want to be with Max, whatever he wanted, or Liam. But it was better than being here while Cord tried to pretend that nothing had changed when everything had. Rosie. She didn't want to stop, but she couldn't walk away from him. Come with me. I have some things that I didn't talk to you about. Maybe for the first time in my life. But I've just made what seemed like common sense decisions. I've been thinking that perhaps they were the wrong decisions. In the dark and the stillness, his voice should have sounded loud, but it was faint, and she could barely make it out. He wasn't an angry man, but he didn't typically show insecurities either. That's what his voice sounded like. Insecure. Or like maybe he thought he might have been wrong.
I'll talk to Rosaleen,
she finally said. I will too. I already told you I would. But I know she won't care. A question on the tip of her tongue. Do you love her? Almost slipped out. But it wasn't her place to ask. Will you tell me what these guys are doing in your apartment? Did you really ask them to come?
No, I didn't ask either one of them.
But you're taking kissing lessons.
I'm sorry, I can't explain that.
She turned slightly. He'd moved toward her.
I already told him I didn't want them. I guess he was just being a jerk when he said that's what we were doing, although that is what he came for.
Will I ever find out the secrets that you're keeping? If only he knew.
I wish I didn't have to keep secrets.
Me too.
I don't know why Max is here.
You agreed to go out with him.
Yes.
At the time, it seemed like a good idea. Maybe it still was, although she didn't like the fact that he wouldn't accept her no.
I'd rather you wouldn't.
Anger surged through her. He didn't have the right to tell her not to date someone, unless this was advice from a friend. She tried to calm herself down. Why is that?
I don't trust him.
I don't really trust him either.
Then why are you going out with him?
Frustration made his voice louder. What could she say? Because Cord was taken, she felt she needed to put herself out there? What other reason was there? He asked and I said yes. I guess that's reason enough.
It's really not.
She wasn't going to give him a hard time about her sister, so she bit her lip to keep the words in. Suddenly, she felt like crying. Crazy because Cord had never, not once in all their years of friendship, ever made her feel that way. I've never told you who to date. I've never given you a hard time about anyone. If you want my opinion, I've always had one, but I haven't said anything because it's your life. You can do the same for me.
I want your opinion.
It's too late. You're engaged.
You're not. Maybe a good friend would keep their mouth shut, but Max isn't the kind of guy who's going to be good to you.
I know that, but maybe I just want to go out and do something with someone who actually wants me. Yeah, that was the one and only reason she'd said yes to Max. Well, that and maybe a little bit of anger that Cord could fall so easily for her sister. Or maybe to show that she didn't care. Cord started, but he broke off abruptly. Whatever he was going to say, it didn't matter, and she didn't want him to feel guilty or bad. It's just for fun. Max doesn't really care for me, and I just thought it'd be fun to get out. Not a big deal.
Right.
He didn't sound like he agreed, but there wasn't any argument for what she'd said, and they both knew it.
You'll help me with Joseph?
Yeah. Penny is the reading specialist at the school. She's in here a good bit. I'm sure I won't be able to get detailed info on him. That'll be confidential, but maybe I can talk to her about ways we can help him.
Thanks.
The relief in his voice told her clearly that he was truly concerned about Joseph, if she hadn't already known. There was a whole part of her that didn't want to turn and walk away again, that wanted to stand and somehow change his mind. But that wasn't what friends were for. She strode to the door and opened it. It had been too much to hope that Max and Liam had left. A quiet evening with a book was what she really wanted right now. But as she blinked at the brighter light, it wasn't hard to make out Liam and Max both sitting at her table, Max with some kind of package in front of him. They weren't talking. She didn't wait for Cord to walk through, but stepped over to the table. You know, Liam, you don't have to stay. In fact, please leave, is what she should have said to begin with. Liam gave her a more thoughtful glance than she'd been expecting before pushing up. I think you're a nice girl, Rosie, and I don't say that lightly, because, in my experience, there aren't a whole lot of nice girls in the world. His lip twisted a little, but he didn't dally and soon had his outerwear on and was gone. I think he's right. Max tapped the package in front of him. I just wanted to give you this and make sure we're on for Saturday. I'll be a gentleman, I promise. I wasn't before. She nodded, glancing at the package but not really curious about it. Maybe it showed what a shallow person she was, but she just didn't care that Max had given her a gift. Part of her wanted to laugh at the irony of having 3 men in her apartment. Her, a quiet librarian who'd barely ever had a date, had a kissing expert,
a ladies' man, and her sister's fiancé all visiting in one night. Busy night. And she preferred her books. She didn't want to cancel in front of Cord and Liam, especially after the conversation she just had with Cord, but it wasn't fair to Max for her to go on that date. She wasn't the slightest bit interested in him. "I think it might be better if we cancel. I'm not really what you're looking for anyway." That was the truth. Max was much more suited for someone like Rosaleen. He knew it as well as she did. Max eyed Cord before nodding his head, shoving his hat down on his head and walking out. Conscious of Cord behind her, Rosie eyed the package on her table before picking the mugs of milk up and rinsing them off in the sink.
"Aren't you going to open it?"
he finally said, walking over to the table before joining her at the sink with a towel to dry the mugs. "I think I'll wait." Even though she didn't feel any loyalty to Max, it felt wrong to open his gift in front of Cord.
"Just wondering. Guess it's nothing that would hurt you."
He'd always been protective, like a brother for his little sister, she supposed. But it was bothering her now. Her fault, not his.
"Well, I might not see you for a while,"
he finally said. Yeah. That's all she could say, because she'd be seeing him Friday night, as Rosaleen.
"Take care, Rosie."
He threw the towel on the counter and grabbed his jacket before he left, too. His leaving was the only one that pulled at her heart, but she shoved that tender feeling aside. She needed to throw herself into her work with the library, and Joseph would be a great distraction, too. Anything to get her mind off Cord. Maybe she should look into getting a second job, since she probably wouldn't be picking up extra cash working for Cord once he and Rosaleen got married. Moving over to the table, she picked up the package. It wasn't wrapped, but was a paper bag with handles. Maybe the name on the side was a big-name store, but she didn't recognize it. Reaching her hand in, she pulled out a book. A romance. Nothing risque, just a cute couple smiling at each other on the cover. An odd feeling went through her. Whatever she'd been expecting, it hadn't been this. She hadn't expected Max to pick out something that she might like. Something that almost seemed a little thoughtful. Although she'd never heard of the author listed on the cover, it looked like the kind of book she'd enjoy. Well, now maybe she'd get her wish of a quiet evening with a book. Chapter 8. Cord drove to Rockerton, frustrated and upset and not sure why, what to do about it, or even if he had the right to be either. After all, Rosie had been perfectly right. He was engaged to marry her sister. So he needed to back off. Problem was, she was his friend, and he cared about her. A lot. There wasn't anything wrong with that. Wanting to protect her, wanting her safety. She meant a lot to him, and he wasn't afraid to admit that. The problem came when he thought about Rosaleen. He wasn't nearly as worried about her. But he told himself it was because he believed she could take care of herself. Rosaleen was tough. She knew what she wanted, and she went after it. She knew the kind of moves to make, knew she was attractive to men, and wasn't afraid to take advantage of it. Rosie, on the other hand, she walked around with her nose in a book and had no idea how bad the world really was, or how to take care of herself in it. She was the kind of girl who made a great friend. At least, that was the way he felt before he kissed her. Kissing her had changed everything for him. Because it had clearly shown him that maybe the feelings that he had been calling friend feelings were more. He hadn't figured out what to do about it yet, though.
His heart wanted him to call the whole fiasco off with Rosaleen. After all, he loved her, but he wasn't in love with her. He'd never told her he was, and she'd never indicated she felt that way toward him. He assumed she didn't. They just agreed they were a good match, and both of them were looking to settle down. Rosaleen was having a hard time disengaging from Chicago, but she claimed she was anyway. But his head told him he had it all wrong. That the kiss was a fluke, and look what it had already done to his relationship with Rosie. She'd been distant and seemed almost annoyed with him. All because of that dumb kiss. If he could take it back and make everything go back to the way it was, he would. Because he valued Rosie's friendship far and above anything else. The thought, of course, made him pause. Everything? Wasn't Rosie right? Shouldn't Rosaleen come first? Even if he didn't really want a marriage that was all gushy and lovey, and he was pretty sure Rosaleen didn't either. Well, he'd talk to her about it. Tonight. He pulled into the parking lot of the restaurant they'd agreed to meet at. The wind swirled around, blowing snow and ice, but he could see Rosaleen standing on the sidewalk. Obviously, she'd recognized his truck and decided to wait for him. He should be looking forward to eating dinner with her rather than thinking about Rosie. A scarf covered her hair, and her coat was long and stylish. She wore pants and shiny boots. She even smiled as the snow and wind whipped around her. He didn't remember her loving the weather that much, but both Rosie and Rosaleen were even-tempered. He parked quickly and hurried over, hating to keep her out in the cold. He supposed, since they were now engaged, he should greet her with a kiss, but he didn't really feel comfortable with that, and she smiled at him, then put her head down as a big gust of wind blew.
Come on, let's get inside. You shouldn't have waited for me out here.
He put a hand on her back as she hurried along beside him, opening the door for her. They stood in the foyer for a moment and shook the snow off.
It's winter in North Dakota,
he said, feeling a little ill at ease.
Is it much colder here than Chicago?
She froze, like the question surprised her and she really had to think about it. Yes, it's colder here. Her voice sounded odd, a little strangled, maybe. Don't you get weird on me, too, he said lightly, opening the second set of doors and allowing her to move through first. Weird? She asked as she moved by him.
Yeah, Rosie was weird, and now you sound like you have no idea what the weather in Chicago might be and shocked that I might ask about it. It's the weather, a safe topic for everyone.
Rosie was weird? But the hostess interrupted them. He waited until they'd been seated and had their menus open before continuing.
She was. I told you about that accidental kiss and how it didn't mean anything. But Rosie must be overthinking it or something.
Maybe you're underthinking it, Rosaleen snapped. Huh? He felt dumb with his mouth hanging open, but what else was he supposed to say?
I thought you said you understood, that it could happen to anyone under those circumstances.
Maybe I've thought about it and changed my mind, Rosaleen said without looking up from her menu. His eyelids wavered. She set her menu down. I'm so sorry. I've been awful. It's so nice of you to drive the whole way here to meet me, and you don't deserve that bad attitude. She smiled at him, the flirty Rosaleen smile. I said it was okay, and that's what I meant. If Rosie's being weird, maybe that's because she just has a lot on her mind.
What in the world could she have on her mind?
She had the library and him, his horses and Joseph. Rosie wasn't a complicated person. You've been friends with her for a long time. Rosaleen's voice trailed off. Do we have to spend our time talking about my sister?
No, of course not.
He set his menu down.
We can talk about our wedding.
A shadow passed over Rosaleen's face, replaced quickly by what seemed like a forced smile. A man couldn't help but feel that his fiancée didn't really want to marry him when she gave him looks like that. The waiter came and they placed their orders. It had always been harder for Cord to talk to Rosaleen than Rosie. Rosie was just easy to laugh with, while Rosaleen seemed more sensual. He supposed he spent more time looking at her, despite the fact that they pretty much looked the same.
You know, the last couple of times I've been with you, you've reminded me more of Rosie.
Her eyes widened. It almost looked like fear hitting her face. He'd expected her to laugh. The look disappeared, replaced by a sultry smile and a slow wink. We are twins. I guess we should remind you of each other, just so long as you know which one you're with.
As long as I stand in front of the preacher with the right one.
Rosaleen sighed. You know, I do want to be my own person. I already share my face. I don't want to have to share my fiancé with my sister.
I know. Rosie has said things like that before.
Rosaleen bit her lip. She looked down at her hands.
What's wrong?
Cord asked, watching her fingers twist.
You seem distracted today.
Rosaleen gave him a smile, the kind he knew was fake. He returned it and made a banal comment about the weather. The conversation flowed a little less awkwardly after that, but the whole time, in the back of his mind, he fiddled with the thought. Was he making a mistake? Part of him wanted to kiss her and compare, now that he'd kissed Rosie. But the more lucid part of his brain dismissed that for the ridiculous idea it was. Because he'd figured something out, something that he probably should have known from the beginning. The kissing didn't matter. What good did it do him to spend the rest of his life married to someone who was a great kisser and had all the sultry looks down, if he couldn't think of anything to talk to her about? If he felt like a stranger when they sat across from each other, and if she never had time for him? Not to mention, he didn't want to have to beg her to come live with him. But he wasn't sure what to do. He didn't want to break up with her. Did he? Rosaleen had just finished reciting a detailed report on Chicago weather that sounded like it could have been memorized off a weather site on the internet, and he'd responded with an equally boring rendition of the weather in Sweetwater for the last week, along with predictions of the weather for the first half of January. He wanted to spend his life talking about more than the weather. But he'd never noticed that Rosaleen and he didn't have much on their own to talk about. Thinking back, it was obvious now that Rosie had facilitated their conversations. She was their connector, interested in both of them. Knowing what was going on in his life and in Rosaleen's life, and able to find the middle ground for everyone. Would it be a horrible thing to be married to his best friend? Neither of them had ordered dessert, and the bill lay on the table. Maybe he shouldn't break up with her as they were both leaving to go separate ways, but maybe it wouldn't be a breakup as much as it would be a mutual decision that what he'd hoped would work wasn't. He pulled the black bill toward himself and tapped a finger on it. Rosaleen? Her eyes were on the table. Her fingers twisted her napkin. She straightened it out and looked up at him. It wasn't like Rosaleen to be nervous either. Usually she was confident to the point of arrogance, almost. Something seemed off, but he ignored the feeling.
Are we still on for ice skating?
The skating rink seemed like a better place to discuss calling off their marriage than across a table in a busy restaurant. He wasn't afraid Rosaleen would get angry and storm out. That wasn't something either of the twins would ever do. He doubted she'd be any more heartbroken than he was, either. But he didn't want to be disrespectful or impolite, and he didn't want to bruise her pride. Still, one of them had to face the fact. Neither of them really wanted to get married. and if they couldn't even talk on a date, their marriage was bound to be a disaster. Chapter 9. Rosie deserved to be smacked up alongside the head. Her sister had trusted her to pretend to be her and make sure Cord had a great time on this date, and what had she done? Sat like a mouse in her chair, barely able to say 3 words at a time. She needed to do better. Just because she resented having to take her sister's place and was jealous, yes, jealous, that her sister had Cord, didn't mean that she shouldn't be doing her very best at whatever task had been set in front of her. Yes, I've been looking forward to ice skating. She loved to ice skate. Rosaleen wasn't as fond, but hey. Rosie put her hand on his arm and smiled up at him. Pushing all thoughts of her sister out of her head, she determined she would just make sure that Cord had a great time with her. Rosaleen could thank her later. He glanced down at her with his brows just a little wrinkled, which made her feel guilty since, obviously, he wasn't sure what to make of her. She squeezed his arm, enjoying the feel of the hardness under her hand. I dressed to skate. His eyes flicked down over her sweater and jeans. Then he put his hand over hers. She smiled, the friction of his calluses against her skin making her shiver. He noticed, and his own lips turned up in a grin. They shared a smile she wished was real before they walked out of the restaurant. Her hand dropped as they hit the cold outside on the sidewalk, and he took it in his, wrapping his fingers around hers and sliding their clasped hands into his pocket.
I thought you weren't very happy with us.
His words were low but still carried over the wind. I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind, but that's not fair to us, because there's no place I'd rather be than right here with you. At least she was speaking the truth.
I know ice skating isn't your favorite. It's Rosie who likes to skate.
I do too. Rosaleen really didn't like to skate, but if Rosie had to go on a fake date, the very least she could do was expect to have a good time.
Thanks.
Cord looked down on her with consideration. They walked down the sidewalk together, her hand tucked in his pocket, the wind blowing.
Maybe we could go to Chicago next time,
Cord said. Rosie's inside shifted, but she smiled. I'd love to show you around the Windy City. You'd love it there. She had no idea what she was talking about, but it sounded like something Rosaleen would say. At least, she thought it did. They were almost to her car where her skates were, when she realized Cord would wonder why she was driving Rosie's car. Why don't you run over and get your skates while I grab mine? She said.
I can wait.
Cord's smile made her heart hurt. Her stomach shifted, and she tugged at her hand. She couldn't let him see her car. We'll have more time to skate, she said. Please? He gave her a look that said he didn't agree with her, but he didn't want to argue about it.
Okay,
he said. He allowed her hand to slip out of his. The swirl in her stomach subsided, but she didn't feel relief until he turned away and started walking toward his truck. She hurried to her car, unlocked it, and grabbed her skates. Somehow, when they were done skating, she would have to find a way for him to not walk her the whole way here. And, in the future, if Rosaleen wanted her to pretend to be her, Rosaleen was going to have to provide a car. Although Rosie swore to herself she wasn't doing this again. Punching the lock on her key fob, she walked across the parking lot to Cord's truck. He had his skates and was just closing the door. His happy look became a little confused when he glanced at her skates.
I thought Rosie had the blue and pink skates.
Her heart sank. Why hadn't she considered that she was bringing her own skates? She'd never even thought about getting Rosaleen's rather distinctive red skates. Several beats of silence passed before she said, "The last time Rosie and I skated together, we got our skates mixed up and I ended up with hers." She had taken just a tad too long to answer him, and she knew it. The skeptical look faded from his face, but it had sounded like a lie even to her. "Come on," he said, putting his arm around her. They walked the rest of the way to the ice skating rink side by side without saying anything more. Rosie berated herself over the rookie mistake. She and Rosaleen had traded places often enough that she shouldn't be making errors like this. The problem was they'd never tried to fool Cord. It didn't sit well with her. Plus, goofing off was one thing. This felt way too much like lying. They found an empty bench at the end of the skating rink and sat to put their skates on. There was a friendly hockey game going on at one end, but thankfully the rink was large and there were couples skating on the other side. Rosie and Cord had played a lot of hockey in their time, but Rosie knew that Rosaleen hated playing. Cord would definitely think it odd if she suggested they join.
"Feels like it might be warming up,"
Cord said. Lights strung between the poles around the rink twinkled against the dark night. Laughter floated on the breeze. Cord's body felt warm beside her. Although she'd always rather be home somehow being Cord's ranch, the night was just about perfect. Even if she would have to skate demurely with the older couples on the side of the rink, rather than playing hockey like she would prefer. Cord stood and held out a hand.
"You ready?"
She put her hand in his and stood. The words came out of her mouth before she realized she was saying them. "Let's play hockey." She shouldn't have done it. It wasn't something Rosaleen would say. And of course, Cord's eyes got big.
"Really?"
he asked.
"You might sweat."
She laughed. She'd already said it. She might as well go with it. "It doesn't always have to be about me. I know you want to play." Cord looked over at the group of people dividing into teams. Rosie's eyes followed his gaze. There were couples and kids and individuals. It was definitely a pickup game. They were in luck because as they skated over, a couple with clasped hands waved goodbye and skated away from the just forming teams.
"We can take their place,"
Cord said. They were welcomed enthusiastically. It had been years since Cord and she had played together for any length of time, but they did spend enough time on the ice with each other in high school that they still played well together, and they were able to help their team score a goal in the hour that they played. The game broke up shortly afterward, and they skated away holding hands and laughing. They spent some time at the other end of the rink, gliding in lazy circles and laughing with each other. Rosie thought she was probably out of the woods until, just before they skated to the bench to remove their skates, she heard someone calling Rosaleen's name. At first, it didn't register, but she'd been answering to Rosaleen's name all her life. So she looked up. A man she didn't know with a nice beige jacket was skating toward them with a big smile on his face. Dread sucked Rosie's stomach in. "Rosaleen Bloom, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Chicago?" Rosie swallowed. She had no idea who this man was. He turned and looked behind him. "Justin, come meet Rosaleen." The man turned back to them. "My buddy and I are here on a business trip." For the first time, his eyes went to Cord. He got a little smirk on his face. "Is this your date?" He did air quotes around date and gave it a little twist with his voice. Rosie's eyes widened. What in the world did he mean? Whatever he was trying to say, she should stop it right now, even if she didn't know his name. "No, this is my fiancé, Cord." Cord's brows had drawn down with the man's question. He gave Rosie a glance before he looked back at the man. The man held out his hand to Cord. This was where Rosie should introduce them, except she had no idea who it was. Thankfully, the man didn't seem to notice. He grabbed Cord's hand and said, "Cord, is it? Never thought I'd see the day when Rosaleen settled down. She likes things exciting, if you know what I mean." The guy gave a grin that Rosie would consider leering, except it couldn't be leering, right? Because it was almost like he was insinuating that Rosaleen was loose. That couldn't be right. The men shook hands, and thankfully the man said his name, Trent, which of course didn't ring any bells for Rosie. "Well, so nice to see you, but we were just leaving." She grabbed Cord's hand and went to skate off. "Wait a second," Trent said. "At least wait until Justin meets you." "Oh, right, of course," Rosie mumbled. Beside her, Cord shifted. It would be rude to leave, but there wasn't too much that Rosie wanted to do more. She couldn't hang out with these men. It would be just a matter of time before Cord figured out she didn't really know them. In her gloves, her hands sweated, and suddenly her jacket was too warm. Did Rosaleen work with them? It seemed like they were casual acquaintances, or like maybe she dated Trent. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long, and Justin skated over with a big smile. "Hey, this must be the infamous Rosaleen." He grinned. "I've heard a lot about you." His tone was suggestive, which made Rosie blink several times. "Shh," Trent said with a wink. "This is her fiancé, Cord." "Oh, Rosaleen has a fiancé? I hadn't heard." His wolfish grin got even bigger if that were possible. "I'd say you're a lucky guy. Rosaleen should be able to keep you entertained anyway. Although you are living in Chicago, correct?" "No, she's moving out to my ranch, which is 2 hours north of here." Cord's eyes were narrowed, and any smile that had been on his face had faded. "Can't imagine Rosaleen living in the middle of nowhere. She'd be bored in 2 days. You're not making her quit her job, are you?" The way he said it made it seem like it would be a national catastrophe if Rosaleen had to quit her job. "No, she's going to work from home." Cord's tone sounded a little defensive. The eyebrows on both men rose. Rosie looked between them, concerned. Rosaleen had told her she was an executive assistant, but somehow Rosie was beginning to think that that wasn't true. She didn't like the constricting feeling that was starting to tighten her chest, nor the dread that was sticking like glue in her stomach. The men looked at each other. Justin seemed to realize that something he didn't quite understand was going on, and his smile faded, replaced by confusion. But Trent was completely clueless. "I don't know what kind of game you're playing, Rosaleen, but I don't believe for 1 second that you're getting married." Rosie had given up trying to pull Cord away, but as soon as Trent finished speaking, he stiffened, then looked down at her. "I'm ready to go." He didn't wait for her, but grabbed her hand, skated off the ice, and walked to the empty bench, sitting down heavily. He ran a hand through his hair. "That feels like a dream." He looked at Rosie. "Can you tell me that was a dream?" Rosie didn't know what to say, but she knew she had to defend her sister. "Is it going to make a difference?" Cord sighed. "Your past is your past, and what you've done before doesn't change anything. I think we both know I'd be lying if I said I was in love with you. We know you're not in love with me either." His eyes met hers. "Regardless of how we feel about each other, though, I think it's important that any running around ends with our marriage. I don't think I'm out of line to demand that." Rosie looked down at her hands. She wasn't sure what she expected out of Cord, but she knew he wasn't a jerk. He would never hold someone's past against them, and what he was asking was not unreasonable. If Rosaleen thought it was, then that was her problem. I can't argue with that. Her fingers twisted together.
I think there's more going on, though, isn't there?
Cord bent his head down, seeming to search for her eyes. She had a hard time meeting his gaze, but she had to.
Rosaleen, I think you need to level with me. You've been acting odd the last several times we've been together. There's something up, but I'm not sure what it is. You're keeping it from me, something more than what I just found out.
Like cancer spreading through her body, the guilt that Rosie had been harboring poisoned her veins. She'd never done this before, and her twin was going to hate her, but she couldn't keep up the pretense. Cord would hate her too. Of all the things in the world that could happen to her, the one thing that she didn't want to have happen was for her to lose her best friend. But she had to confess. Cord walking away would be the result. He might not hold Rosaleen's past against her, but he would never condone lying. The deceit that she'd been engaged in was unforgivable. She took a deep breath and swallowed hard, hoping her heart didn't jump out of her throat. I'm not Rosaleen. I'm Rosie. She squared her shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. And it was me who was with you when we picked out the cake. Rosaleen pulled a twin, and you know what that means. I couldn't tell her no. Cord's eyes flickered. The pain that went across them squeezed at her insides, constricting her lungs and making each beat of her heart painful. It had never been her intention to hurt him, but he felt betrayed, and rightfully so. It was easy to see that in his eyes at least. Anger, too. As he sat there, the anger pushed the other emotions aside. She wasn't afraid of his anger. He would never hurt her. But it made the guilt so heavy and hard, and she wanted to cry. She couldn't. This wasn't about her. His hands fisted and his bearing was stiff, but his voice was level as he spoke. As we were sitting in the restaurant, I had made up my mind to talk to Rosaleen and call the wedding off. I realized that without you between us, Rosaleen and I didn't have anything to talk about. I found myself wanting to talk to you. He swallowed. Rosie's mouth was dry and her throat hurt, but she didn't move. He shoved both hands in his pockets and looked over her head, blinking. I can't believe you would do this to me, Rosie. His head tilted down at her. I trusted you. I thought you were my friend. I can't believe you lied to me like this. His face twisted and his eyes narrowed. I know what Rosaleen actually did was worse than getting her sister to play her and deceive me. But what you did hurts worse, because I thought you were my best friend. He pulled his skates off and put his boots back on, lacing them up without saying anything. Miserable, Rosie did the same, tying the laces of her skates together and throwing them over her shoulder. Come on, Cord said. I'll make sure you get back to your car. I suppose you rented one? Cord had seen them exchange places often enough. He knew they were good at it. No, I never even thought about renting a car. I was so miserable about what I was doing, I didn't give it a thought. I forgot about the skates, too. She held her own skates up and took a shaky breath, her lungs hurting. I'm sorry. I know sorry isn't good enough, but I don't know what else to say. He looked down at the ground. I believe you. Believe that you're sorry. But I don't think I can trust you. He let out a breath. It was almost a groan. How can I ever trust you again? He shook his head. I guess it doesn't matter. His words scared her. Of course it matters.
If I had deceived you like that, would it matter to you?
She clamped her jaw together and looked straight ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are you saying you don't want to be friends anymore? There was hurt in her tone, but she couldn't hide it.
It's not that I don't want to be friends. It's just I don't see how we can be.
He shoved his hands in his pockets. They'd reached her car, and she stopped, turning to him, biting the insides of her cheeks, trying to hide the panic that boiled in her heart. She knew she deserved this. She never should have agreed to pretend to be Rosaleen. He was right. She had deceived him and lied to him. How could he ever trust her again? She hadn't noticed until that moment, but snowflakes drifted down lazily. It didn't look serious, and she doubted if it would amount to anything. Cord looked up at the sky.
I'll follow you home, just to make sure you make it there safely.
He gave her a last long look before he turned and walked to his truck. It hurt. Her whole chest burned because she'd deceived her friend and hurt him. But, as awful as she felt, as soon as she got in her car, she gave her twin a call. Something was going on with Rosaleen, and she needed to figure out what it was. Rosaleen might need help. But her call went to voicemail. She left a message, asking for a call back, and she called 4 more times on the ride home. But Rosaleen never answered. Chapter 10. Cord sat in his truck, staring at the steering wheel. His chest burned, his throat ached, and his heart felt hollow. Rosie. Of all the people in the world, he never thought Rosie would do this to him. It wasn't overly shocking that Rosaleen would get her sister to pretend to be her. He'd come to the conclusion that Rosaleen and he didn't really like each other. Or at least, they didn't have much to say to each other. And that was as much his fault as hers. But Rosie? He couldn't believe she'd agreed to this. Had she been laughing at him all this time? Rosie, who was so sweet and kind and innocent. She'd been his friend forever. At least, he thought she was his friend. But this definitely wasn't something a friend would do. And he wasn't out of line to feel betrayed. Her car drove slowly by in front of him, and he pulled up behind her. The really rotten thing about this whole mess? He'd just realized how much he cared for her. Obviously, she didn't feel the same. Cord drove home on autopilot all 2 hours following Rosie. He didn't pull off to go to his farm. Rather, he followed Rosie on toward Sweetwater. Several miles before town, he could see flashing lights in the distance. He thought he smelled smoke. His hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. His mother lived outside of town, so he wasn't worried about her. And Rosie's parents had downsized into a 1-bedroom efficiency apartment where they didn't have to take care of the grass since neither of them enjoyed working outside. Their apartment was in a small community just half a mile from the school where they both worked. Still, something was burning. Brake lights came on Rosie's car, and that's when his heart started to thump. They'd reached the houses at the end of town, and he could see the fire truck sitting along the street, right in front of the library. There were no flames, but in the spotlight from the fire trucks, smoke drifted up from the rubble of what used to be the library and Rosie's apartment. He might be angry at Rosie, and yes, maybe he was wondering if they could still be friends. But just because she had done something pretty horrible to him didn't mean he didn't still care about her, and his heart broke for her. What was she going to do now? The firefighters hadn't bothered to barricade the street, maybe because it was so late and there was no traffic. A group of people stood around on the sidewalk, looking at what used to be the library. Dark figures of firefighters moved like shadows in front of the smoky ruins. The red and white lights flashed in the dark, giving an eerie, odd glow to the scene. Rosie's car pulled along the sidewalk and stopped, but she didn't get out. He pulled in behind her and debated about what he should do. For 2 seconds. Then he opened the door and hurried up to her, stopping at her window. She didn't seem to notice him and didn't wind the window down. Her eyes were fixed on the scene in front of her, on the ruin that used to be her house, on the smoldering ashes that represented her dreams since high school. They'd fought long and hard together to get this library up and running. People had argued. The town was too small. They didn't have the funds to support it. No one would work there for pennies on the dollar. But Rosie had pushed through every objection and opened up her dream. Now it lay in smoldering ruins. Not just the library, but her house and everything she owned had gone up in smoke tonight. How could he not feel bad for his best friend and want to help? There wasn't a part of him that thought she deserved this after what she'd just done. He'd been angry, but had never wished anything bad to happen to her. And honestly, he understood. She'd been doing what she'd done for her twin, and it was obvious that she felt torn and upset about it. Rosie's door pushed open, and Cord stepped back far enough that she could get out. Her face, pinched and ravaged, seemed to be unable to turn from the devastation. At least she wasn't crying. He put a hand on her shoulder. Her face jerked to him. Obviously, she hadn't even known he was there. His stomach tightened and twisted at the look on her face. It matched the destruction of the smoldering ruins. He didn't even think about it, but wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. She was stiff at first, but as he tightened his arms around her and laid his cheek on her head, her own arms came up and wrapped around him.
"I'm so sorry,"
he said, his lips moving against her hair.
"It's not your fault."
"I know. I just feel so awful for you. I know how much you wanted this and how hard you worked for it."
Oddly, he felt tears prick his own eyes. Knowing the pain she must be feeling caused his own chest to hurt. She sniffed. He ran his hand down her back. As his eyes roamed over the smoldering ruins, he recognized one of the people standing in a group off to the side. His mother? Of course, she had just been voted onto the town council this fall. This would be a pretty big deal for them, too, since they were the ones who were funding it. As though she felt his eyes on her, his mother turned. She studied them for a minute or so, trying to figure out who they were in the dim light. Then she said something to the people she was standing with and walked toward them.
"Hey, you two."
His mother stopped beside them and put a hand on Rosie's back.
"Does anybody know what happened?"
Rosie asked, her voice only a little bit muffled by his jacket. His mother looked him in the eye. Rosie and he were so close, had been through so much together growing up, had done so much that he didn't think his mother thought anything about him holding her. Rosie didn't pull away, and he was glad for it. He wanted to keep her in the shelter of his arms. Not that he could take the pain for her, but this was definitely not something he wanted her to carry by herself.
"It's too early to tell for sure."
His mother's hand rubbed gently on Rosie's shoulder.
"The fire chief is speculating electrical wires sparked it. That happens a lot in these old buildings," he said.
His mother shrugged.
"They'll do an investigation and figure out for sure. But in the meantime, Rosie, you're welcome to come home with me. It's crowded right now because Clay and Raina and Tella and Charlie, She laughed. "There is a lot of us in the house, and it's small, but you are always welcome."
Rosie stiffened against him, like the idea of being around all those people right now was more than she wanted to face. He could no more stop the next words that tumbled out of his lips than he could stop his heart from beating.
I have an extra bedroom that's not being used. Rosie can come home with me. It'll be a lot quieter there, and she can regroup and figure out what she wants to do. I'm heading north with my sleds anyway shortly.
He wanted to pull Rosie closer, not let her go. He didn't question those feelings, but he squeezed her and then leaned back, trying to look in her eyes.
If you want, the offer's open. You know you're always welcome at my place. I was going to ask you to take care of Sadie and Bill while I'm gone anyway.
He knew giving her a place to stay wasn't going to solve all of her problems. The little bit that the township paid her for being the librarian took care of all her bills, but it hadn't left any extra. Her house was now gone, and he knew she didn't have any savings. She'd been very happy to be the librarian. It's all she ever wanted. He was pretty sure she would have no idea of what to do next. And despite the events of the evening, she'd been his best friend forever. He couldn't just walk away from her. Plus, it felt good to hold her. When her face turned to his, he realized she hadn't been crying. Maybe it was the shock of losing her home. She just seemed a little disoriented. Or maybe she just really didn't know what to do. Her head turned toward his mom.
"Thank you so much, Mrs. Stryker. I appreciate the offer, but I think for tonight, I'll go with Cord."
His mom didn't say anything, but she nodded. She wasn't thrilled, he could tell that from her expression, but she seemed to realize this was what Rosie needed, at least for tonight. He pulled Rosie back against his chest, somehow feeling like she really belonged there. Funny how a devastating loss could erase the feelings of betrayal and remind him that his lifelong friend had always been there for him. How could he not be here for her? Ted Simone, the fire chief, walked up behind his mother.
"That's Rosie, right?"
he asked, his voice sounding rough on the night air. Rosie pulled away, slightly turning her head to look at him. She nodded.
"Yes, Mr. Simone, it's me."
Growing up with the twins the way he had, Cord was used to people being confused as to which one they were talking to. Obviously, even though he was engaged to one and considered the other one his best friend, he didn't always know which one he was talking to.
"I know this is probably a shock to you," the chief said. "I don't want to make things harder than what they are, but I do have some questions I need to ask you."
Cord kept his arm firmly around Rosie. She didn't try to pull away, although she was no longer leaning against him.
"It's fine. You can ask me whatever you need to."
Under his hand, she trembled slightly, but her voice was steady. The chief asked what Cord would consider the normal questions in this type of situation. Where she was, what she had been doing, if she had left any appliances on or smelled smoke at any time before she left, and on and on. Rosie answered in a soft voice, but her words were firm. Maybe this happened with every fire. Probably they always had to check with the homeowner. He supposed people really did set fires just to get insurance money. As the chief continued to ask his questions, it was obvious that Rosie didn't have any insurance. When the chief asked that question, and Rosie answered no, Cord's eyes went to his mother, his brows slightly lifted in question. If anyone knew whether the council had insurance on the library, his mother would know. His mother's eyes were sad as she gave a small shake of her head. Cord's stomach dropped and felt like it landed with a splat on the cement sidewalk. Rosie truly had lost everything, and she wouldn't be getting any of it back. The chief was finally done with his questions, and he thanked them, giving Rosie an awkward pat on her back before walking away. With a little pressure, Rosie moved back toward Cord, laying her head on his chest.
"I'll have Lark and Charlie bring some clothes for her in the morning."
His mother gave Rosie another sympathetic look. Rosie nodded. Cord said,
"I appreciate it."
His mother gave him a thoughtful look.
"I'm not going to get into your business, but you probably ought to make sure Rosaleen knows that you've got Rosie staying with you."
A brow raised, wrinkling her forehead.
"I know you don't think anything of it, but other people might."
That was all the warning she issued before she bent over and whispered something in Rosie's ear that he couldn't hear. Rosie's head nodded up and down. His mother gave her back one last pat and strode off. Rosie's hands tightened around him, and they stood there for a while. Him looking at the smoldering ruins and watching the firefighters walking back and forth, hosing water on the last of the glowing flames, and her keeping her face buried in his coat. He wasn't sure how long they stood there, off to the side, in the cold and dark, before she lifted her head.
"Part of me wants to go over and dig through the ashes, looking for anything that might have made it through the fire."
The wind gusted, blowing her hair across her face, but he still saw her throat work as she swallowed.
"But most of me just wants to go somewhere and pretend it never happened. Is that too juvenile?"
His lips tilted up a little. Her lack of ambition, the dearth of desire to do anything other than be in her hometown, happy in her library, had been a sore point with her parents for years. Juvenile was a word he'd heard them use more than once. It was something she was a little sensitive about.
"I think, however you want to deal with this, that's what you should do. And if that means you come to my house and pretend it never happened, that works for me."
Her face was pinched and tight, her eyes painful, but the corners crinkled and her lips tilted up. He'd just told her he was on her side, and the expression on her face said she knew it and appreciated it. Her lips pursed.
"I just want you to know that I see what you've let go tonight, and I appreciate you."
That was so like Rosie. She hadn't forgotten that he had every reason to be angry at her, and this was her way of saying she appreciated him letting it go.
"Come on,"
he said, putting his arm around her and turning.
"You can leave your car here, and I'll drive you home."
Maybe home was the wrong word. It wasn't her home they were going to, but she didn't seem to get offended at his use of that word.
"Let me get my coat out of it, since it's pretty much all I own, apparently."
"It won't be that way for long if I know my sisters. You'll have more clothes than you know what to do with by dinner time tomorrow."
He gave a little grin, since she seemed like she wasn't quite as upset as she had been, and he felt like he could tease her.
"You know how girls are."
"Women," she said. "We're women."
And yeah, her lips tilted up, and he considered it a full-on smile.
"You're tough, kid."
"That's because I was trained by the best."
Her shoulder lifted.
"There's nothing I'm going to do about it. Might as well laugh, right?"
"I'm not sure that's what the rest of the world thinks."
He squeezed her shoulder, guiding her to the passenger side of his pickup.
"But I think it's a great attitude. And don't get a big head, but I admire it."
He opened the door, and she started to climb in, pausing to look at him.
"You do know that when we get to your house, I'm going to lock myself in the spare bedroom and cry for 3 solid days, correct?"
"Don't lock the door, otherwise I'll have to beat it down so I can bring water to you."
He waved his arm at the smoldering ruins, hating to remind her of it, but happy she was laughing.
"You can make headlines with this, and that's fine, but I don't want to make headlines because your dead body was found in my spare room."
He set his jaw, not really joking.
You will be drinking, at least.
Oblivion sounds great. I hope your liquor cabinet is fully stocked.
He snorted. He didn't have a liquor cabinet, and Rosie knew it.
No liquor,
he said.
but I have an endless supply of water. I'll even go to the store and get milk for you. And if you're nice to me, I might make you some tea.
Really?
She said with a lifted brow.
Tea? I thought real men didn't drink tea.
That's how much I'm willing to give for you.
He smiled his best friend's smile, devious and conspiratorial.
Wow, you must really like me, she said. Or you want first dibs on rooting through my ruins.
Nah, I'm not much of a rooter, but if you're feeling up for it, I'll come in with you tomorrow and we can go through it together.
He was serious. Rosie would know it. They'd been friends long enough that he could switch from teasing to serious, and she would follow the mood swings. They'd never had a problem reading each other.
I'll take you up on that, but I get 3 days to mourn and be depressed.
Is that 3 days before we root or 3 days after we root?
She waved her hand in the air.
Details,
she said with an airy affectation. The pinched look on her face hadn't disappeared, but her smile had gotten easier as she sat in the seat of his truck and he held on to the door. He hadn't been able to leave her to close it and walk around, happy that she was talking and seemed like she was going to be okay. Like if he closed the door and walked away even for a few seconds, she might be back to holding on to him and burying her head in his chest. Not that he minded that. She could hold on to him any time. But he didn't like seeing her unhappy. Although, what other way was there to be when her home had just burned to the ground?
Well, you better get it figured out, because I'm a busy man.
They grinned at each other. Her parents hadn't actually been impressed with his drive and determination either. Owning a small ranch, training his horses, building sleds. It hadn't taken a college degree, which was her parents' standard of success. Rosaleen had been the only one who attained that goal. Both he and Rosie were happy at home. Their shared smile said they knew it. He tapped her shoulder before closing her door and hurrying around the front of the pickup. Still somehow afraid that when he got back in, she'd be morose and depressed again. That was an unfounded worry. Mostly. She sat in the seat, staring out the window at the smoldering ruins. He needed to be serious. Plus, he really was concerned for her. He'd be devastated if his house burned down, and even worse if his barn had gone too. She just lost everything.
Hey,
he said, touching her arm softly.
I know I've been joking a little, just because it's hard not to see you smiling, and I know there's nothing I can do. But are you really okay? I mean, I know you just lost your home and everything you had, and I'm not expecting you to be happy about that. But, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say... His voice trailed off, and he ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what I'm trying to say. She reached out and took his hand, their fingers somehow threaded together, an occurrence that was unusual but not unpleasant. Her eyes seemed to catch on their fingers, and she seemed as surprised as him at the position of their hands. Maybe if he didn't know her so well, he wouldn't have noticed the setting of her jaw and the squaring of her chin before she lifted her head and looked him in the eye.
It's just stuff.
Her voice was soft but firm, and her eyes didn't waver.
Isn't there a verse about that? I got here without anything, and I'm going to leave the same way. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Isn't that the most important thing?
He nodded slowly, knowing she was right, knowing it was the best attitude, but still surprised. She took a deep breath and her eyes moved away.
The library wasn't that big, and if there had been a fire while it was open, probably everyone would have gotten out. But maybe they wouldn't have. So that's what I'm thankful for. That if it had to happen, it happened at night when no one was there and no one got hurt.
Her fingers squeezed his.
All of that stuff can be replaced, but people can't.
Her eyes lifted back up to his.
And there are other things that are irreplaceable, like the relationship I have with my best friend. I was playing fast and loose with that, and I'm sorry. It didn't take me 2 seconds to see my burned-down house before I knew that losing my house was okay, but losing you wouldn't be.
Her lip twisted back. Her words made things settle and shift in his chest. Maybe not in an uncomfortable way exactly, but in a way that changed things. She was telling him that losing her house wasn't the catastrophe that losing her friend would be, and she was talking about him.
I appreciate you setting aside your feelings for me tonight, and that, along with the fire, really helped put things in perspective for me.
She picked at her pants with her fingernail.
And by that, I mean how really awful it was for me to have done what I did. How irresponsible it was for me to take a chance on losing what we have, a great friendship.
She pulled her lips and looked up at him. Even with the dim lighting, he could see there were tears in her eyes, which was really saying something. Because in all the years that he had known her, he'd only seen her cry a handful of times. Honestly, he couldn't remember the last time she cried. She wasn't exactly crying now, because the tears in her eyes hadn't spilled onto her cheeks yet. Maybe it would be a good thing for her to cry over her house, over the lost library, over everything that had been taken from her tonight. But he couldn't stand to see her cry over him. He did something he had never done before. He lifted their joined hands, brought her knuckles to his lips, and kissed them softly. You forget that I know how persuasive Rosaleen can be. She's not my twin, but I grew up with her too. He agreed to get married to her, but that didn't change the fact that it was hard to tell Rosaleen no. But he wanted to ease Rosie's mind. I know you didn't do it to hurt me. I know you love your sister, and you'll do anything she asks you to do. And I believe that you never gave a thought about what it might do to me. He blew a breath out. Seeing you lose everything, and seeing you sit here and tell me about the things that really matter, helps me to know that for sure. He laughed a little. And all of that also helped me to realize that I don't want to lose your friendship either. I'm not going to let unforgiveness stay between us, and I'm not going to hold a grudge. You're allowed to make mistakes. He tilted his head a little. Just remember that I make mistakes too. Her lips trembled as they tilted up, and her fingers stroked their joined hands.
Thank you.
He wasn't sure what to do with the writhing emotions inside his chest. He wasn't sure what they meant. But he did know he didn't want to let go of her hand. So he stuck his left hand through the steering wheel and turned the key, starting his pickup. He grabbed the gear shift with the same hand and eased the clutch out. If Rosie noticed that he didn't seem to want to let go of her, she didn't say anything. Of course, she had to notice. He wanted her to, really. Whatever he felt for her, friend thing or whatever it was, had shifted and changed in incremental amounts over the past few weeks. Tonight, there had been a seismic shift, and a settling that he wasn't sure what to do with. He didn't really want to examine his feelings. He just wanted to go with it. But it wouldn't be that easy. He was going to have to do some hard things, make some hard choices. But not today. though he wasn't fooling himself to think that he could get out of the decisions indefinitely. Therefore, he needed to make a decision. He knew exactly what he wanted, or really, who he wanted. But he needed to talk to Rosaleen first. No matter what she'd done, it wasn't right for him to proceed in the direction that he wanted to go without discussing it with her and breaking things off with her the right way. It would add a lot of time to his trip, but he would drive to Chicago before heading to Michigan to deliver his sleds. Chapter 11. Rosie watched as the looming shadow of Cord's barn became larger and larger in the windshield. Her chest felt hollow, like a tree that had been gutted by birds and wild animals. But in there somewhere, her heart still beat. She knew it because Cord might be holding her hand, but he had touched her heart tonight. While the way she'd acted had been inexcusable. Funny that on the trip out to his place, she'd been more upset about the way she'd treated him than she was about her house, such that it was burning down, or about losing the library. She'd meant every word she'd said to him, and more that she couldn't say. Words and thoughts and feelings that balled up in her mind and in her heart, but couldn't be allowed past the gateway of her mouth. She had no idea what she was going to do. Cord would probably check on his horses. And she was tired. She'd think about her problems in the morning. That included what in the world she was going to do with her life now. Since the council could barely be convinced to pay the small stipend that they'd agreed to pay the librarian, they certainly weren't going to be convinced to shell out the money to rebuild the library.
I'm going to check on Sadie and Bill. You coming with me?
Cord shut the pickup off and turned toward her. Maybe he'd forgotten about their joined hands lying on the seat between them, but she sure hadn't. That was another thing she didn't know what to do about. Probably the best thing she could do would be to pack up and move away. She'd think about it in the morning. Sure, she answered him, but she didn't want to be the one to pull her hand away. Maybe Cord didn't either, because he sat still as well. His thoughtful gaze rested on her for a moment before it dropped to their linked hands. She followed his gaze down. They were best friends. He'd held his hand out to help her many times. Pull her up to the hayloft, help her up on the tractor, go upstairs or climb bleachers even. But this, their hands linked, lying on the seat between them, was different. They both knew it. But apparently, he didn't know what to do about it any more than she did, since he didn't move and didn't say anything. Maybe he was just as afraid as she was of ruining their friendship.
It's been a pretty wild evening,
he said. Although the silence around them had been deep, his voice wasn't nearly as loud or confident as it normally was.
I'd like to talk to you.
His hand squeezed hers.
About this, about some other things, about what you're going to do. But you're tired, and so am I. Let's sleep on everything that's happened before we talk about any of that.
That's fine, Rosie said softly. Her chest didn't feel so empty when she thought that maybe Cord was in this with her.
I have to leave the day after tomorrow.
He looked at his phone.
It is tomorrow. He smiled a little. I have to leave tomorrow to deliver the sleds to Michigan. I'm going to stop in and see Rosaleen on my way.
Rosie nodded but didn't say anything. There wasn't anything for her to say. They hadn't talked about Rosaleen and Cord. It was totally up to him as to what he was going to say to Rosaleen. Unless he included Rosie, which he hadn't.
Will you stay here, take care of Bill and Sadie, And see what you can do about Joseph, too, while I'm gone?"
She was nodding before he was finished. It wasn't a hard decision to make. It wasn't like she had anywhere else to go. "Thanks for not pushing me." She lifted her brows. "Thanks for not punishing me."
"You're welcome. For the second time. That's what friends do."
He moved, and their joined hands separated. She knew it would have to come to an end eventually, but she was sad to see it go.
"Come on," he said. "It's always relaxing to work with the horses. Bill and Sadie can't fix our problems, but they can ease our hearts."
From experience, Rosie knew he was right about that. She opened her door and jumped out of his pickup, leaving her purse in the seat. It was weird to think that that was all she had in the world. She couldn't start thinking about that now. She was tired, and the only thing she'd end up doing would be to cry. Slamming the door, she shoved her hands in her pockets and walked around the truck, meeting Cord and following him into the barn. The soothing smell of fresh hay and the slightly stronger scent of horse greeted her. Comforting and beloved, the scent reminded her of all the hours Cord and she had spent working with his horses, the fun and fellowship they had together. Despite the uncertainty of her future, the memories made her smile. Cord hit the lights, just the ones over the stalls, and she walked down the narrow aisle. Bill and Sadie both had their heads over the gates at the end of their stalls. Sadie nickered low. "Hey, sweetie," Rosie said.
"I bet you guys just about gave up on me," Cord said, grabbing a pitchfork.
"You want me to get them some water?"
Cord paused, looking at her like he wasn't sure if she might break.
"I'll do it."
She smiled, not that she felt like it, but just to let him know that she was okay. Maybe not okay, but going to be okay. She held her hand out for the pitchfork. "I promise I'm not going off the deep end and going on a rampage with this." Cord's teeth flashed.
"It's uncanny the way you're able to read my mind."
She rolled her eyes and grabbed the pitchfork. He let it go, walking over to the hose and grabbing it, while she went to the round bale in the corner and started forking hay to carry to the horses. They worked for a while in silence, and she was finished when Cord spoke while rolling up the hose.
"You know, Sadie and Bill have been the one constant in our lives. Since we got them when we were still in high school, so many things have changed, but they've always been here. Always need feed, always need water, always need attention. Training them, grooming them, working with them. No matter what else has been happening, they were here."
Rosie leaned the pitchfork against the wall and watched the horses as they ripped some hay out of the bunch and chewed it, their eyes patient and wise. "They've been good for you, and you've loved them. Thanks for including me with them." Cord didn't hesitate.
"I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. You're the one who did all the research. I probably would have ruined them if I'd tried to train them myself, which is what I was going to do before you helped me." Rosie didn't say anything, shoving her hands in her pockets and watching the horses. He was right, really. She had helped him. It wasn't like she'd been along for a free ride. Although he'd done the hard work being the daily grind, day after day after day, feeding, watering, training consistently. Anyone could do it for a day, maybe even a week. Taking care of an animal was work every day, whether one felt like it or not. "Didn't you just say that's what friends are for?" She didn't feel much like smiling, not really, except with Cord she really couldn't help it. "I think that's what we agreed on."
He'd already been in the stalls while waiting for the water buckets to fill and checked the horses' hooves, so they stood for just a bit longer, watching the big animals eat. There was something comforting and relaxing about the munching sound of hay being chewed. Rosie could have stood there all night, but she was tired,
and started to sway on her feet. Whether Cord noticed, whether he was just tired too, she didn't know. But he said, "Come on," and held out his hand. She didn't have to look at it for very long before she took it. It wasn't a hard choice. Rosie felt like her head barely touched the pillow before she heard noises in the kitchen and blinked her eyes to bright sunlight streaming in through the window of Cord's spare bedroom. She was tired and stiff and wanted to pull the covers over her eyes and go back to sleep, but she rolled out of bed anyway. It wasn't until she was standing beside the bed that she remembered that Cord had given her a pair of jogging pants and an old t-shirt to wear. They hung on her. Her feet were completely covered, and she stood on the pant legs. But she didn't have anything else to change into. Female voices came through the closed door. Cord's home was a single-story, two-bedroom rancher, and the voices sounded like they were coming from the living room and kitchen. She couldn't recognize them, but she assumed it was Lark and Charlie. To her surprise, she had fallen right to sleep last night, and she hadn't had time to think about anything. She had no idea what she was going to do, and she probably would have to talk about it if she went out, which she didn't want to do, but she wasn't going to hide in the bedroom all day. Plus, they might have clothes. On that thought, she opened the door and walked out. Cord's room was directly across the hall from hers. His door was shut. The single bathroom in the house was between the two doors. After a quick stop there, she walked out to the living room. Cord stood leaning against the counter, holding a steaming cup. Probably coffee. She could smell it. His youngest sister, Charlie, had her arms crossed and was in the middle of a soft tirade. Lark had her hands shoved in her pockets and leaned against the wall, listening. Cord looked up as he was lifting his coffee cup to his mouth and froze when he saw Rosie. Charlie saw his change of expression and quit talking, and both blonde heads swiveled to look at her. She met Cord's eyes across the room. The eyes of her friend, right? Except the stirring in her stomach and the tingling at the end of her fingers didn't really say friend. And she'd never really noticed the width of his chest before, or his solid jaw, or the blue-green depths of his eyes as he stared at her. She tried to shove the jumbled mass of feelings in her chest out of the way and moved her gaze to Charlie and Lark. She gave a sheepish smile. "I slept a little longer than I was expecting." Lark pulled her hands out of her jeans pockets and strode toward her. Lark had been a few years younger than her in school, although Cord had been Rosie's best friend all through school, and they'd spent a lot of time together. Of course, she knew Lark, and to know Lark was to love her.
"I'm so sorry,"
Lark said as she wrapped her arms around Rosie and drew her into an orange-scented hug.
"I can't believe the library is gone. I know how much your books meant to you and how hard you worked to start it."
It might have seemed a little funny that Lark didn't even mention her house, but Lark knew what was important to Rosie. Her books. Providing a place for the kids in Sweetwater to read. A place for them to hang out. Somewhere warm where they could get snacks in the winter and relax in the summer. The shelves of books just made it all better. Lark's short curly hair framed her face and bounced in playful ways that suited her bubbly personality as she drew back.
"Charlie and I brought some clothes. I brought my favorite skirt and my best pair of boots. And Charlie's giving you her white button-down blouse that she never lets me borrow."
Charlie, who was the youngest of Cord's siblings and still in school, maybe a senior, came over and put her arm around Rosie. Not as outgoing and friendly as Lark, Charlie was still sweet, and there was nothing but concern on her face.
"I would have brought you my favorite pair of boots, but my feet are 3 sizes larger than Lark's, and Cord told us that Lark's size was the same as yours."
She slanted a glance at Cord.
"I would think it's weird that my brother knows your shoe size, But considering how much time you two have spent together over the years, it's probably to be expected.
Her lips quirked in a smile before she bit her lip.
I'm sorry about the library and your home as well.
Rosie's nose tingled and the back of her throat closed.
You guys really didn't have to bring me anything, but I truly appreciate it.
She held her arms out from her sides, Cord's two big clothes hanging from her.
This is all I have other than the outfit I was wearing last night.
Hope blossomed in her chest.
Unless you guys went through town and maybe it's not as bad as I remember it being.
She knew her face probably had a puppy dog hopeful expression on it, but that disappeared pretty fast. Because both girls were shaking their heads. Lark took her hand.
We stopped. Mom said it was a total loss, but we thought surely we could root through and find something or maybe some things.
Lark's hand squeezed hers, and her eyes held compassion.
There is literally nothing left. We got out of the car and walked through, just in case.
Charlie bit her lip. After seeing the fire last night, this was exactly what Rosie expected, but she hoped for better news. Her chest felt like it was filled with mud, and she blinked several times. Lark threw a worried glance at Cord. He'd already set his coffee cup on the counter and started walking over. He nodded his head at the bag sitting by the door. There must have been 10 of them.
If you want to see if there's something in those bags that fits you, I'll take you into town and you can look for yourself.
Rosie shook her head slowly. Maybe she was crazy, but she didn't want to see it. Although there was a part of her that was curious. Could she find something that everyone else had missed? Was there truly nothing left? Maybe she should take him up on it.
Unless you need us, we weren't going to stay.
Lark's hair waved around her face as she tightened her hold on Rosie and squeezed her. The comfort felt good. Rosie had no idea what she was going to do. Still had no idea. Maybe it was normal. Maybe she wasn't expected to know exactly what to do the morning after a catastrophe like this.
Thank you so much for bringing clothes over. I truly appreciate it.
She knew she wasn't really acting like it.
I'm sorry I'm not the greatest person to talk to today.
Lark waved her hand in the air, dismissing Rosie's concern.
We didn't come here to talk. In fact, we didn't expect to even see you. Although, if you need us, we're here. I know. Thank you.
Lark and Charlie stayed for a few more minutes before they bid farewell to their brother, saying their mother had driven to Rockerton for a meeting and might stop in later, and they headed out. Rosie watched them go, noting how they laughed with Cord and how he teased them. Lark had been in the library a good bit. Rumors had swirled about her and the man she worked for, Jeb. Romantic rumors. But Rosie had never heard anything from Lark herself, so she found them hard to believe. Twice, Jeb himself had come in. He'd been very polite, but quiet. She might even say he was shy. He borrowed her 2 lone books on protein and feed rations for dairy cattle. Rosie blew out a breath. Never again. Not only would Jeb not be in the library again, no one would ever borrow a book from the Sweetwater Library again. The thought choked her up. But then she thought, was that true? Was she not going to rebuild? Of course, she wasn't. There was no money. Cord closed the door and walked back across the floor. He stopped in front of her.
You're looking a little shell-shocked.
She lifted her shoulder slightly.
I'm sure you mean that in the best way possible.
She couldn't sit around and mope, and she had to find her sense of humor. In her experience, it was the best way to deal with stuff like this. Not that she'd ever been through stuff like this. Although, if she had to go through something like this, Cord would be the person she'd want to go through it with. Cord grinned.
Of course.
He moved close enough to touch her and put a hand on her shoulder. It was just the comforting touch of a friend, of course. Only her crazy heart wanted it to be more.
I can't delay my trip tomorrow. I need to deliver the sleds. But I'm here today, and if you need me for anything, I'm more than happy to help.
Maybe it was just her imagination, but it felt like his fingers moved lightly over her shoulder. Odd how a touch on her shoulder could make her chest warm. She moved away from his hand. She needed to remember he was engaged to her sister. Maybe she should talk to him about that, but it felt like she had enough to deal with right now. I can't believe how many clothes your sisters brought. She looked over at the bag sitting by the door and wrapped both arms around her stomach. Maybe I'll carry those to my room and see if there's something I can wear. I don't really want to go look at the library. Maybe it's a little like a funeral where I'd just rather remember it the way it used to be rather than the way it is. But I think I need to be an adult about this and face it. There might be something I can salvage from the ruins.
That's my girl.
Cord's fingers found hers, tightening for a moment, and his eyes shone down. His teeth flashed, and her heart skipped. He moved just a little closer, and she felt herself leaning toward him before she realized what she was doing and tore her eyes away. It was going to be hard to give him up and get over him if she was living in his house. She needed to figure something else out, and fast. Definitely a good night's sleep had helped her feel like she could face this. Not that she didn't still feel devastated. Cord helped her carry the bags to her room before he went out to check the stock and start the pickup. Rosie discovered that what Lark and Charlie had given her by way of the clothes actually ended up being more than she had owned before the fire. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Cord was the same way, always giving more. Most of the clothes were nicer than what she owned previously. She picked out an outfit that wasn't too fancy. She had to admit looking good bolstered her spirits and gave her confidence. Cord would be beside her, and she could do this. Chapter 12. Maybe she didn't want to do this. Rosie sat in Cord's pickup, looking at the rubble of what used to be the library in her small apartment. Her stomach was a wet, jumbled blob of shredded paper, and her body refused to move.
You don't have to do this,
Cord said beside her.
I can take you home.
She gave him a look, lifting her brow and pulling one lip back. This is my home. Was. His fingers rose from the steering wheel before gripping it again.
Don't mean to rub it in or anything, but was is definitely the operative word here.
He didn't exactly smile, but his eyes crinkled. He wasn't laughing at her, and he wasn't making light of her problems. He was just offering companionship and conversation. She appreciated that. You could be a little more respectful when you talk about my former home. His eyes skimmed over the rubble.
Maybe you have a point there. Looks like a graveyard.
His words were apt. It was a graveyard. Maybe she was being dramatic, but it was the graveyard of her dreams. She lifted a shoulder. I think you're right in a way. Regardless, I know it's only been a day, but you know I'm not getting the money to rebuild. I know it too. She pursed her lips.
You can't be sure about that.
She unbuckled her seatbelt with a click and let it snap back in the holder. Grabbing the door latch, she yanked it open. I'm sure, but I think that's going to be for the best. She hopped out of his truck. He followed her out, meeting her at the front. The sidewalk was deserted, which wasn't uncommon for Sweetwater in the middle of winter. Wind blew down, stirring the ashes, pulling smoke out of the embers.
How so?
He asked, his eyes on the ruins. Her eyes were fixed there, too. Everyone was right. There was truly nothing left. A few walls, a charred bookcase or two, the mostly melted remains of her desk, her bathtub and sink. But she was here, so she stepped off the sidewalk and looked over the wall that was only half standing. She didn't even want to go in and look around, but she was here now. They bypassed the yellow tape around the half-burnt wall and stepped in.
I just mean I think it might be time for me to move on.
She kicked a pile of ash, uncovering a charred book.
Move on in what way?
Cord asked, not liking the cramping of his stomach. She shrugged.
Library jobs are hard to find, but I'll have more luck moving to a bigger city. Maybe Rockerton, but probably Fargo.
Cord was thankful she wasn't looking at him, because he knew his eyes were probably wide and alarmed. He tried to stop the panicking of his insides. She had her hands shoved down in her coat pockets, and her shoulders hunched against the wind. Her hair was covered by a thick beanie, and her eyes drifted over the area where her apartment had been. A few large pieces remained, but the whole area looked gutted. It matched the way his stomach felt at the idea of losing Rosie. He knew what he could do to keep her from having to leave. He wasn't surprised at the idea, because he thought of it last night while he was feeding Bill and Sadie. He thought he had time to think about it, though, or time for some other solution to present itself. Of course, he had the $1 billion inheritance. He'd almost made a big mistake with Rosaleen over that, and it wasn't sorted out yet. He still needed to talk to Rosaleen. No, he wasn't going that route again. But he did have something he could do. Rosie just needed to give them some time. She'd object if he told her about it, so he'd wait.
It's pretty soon to make a decision.
He hoped he didn't sound as desperate as he felt.
Why don't you give it a few days, a week? A couple of weeks wouldn't even be unheard of.
She looked up at the gray sky, her shoulders slumped. She closed her eyes. Finally, she opened them and looked straight at him. He felt that look clear to his toes.
I don't want to be in limbo anymore. We both know what I was doing here with the library wasn't something that could last.
He didn't give her a chance to go on.
But you loved it. What does it matter if it didn't pay a whole lot? Or that it wasn't a job that was going to lead to a great promotion, or it wasn't what some people consider a good job? You were doing a good thing, a necessary thing, here in Sweetwater. People need a library, and you provided it. A successful life isn't necessarily one that makes a lot of money. At least, not in my eyes. Hopefully, he'd been convincing. He didn't know how to say what was in his heart, but he knew he was right about the library and the job. They'd talked about it before, when that's what she wanted to do, and her parents hadn't thought it was a worthwhile endeavor. She'd been shaking her head the whole time he was talking, and now she put her hand up, stopping him.
In theory, you're right. It sounds really good to live a life of service to others. But in reality, all it took was one catastrophe, and everything I had, or thought I had, is gone. That's not a successful life.
Her hand slowly dropped as her eyes swept across the charred mess.
You haven't given it any time. Maybe the people of Sweetwater will come together. You might be surprised at what you have by the time this is over.
He could tell by the look on her face that she wasn't convinced.
The people here, who use and love your library, would call you successful.
Her lips flattened.
I'd like to think you're right, that a person can serve others and have their life be considered a success. We both know that's not the way it works. People thought I was nuts when I wanted to do this anyway."
She turned away from him.
"It turns out they were right. I can see that now. You can't live a life based on dreams and goodwill."
He supposed the discouragement in her voice was a normal follow-up to losing her home and everything she'd worked for to the fire. But he hated it all the same. And he didn't really know what to do about it. Not now, anyway. What he had in mind would take time, at least a week. He was pretty sure one phone call would do it, though. He stepped over something that maybe had been a shelf at the end of the library. The kids' desks would have sat not far from where they were standing, but they were old and had probably been made of inexpensive particle board, and there was absolutely nothing left of them. The beating of his heart was painful, but he stepped that much closer and put his arm around her. She leaned into him immediately, and he felt like she needed the comfort. His other arm came up, and he hugged her to him. Part of what he loved about Rosie was her ideals and her willingness to sacrifice for them. She'd always claimed she didn't need a bunch of money in order to be happy, and she'd proved it when she opened the library. There wasn't a happier person in Sweetwater.
"Rosie, you know you're not alone, right?"
The wind seemed to take his words away, and he wasn't sure if she heard him. Her head turned up, and there was so much hurt and pain in her eyes he could hardly stand it. But her voice was steady.
"Cord."
Around the edges of the pain he could see wisdom.
"You're engaged to my sister."
That was all she needed to say. His jaw tightened, and maybe he should have dropped his hands, but he didn't. She was right, yes. But he had every intention in the world of remedying that. But it wasn't right to tell her before he told Rosaleen. He pressed his lips together and looked away.
"You know I'll always be here for you."
He wanted to say it didn't matter if he was engaged to Rosaleen, but they both knew it should. Just because he hadn't done it the right way. Just because of the inheritance he'd never told her about. He hadn't done right by either of them. He could see that now. But Rosie didn't need to know that. If he said anything, he'd end up having to tell her about the money, and for some reason, he didn't want to do that. Maybe because it made him seem a little mercenary to be marrying someone just to inherit money, no matter how much it was.
"Promise me you'll wait,"
he said.
"At least for a month. Promise me a month."
He touched her chin with his finger.
"Please."
She allowed him to tilt her head up.
"I can't stay here and face this for a month."
"You won't be here. You'll be on my farm." He willed her to capitulate, to give him that time. Racking his brain, he grabbed onto the first thing he thought of.
"What about Joseph? You were going to work with him at the library. He needs help."
Yeah, that got her thinking. He hated taking advantage of her good nature like that, but it was going to work, he could tell. She looked away and stared at the horizon, carefully keeping her gaze off the rubble at their feet.
"A month probably isn't long enough to really help him, but maybe I can do something until we can make other arrangements."
She shifted under his arm.
"Do you have time right now? We could go to his house and see what he's doing. Maybe talk to his parents."
Cord nodded. He'd wanted to do that anyway. He'd spent a lot of time talking to Joseph, but he'd never really met Joseph's parents. He knew them, of course. Sweetwater was a small town, and pretty much everyone knew everyone else.
"Sure. If you're done here, we can go now."
I'm done."
Rosie knew it was her imagination, but the wind felt colder and harsher. The landscape looked more barren. Sweetwater seemed deserted. It was her mood, of course. She needed to snap out of it. Cord had been so good to her, but she couldn't depend on him. He wasn't hers, and that was all she needed to remember. He kept his arm around her shoulders as they walked to the pickup. He opened her door and helped her up. Grateful that he wasn't giving her a hard time because she wasn't smiling, she knew he was right about her not making any big decisions. She needed to wait. Something might work out. She just hated the thought of staying. It didn't take long to drive across town to Joseph's house. But when Cord and she knocked on the door, it wasn't Joseph or his parents who answered.
"They don't live here,"
the older lady in a bathrobe said.
"They rent the bus out back."
At the word bus, Cord and she looked at each other, their surprised expressions mirror images of each other's. They didn't stand around talking to the woman, but thanked her and stepped off the porch, walking around the house.
"I guess Joseph never actually did say they lived in the house," Cord said. "He just always said over there and pointed in this general direction. The rest of the assumptions were mine."
"I'm just as bad," Rosie said. "I did the exact same thing. Made assumptions when he pointed in this general direction. He was at the library plenty, but I never felt like I needed to walk him home. He's young, but he's not that young."
The yard was snow-covered, and the trail to the bus was not shoveled. There was no sign of life except the muted blare of a TV. The windows of the bus were painted, so they couldn't see in. Several cans of food lay scattered around on the snow. Empty bottles and cigarette butts lay by the door, and several trash bags sat next to the steps. Joseph had several siblings who were elementary school age, and Rosie thought it odd that there were no toys in the yard. She and Cord shared a look, but no words. The bus didn't look big enough to hold a family of 5. Honestly, Rosie wasn't sure if it was much longer than Cord's pickup. Cord moved up one step and knocked on the door. They stood for a while, but there didn't seem to be any movement in the bus. Rosie feared they couldn't hear the knocking over the TV anyway. After a bit, Cord knocked again with the same result. Nothing. The steps were narrow, and she couldn't fit beside him. He looked over his shoulder and down at her before he grabbed the knob and pulled. Her eyes grew big. Was he really going to just walk in? Seemed like it, since the door opened and Cord stepped in. With a look over her shoulder, although what she was looking for she wasn't sure, she hurried up the steps after him. The seats had all been removed, and it seemed to be sectioned off. Rosie wasn't sure what she thought they were going to find, but she supposed she wasn't thinking there would be a man on the floor passed out. From the time or two that she'd seen Joseph's father, she was pretty sure this was the guy. His longish hair was streaked with gray, and he seemed tall and thin, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. He didn't move as they walked up and shut the door. There was a lady on a small couch or love seat in the same condition. She might not have seen Joseph standing beside a short counter, except he moved, walking toward them.
"Miss Rosie? Mr. Cord?"
His voice held incredulity, like he couldn't believe he was actually seeing them, which made sense since they'd never been there before.
"I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again since the library burned down."
Rosie's heart did that little twisty, hurty thing that it did when she thought about her library and the fire. But Joseph didn't mean anything by it, and she pushed the feeling away. He'd walked over to them, and Cord put his hand out, ruffling his hair.
"We wanted to come check on you, bud. I need someone to keep my horses while I take a trip. I figured you and Rosie could do that for me."
Rosie could have done it herself just fine, and Joseph probably knew it. Definitely, Cord knew that she didn't need Joseph's help. But how could they not offer to do something?
"I thought you had two little sisters,"
Rosie asked. They were younger than Joseph, and if anyone needed to be taken care of, it would be them. Joseph had grown into a pretty self-sufficient kid, but she didn't see the sisters much, just knew they were younger.
"I do."
Joseph shifted and cast a glance at the adults lying in the room.
"Graham came and got them last week. She wanted them to live with her."
"But you wanted to stay here?"
Cord asked. One skinny shoulder raised.
"Yeah, I guess. Something like that."
Which, of course, made Rosie think that maybe the Graham didn't want him. A preteen would be a lot harder to deal with than two elementary-age children.
"I'd rather help you."
Joseph looked at Cord hopefully.
"I'm glad, because I need you."
Cord's eyes narrowed.
"How about you go pack some clothes while I see if I can roust your dad and make sure he knows I'm taking you? I'll get permission if I can."
"Oh, he's not going to care. My mom might notice sometime. Not today."
Joseph was already on the other side of the room and pulling clothes off the floor from beside the couch. They looked kind of dirty to Rosie, but it wouldn't be hard to wash them once they got to Cord's. It took about 20 seconds for Joseph to pick the clothes up. In that amount of time, Cord had knelt beside his father, shaken his shoulder, and said,
"Greg. Wake up, Greg. It's Cordell Stryker."
The man groaned. If he opened his eyes, Rosie couldn't see it.
"Greg,"
Cord said a little louder.
"Going to take your boy for a couple of days, Greg."
"Huh?"
The man lifted his head slightly off the floor and looked around, his eyes blinking like he wasn't sure where he was.
"Joseph's going with me."
"Who are you?" Greg mumbled, dropping his head back on the floor and closing his eyes again.
"Cordell Stryker."
Joseph had come over and stood beside Rosie, watching Cord and his dad.
"Oh,"
the man said, barely audible.
"One of the Stryker boys."
"Yeah."
Cord rose from his knees.
"Bring him back when he becomes a bother."
The man didn't even open his eyes. Beside her, Rosie could almost feel Joseph shrink into himself. Her heart twisted for him. There was no question it hurt that his dad didn't care.
"He's not going to be a bother. In fact, he's a great help. I wish I could keep him."
Cord walked away while he was speaking and didn't look around.
"Show me the money. I'll sell him."
The man's words were slurred, but it wasn't hard to make them out. Rosie clenched her fists, and her teeth ground together. She wasn't normally prone to violence, but she would really like to grab that man by his hair and smack his forehead into the floor. From the look on Cord's face, he wanted the same thing. He put his hand on Joseph's shoulder.
"Come on, bud. Where's your coat? Let's get out of here."
Joseph reached beside the coffee table and grabbed a jacket that didn't look like it was nearly heavy enough for North Dakota's winters. He held out the bunch of clothes that he gripped in his hands to Rosie. She took them and didn't even ask for a bag. She just wanted to leave. Joseph shrugged into his jacket, walking over to his mother and putting his hand on her shoulder while he leaned down. Rosie's heart cracked. It seemed like a child was programmed to love and need his mother, no matter how much she might not deserve it. He straightened. Neither of his parents looked up when he walked out. Chapter 13. That night, after Rosie was settled in the spare room and Joseph was sleeping in his bed, Cord put his bag that he'd packed for his trip down by the couch where he was going to sleep and walked over to the desk. He reached in the drawer and pulled out the letter he'd gotten last fall, reading it through. It wasn't very long. It simply stated that the former owner of Sweetwater Ranch, Mr. Edwards, had designated Cord Stryker as a recipient of $1 billion, contingent on Cord getting married within 6 months of the date of the letter and settling down with his new wife in North Dakota. That's all he had to do. Get married and live in North Dakota, and he'd be a billionaire. The paper was heavy, typical for a lawyer's office, and embossed in gold lettering. He'd actually talked to his brother Clay about the letter, who hadn't seemed surprised, and he assured Cord that the letter was legit. Clay didn't say how he knew, but Clay didn't say things lightly. So, if he said the letter was legit, Cord could take that to the bank. But he wasn't going to. He tried the whole let's get married for convenience thing with Rosaleen, and it didn't feel right. He was going to go tomorrow and break it off, and he was going to forget about the $1 billion. He folded the letter up carefully, put it back in the envelope, and tucked it in the very far reaches of the desk drawer. He didn't need the money. Sure, he'd like to have it. Who wouldn't? But it wasn't worth the sacrifice. It almost ruined Rosie's and his friendship. They'd almost seemed back to normal today. But she'd deceived him. He'd hurt her, and he'd gotten angry at her than he ever had before in his life. All over the money. He wished he could give her a library, and maybe he could. It would involve sacrifice, but not the $1 billion. Thinking of that, he pulled out his phone, dialed a familiar number, and walked outside to his porch. He wasn't going to get the $1 billion, not if he had to get married. But he might be able to get Rosie her library. Cord merged into the left lane, fighting Chicago traffic, maneuvering to take the next exit. Rosaleen hadn't answered his calls nor his texts. He wasn't exactly worried. She had never been the most prompt at returning messages. In the back of his head, a small voice had sometimes said maybe your fiancé should make you a priority. But their relationship really wasn't like that. People might not understand, but they were doing each other a favor. Or they had been. He wasn't going to let her get away with forcing her twin to be her. Now that these new feelings for Rosie had surfaced, Rosaleen and he needed to end their farce. It was another 40 minutes before he pulled up in front of Rosaleen's apartment. He'd been here a couple of times before with Rosie, once when they helped Rosaleen move 5 years ago, and several times since then. Chicago wasn't his favorite place, and he thought Rosaleen felt the same, that she was just working here because this was where she could find a job and her job paid well. He wondered now if he had been wrong. Rosaleen claimed she was having trouble extracting herself from the company she worked for. But how was she going to work from home when she couldn't even come home for Christmas? Cord considered the part of town in which Rosaleen's apartment was located to be on the better side. It wasn't big or fancy, and didn't have a doorman or anything like that, but it seemed safe enough. There were no spots along the street to park, but it was after 7 in the evening, and the small grocery down the street was closed. He parked his truck and trailer in their lot, locked his truck, which he didn't usually do in North Dakota, pocketed his keys, and walked to Rosaleen's apartment. He got to the outside door at the same time as a gentleman wearing a rather nice tux. It seemed a little out of place. He wasn't an expert on menswear, but this didn't look like one that a guy would wear to the office. Cord opened the door and allowed the man in the tux to walk in ahead of him. Rosaleen's apartment was on the second floor. The man took the elevator. Cord always felt more comfortable on the stairs. He took them 2 at a time, dreading the conversation that he needed to have with Rosaleen, because confrontation was never easy, but looking forward to it as well. His relationship with Rosaleen had been a sham. It was easy to see that now. And once he had things worked out with Rosaleen, he would be free to talk to Rosie. He kind of thought that Rosie might want what he wanted, but he couldn't hardly talk about it until he had taken care of things with her twin sister. He stood in front of her door, gathering his thoughts and making sure he knew exactly what he wanted to say, when the elevator dinged and the door opened. Normally, Cord wouldn't pay attention to other people's business, but being that this was an unfamiliar place, he looked over. The man in the tux stepped out. Cord nodded at him again and looked back at the door, raising his hand and pushing the bell before it registered in his mind that the man had looked surprised to see him in front of Rosaleen's door. He turned his head back. The man was walking his way. A friendly smile that seemed a little insincere around the edges curved the man's lips up. "That's odd. I thought I scheduled a night with Rosaleen. She's never double-booked me." Cord blinked. He blinked again, mostly because his brain couldn't think of anything to say in answer to that. Was the man talking about Rosaleen? Of course he was. He used her name. Double-booked? What did that mean? Cord really wanted to make some lame comment about the weather, but conversation seemed to have progressed well beyond that with just one sentence. Then the door opened, and Rosaleen stood on the other side. The outfit she was wearing, some kind of shimmery dress that dipped low in front and was slid up the side along with high heels, seemed to match the man's suit better than Cord's jeans and plaid shirt. The big smile that was on her face faded, although her mouth hung open as she looked at him. "Cord?" Her eyes skimmed past Cord and landed on the suit guy. Cord would never say he was an expert at reading people's expressions, but it sure looked like panic that spread across her face before she contained it. "You didn't answer my text or my call, but I needed to talk to you." Suddenly, the little feeling that had been in his gut telling him maybe this wasn't such a great idea was screaming at the top of its lungs that he had been a fool. He hadn't quite figured out what was going on, but obviously, it wasn't something that Rosaleen wanted him to know about. "Rosaleen, we're going to be late if you keep standing here staring." The man in the suit spoke from over Cord's shoulder. Rosaleen's eyes flicked to him. "I'm sorry, Quinn." Her lips flattened, and her eyes shifted like she wasn't quite sure what to do. It wasn't often that Cord saw Rosaleen unsure. "How about you both come in?" Quinn started to speak, maybe in protest. Then Rosaleen held her hand up. "I don't think this will take long." Cord stepped out of the way and allowed Quinn to walk in first. He didn't make any move to follow. "I don't really want to talk to you in the hall," Rosaleen said.
"I'm not sure we have much to talk about."
Cord wasn't even sure he was curious about what was going on. Obviously, she was planning on going out. Obviously, it was with Quinn. She was engaged to Cord. Yeah, he kind of felt like their relationship was unconventional, but he didn't feel like it was open. Rosaleen's lips flattened again, and she threw a look over her shoulder before she stepped out, closing the door behind her.
"This isn't what it seems," she said.
"Then what is it?" he asked, surprised he had those words. She spread her hands out.
"I just needed some extra money. All I do is agree to be a date for a guy who doesn't have one. That's basically it."
Cord stared at her steadily. Her eyes flickered to the side. He kind of thought she was lying, and it bothered him. Being a date, maybe, wouldn't be horribly bad. Maybe. Especially since they'd never professed to love each other. But lying? Yeah, He didn't want to be married to somebody he couldn't trust. It was the biggest hurdle he had to get over with Rosie. Only he knew Rosie had done what she did because she loved her sister. It was a little bit different than lying for money. Still unsure where the words came from, more tumbled out of his mouth.
Thinking you're more than a date.
You can't tell me you care.
Her look said she was exasperated, and she shifted.
We both know why you wanted to marry me in the first place.
Just the way she said that made Cord narrow his eyes. Did she know about the letter? He searched back through his memories, trying to figure out if Rosaleen had been in his house and might have seen the letter. He realized there were at least 2 or 3 times when she had been there with Joseph, or when Cord had been outside feeding. Not many, but once was enough. His jaw hardened, although he had no right to get angry. Rosaleen knowing and marrying him for his money was no different than him knowing and not telling her. But Rosaleen must have seen something in his expression that she didn't like, because she moved closer, putting her hand on his arm.
Cord, listen to me, please.
The tone of her voice had dropped, more sultry, and she looked up into his eyes, her own pleading. Cord wanted to shift back. Whatever she was going to say, he had a feeling he wasn't going to like it.
I didn't want to say anything, because I knew you would think less of me. But
Her voice trailed off, and tears seemed to pool in her eyes. Cord hated to see anyone cry. Rosaleen took a shaky breath.
Promise that you won't be upset, please.
Cord thought of Rosie and how Rosaleen had asked Rosie to pretend to be her. If what she was about to confess was anything like that, he was going to be upset.
Can't make that promise.
He softened his tone to ease the sting of his words, but he wouldn't promise what he couldn't keep. Her lashes fluttered.
I don't want you to hate me.
Her brows drew together, and some of the pleading went out of her tone.
I also don't want you to tell my family what I've done, especially Rosie.
Don't ask me to make promises that shut Rosie out. There aren't too many things over the years that I haven't talked to her about. And, as far as I knew, I thought you and Rosie shared everything.
Rosaleen shook her head slowly.
Not this.
Cord didn't want to be inconsiderate, but there was no way he could make the promise she wanted.
All I can say is I'll do my best,
he said. Rosaleen looked up at him from under her lashes. When she acted like this, he didn't have any trouble knowing he was talking to Rosaleen. Rosie was much more forthright. She didn't bat her eyes and judge his mood to figure out the best way to get what she wanted.
I got into a little trouble. Money trouble.
Rosaleen's fingers tightened on his arm.
When I first got here, I started hanging with the wrong crowd.
What kind of trouble?
Cord was very much afraid he didn't want to hear the answer. There was a long pause. Cord began to wonder if she was even going to answer him as she bit her lip and fingered his shirt sleeve.
I didn't realize at first, and I don't expect you to understand. Just say it had to do with the wrong crowd, alcohol, and some drugs. Before I knew it, I was in over my head, and I had to take a second job in order to pay my bills.
She swallowed, the pleading look gone from her eyes.
This being a date for someone is your new job?
He was jumping to some conclusions, but they seemed to be the right ones. His hunch was confirmed when she nodded. Now he was going to pry, but he had been engaged to this woman. Technically, they were still engaged. He felt he had the right, especially since she'd been his friend from before kindergarten.
You're not a date, are you?
Her head snapped up.
Yes, I really am a date.
And?
He let the word hang there suspended between them. Her lips pursed. Would she tell him the truth? After waiting for what felt like a very long time, he finally shrugged his shoulders.
You know, you're right. If we were truly engaged because we were madly in love with each other, whatever you're doing tonight would really bother me. I feel like maybe you're making mistakes, but it doesn't hurt my heart like it should.
He looked down, trying to meet her eyes. She finally looked back up at him.
Obviously, you can do what you want.
A thought occurred to him, and his brows lowered.
You were going to stop this when we got married, correct?
Yes, of course.
Her eyes were wide, sincere, but he didn't believe her. Maybe, since he was really looking at her, he saw the slight shifting of her eyes and the way her shoulders twisted just a little. But he couldn't prove that she was lying, and it didn't really matter anyway.
How much do you owe?
She shook her head.
A lot.
The door rattled behind them. She turned and said in a slightly louder voice,
Hang on, Quinn. I'll be in a minute.
We're going to be late. Quinn's voice came through the door.
Just a minute.
Rosaleen's fingers twisted in front of her.
You can stay here tonight if you want. I'll be back tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? That confirmed his suspicions.
What you just told me has nothing to do with what I came to tell you.
He shoved a hand in his pocket and hooked the other one behind his neck.
I was pretty content with our agreement. Because, you're right, I inherit money and want to get married. It seemed like a good idea. But, come on, Rosaleen. You and I both know we don't love each other. Not the way a husband and wife could.
Or maybe should. He didn't want to bring in the fact that he was starting to feel that way about her twin sister. He couldn't see how that would help anything. Although eventually Rosaleen would find out if he and Rosie got together. She had pulled both her lips into her teeth and bit down on them.
I really don't think it matters. We like each other well enough, and I really was going to move to Sweetwater.
I'm sorry. I thought it would be enough for me, but I've realized over the last few weeks that it won't be. It wouldn't be fair to marry someone when I've been thinking about someone else.
There, he said it. He admitted it. Man, he hoped she didn't ask who.
Who?
Yeah, he should have known.
You didn't answer all my questions tonight.
He lifted his brows. His point was valid. She nodded, conceding that she had a point. Her fingers shook a little as she reached up and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. She looked so much like Rosie, so he found it almost odd that Rosaleen didn't elicit the same emotions in him that Rosie did. Although he'd been fooled by Rosie. He didn't know what he was going to do. If it hadn't been for the new feelings that he'd been dealing with, he would probably still be okay with marrying Rosaleen. Would the rent-a-date thing bother him? Not as long as it was in her past. But it didn't matter, because he wasn't okay with anything anymore. Watching Rosaleen's facial expressions, he got the feeling that Rosaleen was more upset about the loss of the money than she was about the loss of him. If she were in some kind of debt, it made sense that she'd want the money. She gave her head a little shake.
I need to go tonight, but I'd like the chance to change your mind.
With her eyes, that looked so much like Rosie's, blinking up at him, it was hard to tell her no flat out. But he shook his head. He couldn't pretend that there was a future for them.
It was a dumb thing for us to do to begin with.
It was smart. We made a decision with our brain, not our hearts. That's where everyone gets into trouble.
He huffed a laugh,
You could be right about that.
He dropped his hand from his neck and almost ruffled her hair. But they weren't kids anymore. As much as he might like for things to stay the same, things changed. People chose different paths. Maybe he didn't agree with her choices, but God gave everyone free choice. Cord had to as well. His hand slipped down against his side instead. A shadow of a smile lifted her lips. He couldn't keep from trying.
Come back to Sweetwater. You know we'll help you out.
She shook her head, like that wasn't even an option. When she spoke, she had changed the subject. I talked to Mom, and she said Rosie was doing well enough, although Rosie's not answering her phone. Have you talked to her? She doing okay? Her concern for her twin was sincere, no doubt.
She's gonna land on her feet. She's pretty resilient.
He grinned at her.
Just as you are.
If Rosaleen's laugh lacked humor, maybe that was his imagination. Her hand dropped from his arm. If you change your mind, you know where to find me.
And if you change yours, ditto.
Her smile had the ghost of the old Rosaleen in it. It made him realize how much she had changed. The realization made his heart beat slow and heavy, and an uncomfortable feeling shifted through his stomach. He was going to walk away tonight, and his relationship with Rosaleen would never be the same. Actually, she'd probably hate him when she found out what he didn't tell her. For some reason, Max came to his mind. Another soul that seemed a little tortured. Maybe Rosaleen and Max could help each other out. He wasn't a matchmaker, but he'd text Rosaleen Max's number. Tomorrow, she could decide if she were interested.
Take care, kid.
Her eyes narrowed just a little. Then she lifted her chin. You too.
Chapter 14. Rosie had just pulled into Cord's house from dropping Joseph off at school when Mrs. Stryker, probably representing the town council, pulled in beside her. Rosie had known this was coming. Mrs. Stryker had called the evening before and asked to meet. Pretty sure it wasn't going to be good news. Rosie didn't know how to get out of it. She felt kind of worthless, to be honest, not having a job or anything to do other than feeding Cord's horses. And this would just make the feeling fact. Mrs. Stryker was a lady who almost always had a smile. She had a somewhat matronly figure, although thinner rather than larger. Her hair was shoulder-length and curled around her head, and her cheeks were pink. If Rosie could have picked her mother, she would have picked one just like Mrs. Stryker. She reminded her of pictures of Mrs. Claus. Picking Mrs. Stryker as a mother, though, would have meant growing up without a father, since Mrs. Stryker's husband had died almost 20 years ago. It might have made someone else bitter or angry, but Mrs. Stryker was one of those salt-of-the-earth people who did what needed to be done, and she did it without complaining. They met at the base of the short path to the house. Come on in, Mrs. Stryker. I made some lemon bars for us. In all my years, I've never turned down lemon bars, Mrs. Stryker said with her trademark smile. They walked up the path, and Rosie opened the door, holding it as Mrs. Stryker walked in. I have to say this is the first time I've walked into Cord's house and it smelled like baking and looked like it had been cleaned. Mrs. Stryker removed her coat, hanging it on the hook by the door. Guilty on all counts. Rosie had been baking, and she had been cleaning too. Cord had been gone a week, and he was supposed to get home sometime today. She'd messaged him a little last night, but she hadn't talked to him since he had left. Cord can take care of himself. I raised all my boys to know how.
but it sure warms my heart to know that someone is looking after him."
Mrs. Stryker gave her another cinnamon-sweet smile.
"It's just temporary."
Rosie felt like she needed to make sure that Mrs. Stryker knew she wasn't staying with Cord. They weren't living together.
"He just offered to let me stay here until I figured out what to do."
She led the way into the kitchen and indicated a chair at the small table where Mrs. Stryker could sit down.
"And have you figured out what that is?"
Mrs. Stryker asked.
"I have some ideas."
She set the plate of lemon bars down and filled 2 glasses with water. She hoped that wasn't an exaggeration. She did have an idea. Only one.
"Maybe that was an unfair question. I should tell you first that the Sweetwater Council had an emergency meeting last night because of the library fire."
Mrs. Stryker set the lemon bar on her plate.
"I think you probably knew we don't have the money to rebuild. We spent a lot of time lamenting that fact. We also spent some time talking about ways to raise money. But we had some people who pointed out that it was foolish to raise money for a library when there were so many other things that Sweetwater needed. Things that we really should be spending money on."
There weren't a lot of times in her life that she'd seen Mrs. Stryker with no smile, the night of the fire maybe being the first one. She wasn't smiling now either. Rosie waited. She had known the news was going to be bad, and she had prepared herself for that. She wasn't going to cry, and she wasn't going to throw a fit. She didn't know how to make this any easier for Mrs. Stryker, though.
"I'm sure it won't come as a shock to you that the council decided to pay to have the debris cleaned up and leave the lot empty. Everyone on the council would be willing to continue to pay the small amount that we were paying if we could somehow figure out how to get the library rebuilt. We talked about grants and loans and several other ideas, but again, it came down to what Sweetwater really needs versus what we want. The library seems to be a want, not a need."
Mrs. Stryker fiddled with her fork.
"I disagree, of course. I feel like a library is a necessity, not a luxury. But my opinion was in the minority."
Rosie thought she'd been prepared for the news, but it still made her heart shrink and her stomach wobble. She looked down at her plate, needing to blink a few times to push the tears back where they belonged. Mrs. Stryker's work-roughened hand patted her own younger-looking hand.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I did fight for you." "No, it's okay."
She didn't blame Mrs. Stryker at all. The council came to the most logical conclusion.
"I really appreciate you sticking up for the library, but I kind of knew that was the conclusion that they would come to." "Okay, I'm taking off my councilwoman's hat and putting on my nosy neighbor/surrogate mother's hat."
Mrs. Stryker gave an engaging smile.
"I don't want you to feel pressured, but I want to help you if I can. I admired your willingness to sacrifice what some other people feel are necessities in life in order to provide a place for the community to gather. You are truly a blessing to this town. Let me know what I can do for you. How can I help?"
Rosie tried hard not to act overwhelmed, but tears pricked her eyes anyway at Mrs. Stryker's kindness. She hadn't done it for the accolades or because people wanted it. Certainly no one expected her to. She just believed it was something that needed to be done, and she was willing to do whatever it took to do it. She took a shaky breath, her feelings all jumbled up inside. Clearing her throat, she said,
"I don't know."
She lifted her hands, both of them, and shrugged.
"I really don't know. I certainly considered moving to a larger town or even a city, Rockerton or Fargo, even going as far as the cities in Minnesota. I really would like to work in a library."
She shrugged again.
"But maybe that's just not something that's going to happen for me. For a bigger library, I'd almost certainly need at least a 2-year degree. But I don't have any other ideas. I heard you've been dropping Joseph off at school for the last week.
Mrs. Stryker studied the bite of lemon bar on her fork. It wasn't a question, but Rosie nodded anyway.
Yes, I have. He's been staying here and helping me with Cord's horses. Thank you. I know you're not doing it for me, or anything close, but someone needed to take care of that boy, and I appreciate you doing it.
She put the lemon bar in her mouth and chewed on it thoughtfully. Rosie told Mrs. Stryker about the condition of Joseph's parents when they picked him up. It's not something she would have told just anyone, but Mrs. Stryker wasn't just anyone.
That's awful. The man basically said he'd sell his own son?
Mrs. Stryker shook her head.
Sad. Illegal, but not surprising.
Rosie nodded. There wasn't anything else to say to that.
I wonder.
Mrs. Stryker's fingers tapped on the table.
It seems like the girls are taken care of. If someone could get a court to get custody of Joseph, you and Cord could raise him. Knowing Greg, he just wants his next hit. He might give up parental rights. I'm not sure how that goes.
Rosie was a little taken aback to hear Mrs. Stryker talk like that. But she needed to correct one thing.
Cord and I aren't a couple. You know we've been great friends, best friends, forever. But there's no romance.
Maybe her cheeks got a little red because she remembered the kiss they'd shared. That sure felt like romance to her. But it meant something different to Cord, and she would be foolish to add something that wasn't there. Mrs. Stryker smiled a smile that seemed to be filled with secrets. Rosie wasn't quite sure what that meant, but Mrs. Stryker knew her son was engaged to Rosaleen. Rosie shouldn't have to defend herself over this.
Sometimes men can be a little clueless and a lot dense.
Mrs. Stryker's pensive look seemed to indicate she was thinking back maybe into her own life. Although Rosie had never known her to be linked to any man since her husband's death.
Sometimes we have to nudge them a little.
She chuckled, sounding almost like a young girl.
Or a lot. Sometimes they need more than a nudge, like a shove.
Her eyes sparkled.
I don't think Cord is going to marry Rosaleen.
Her voice lowered.
And don't get me wrong, I love Rosaleen, and I think she's a wonderful girl. But you and Cord are perfect together.
Rosie shook her head. She couldn't allow Mrs. Stryker to be misled.
I did something to Cord that I don't think he will be able to forgive. There has to be trust in a relationship.
Mrs. Stryker's brows lifted, and Rosie got the impression that she didn't know what had happened. It seemed like Mrs. Stryker knew everything, but there was no way she could have known this unless Cord told her. Cord had what Rosie considered an above-average relationship with his mother, but apparently he hadn't told her this.
Be that as it may, I see him when he looks at you, and it's not the way he looks when he looks at Rosaleen. I think maybe he thought love didn't matter.
Mrs. Stryker lifted her shoulder, reminding Rosie of her earlier comment about men.
And I think he's realizing that he might have been wrong.
She tilted her head, her gray curls framing her face.
I hope you'll be patient with him while he works it out. And you know I wouldn't suggest that if I didn't think that he would be the very best thing for you.
Rosie was saved from answering by the sound of the back door opening. Hey, Rosie, are you in here? Cord's voice boomed. Is that my mother's car out there? Mom, you here?
It's your mother's car and we're in here, the kitchen,
Rosie called. What is that I smell? Cord's voice preceded his body into the kitchen. Man, that smells good. His eyes darted around. Maybe from what Mrs. Stryker had just said, It made Rosie think that they might have lingered on her just a little longer than anything else. He looked happy, but that might be because he was home.
You didn't take your boots off, son. Mrs. Stryker stood.
You don't have to leave just because I came. Cord grinned, looking at his boots, then looked back at his mom. I don't think I have to take my boots off. This is my house, right?
House, not barn. We take our boots off in the house. I happened to be there when you were raised, and I know that you were taught at least that much.
Mrs. Stryker walked over. Cord leaned his head down and she kissed his cheek.
I'm not leaving just because you came. Rosie and I are done with our conversation, and the lemon bars are delicious.
Mrs. Stryker turned. Rosie had stood when she did, and Mrs. Stryker held her arms out. Rosie didn't need a written invitation. She stepped into Mrs. Stryker's warm, cinnamon-scented embrace. Her own parents were a little more standoffish. Nice, and she knew they loved her. But it was Mrs. Stryker who offered comfort. Rosie knew not only did Mrs. Stryker like her, she loved her too. A little flutter wiggled in her chest, and Rosie looked past Mrs. Stryker's shoulder. Cord stared at her. She had to admit she missed him and was happy he was home. It was good to see him. Maybe because of what Mrs. Stryker had said, she was more aware of that feeling. At any rate, she wouldn't have been disappointed to step from Mrs. Stryker's arms and into Cord's. But she looked away and stepped back. Mrs. Stryker and Cord chatted for just a second or two before Mrs. Stryker left, leaving Cord and her alone in the kitchen. Cord grabbed a lemon bar and bit into it. How'd things go when I was gone?
They went well.
She felt weird sitting while he was standing, so she went to the sink and washed their forks.
It's not hard to feed the horses every day, and Joseph helped me with the water. There's something really soothing about brushing them down, and we check their hooves every day as well.
They're probably ready for some exercise. Cord put the rest of the lemon bar in his mouth and chewed. These are really good.
I'm sure they'd love some exercise. We didn't do anything with them.
Would you like to take a ride? I'll hitch them up. That was weird. They'd gone on a lot of rides together over the years, but typically not in the middle of the day and for no reason. Maybe while he was training, or to give someone else a ride, or to get ready for something like a parade, but never for no reason. When he said exercise, she assumed he'd be letting them out into the paddock. I have a few things I'd like to talk to you about. Cord said this casually, like it wasn't a big deal. But it kinda was.
Why don't you just talk to me about them then?
He grinned, a little teasing and a little bit of something else. She wasn't sure exactly what that was. It almost looked sexy. Except that wasn't the kind of relationship that Cord and she had.
Now you're making me nervous.
She lifted a brow at him, allowing the beginning of a goofy grin to lift up her lips. She wasn't going to get serious. That way lay trouble. You should be nervous. The trip with the sleds, that was just a cover. I'm actually a serial killer. Be very nervous. He wiggled his brows at her and grabbed another lemon bar. Rosie pursed her lips and looked at the plate that was now empty.
Glad your mom ate first.
Not me. I'd do about 6 more of these. He popped the last bit in his mouth and brushed his hands off, before taking one step and entering her personal space. She didn't move away but looked at him, craning her head up. He put a hand on her upper arm lightly. You know, Rosie, you really don't have to be nervous. I do have some serious things I want to talk to you about, but I don't want you to have to do anything you don't want to do. She could hardly resist his boyish grin. And plus, you love to ride. It's true, she did.
Right now?
He nodded. Yes. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he said,
I need to be back here in an hour and a half.
Her brows pressed in.
Why?
He tapped her nose.
That's one of the things I want to talk to you about.
She crossed her eyes at his finger on her nose.
Okay, let me get my coat and boots and I'll be ready.
She expected him to head out, start hitching up the horses. But he said, I'll wait on you.
Okay.
She drew the word out, making it a question. He just smiled. Yeah, now she was really nervous. Her stomach felt like it was flagging down her heart, maybe to hitch a ride out of town. He chatted about the sleds he sold, the people he met, and a few other details about his trip, while she put her boots and coat and hat and gloves on. After she stepped out of the house, it surprised her when he took her hand, glove against glove. But they'd never walked around holding hands before, and although she tried to tell herself it was so she wouldn't fall on the ice and snow, there was a very big part of her that felt she should pull her hand away. He was engaged to her sister. In fact, that's what she needed to do. She tugged. He held on. She tugged again, harder this time. He still held on. She hated that this was going to be an awkward conversation, but she couldn't continue to hold his hand.
Cord, you're engaged to Rosaleen, and I know I shouldn't be holding your hand. If I were Rosaleen, I would hate that.
She wouldn't mention that she would hate the fact that Cord had kissed her, too. She didn't want to go there. Not today.
Honestly, I don't think Rosaleen would care.
Cord slid the barn door open with one hand, keeping a hold of hers with his other.
But that's what I wanted to talk to you about. One of the things.
I don't really want to talk to you about Rosaleen.
She hoped she didn't sound snotty, but his relationship with Rosaleen was really none of her business. That, and she didn't want to hear about it. At all. He stopped in the barn doorway and turned her to face him. He didn't mince words.
We broke up. We weren't really together for love anyway. It was just a convenience thing. And it was a dumb idea. Neither one of us is heartbroken, and I feel relieved.
Chapter 15. Cord seemed to search her eyes, gauging her reaction. He'd shocked her, and she knew her face was probably blank as she processed his words. He turned toward the horses' stalls, pulling her with him. She followed without thinking. Her brain wasn't working at all. Cord and Rosaleen had broken up? Why?
Did she go with you on your trip?
She asked when she finally got her tongue to start working. Sadie stuck her head over the stall door and nickered softly at Cord. He murmured a few words to her and patted her big head before he turned back over his shoulder and spoke to Rosie. Nope. He turned back without saying more, and Rosie watched while he worked with the horses for a little bit, hooking a lead rope on and leading Sadie out of her stall, attaching the rope to the hook and grabbing a brush to groom her, as he always did before he hitched them up. Rosie grabbed a different lead and did the same to Bill, leading him out of the stall, hooking him, and grabbing a curry comb. Cord's silence seemed unnatural, so she filled it.
I thought you were going to talk.
Yeah, it is a little harder than I thought it was going to be. I want to say it right.
He picked up one of Sadie's big hooves and used a pick to clean it. She had no idea what he could want to say that he would have to think about so long.
Cord, this is Rosie, your best friend, remember? I'm not supposed to be hard to talk to.
He gave a little snort.
I know. I guess that's one of those things I'm hoping will change.
He finished with Sadie's hooves and put the pick back on the shelf, grabbing the straps and hitching her up. Rosie had been a little nervous before, her stomach doing slow waves, but that information made her knees start to shake. Would Cord want to take her for a drive to tell her that he didn't want to be friends with her anymore? Did breaking up with Rosaleen have something to do with that? She was borrowing trouble with those thoughts, and she knew it. Slower than Cord, Rosie still knew how to hook the traces up, and she grabbed the line she needed to start. They worked in silence for a while, until both horses were hitched. Then, she held the lines while Cord opened the big door, and they guided the horses to the sleigh. They'd done this 100 times together, and Rosie helped him without saying anything, trying to calm herself down. Mrs. Stryker's words came back to her. Maybe it was that, or maybe it was that she was worried that Cord didn't want to be friends anymore. Maybe he was going to tell her she couldn't live in his house after all. Whatever it was, she didn't usually admire the smooth way he worked, the confidence he displayed around the big horses, the strength in his legs, and the gentleness in his voice as he spoke to them. But she found herself watching and listening, feeling the cold wind on her face, aware of the openness of the vast landscape around them. There was a wild beauty that called to her and made her feel restless for some reason. Finally, the horses were ready.
"Let me help you up,"
Cord said, holding out his hand. She'd gotten herself up 100 times before, 1,000 times before. She looked at his hand, then looked at him. Their eyes met. Their breath was frosty in the cold air, little puffs as they both breathed shallowly. She did not move her eyes from him as she put her hand in his. His right eyebrow twitched, and one lip lifted in an almost smile. He was not engaged to Rosaleen anymore. It was okay for her to put her hand in his and look into his eyes, thinking more than friend thoughts.
"I don't know if I've ever thanked you for everything you've done for me over the years."
His voice was soft and deep. There was a part of her, a big part, that responded to it, wanting to move closer.
You have. You've done a lot for me, too. That's what friends do.
Yeah. He seemed to shake himself and put a hand on her back as she stepped up. She sat in the seat, waiting for him to walk around and climb up. He started the horses and didn't say much for a while. Was it going to be the way it was when they were hitching them up? Where he said he had something to talk about, and he never got around to talking about it? She turned her head to the front and admired how the brilliant blue sky contrasted with the pristine white snow. The sun shone brightly, at a steep angle, and made her squint. She barely noticed it, though. Her whole focus was on the cowboy beside her. He drove in silence for a while, and she determined to wait. She'd always enjoyed riding with him, and she shared his love of the horses. Bill and Sadie had been with them for over a decade, and they'd spent a lot of time over the years working together with them. Probably Bill and Sadie were two of the reasons that Cord and she had not only been good friends through high school, but had become even closer, best friends. The horses weren't hers, but she loved them like they were. Beside her, Cord shifted, jiggling the reins in his hands and adjusting his position so that his shoulders were square and he stared straight ahead.
I wanted to talk to you about what I did on my trip."
He seemed to find the horse's ears very interesting. Rosie couldn't tell a thing from looking at his profile.
Okay.
"I told you that I stopped to see Rosaleen, that we're no longer engaged."
She nodded, although he didn't look at her, so he wouldn't know.
"I wanted to tell you why I did that."
If he wanted to tell her why, that was weird, since he made no move to do so. 5 minutes or more went by. It felt like forever. But she didn't think it was her place to try to hurry him along. After all, she hadn't had anything to do with it, and he'd resisted her prompting so far. Finally, he shifted a little and spoke without looking at her. I see Rosaleen as a show horse. Fancy, with all the pretty ribbons and bows and fancy hardware, the tooled saddle, the brand new lines, and all the best equipment that money can buy. He took a deep breath before he continued. You're more like a workhorse. Obviously, you guys are twins and you're hard to tell apart sometimes. I've known you forever and just recently proved that sometimes I can't even do it. But you're steady. You don't have all the fancy bling. You're just there. Rosie knew he probably didn't mean those words to hurt her, but they did prick at the area around her heart. Everything he said was true, of course. But there was something in her, maybe her feminine vanity, that wanted to be special. Special to someone, at least. Maybe she wanted her best friend to think she was special, even if he had been engaged to her twin sister. She didn't want to be the girl who was just there. Aren't you gonna say anything? He turned to glance at her, but looked back over the horse's ears almost immediately. She lifted her chin and gazed out over the North Dakota landscape, away from him. Hoping her voice came out breezy and unconcerned, she said, I know Rosaleen has a way about her. I've admired it for years. You're right. She's like a show horse. One of those pretty ones with the brushed-out mane and tail. A high-stepping Tennessee walker, maybe. She draws attention. You're right. Even though we look exactly the same, people's eyes, men's eyes, linger on her. It's not my imagination. It's just the way it is. Cord was nodding, and that didn't help her heart at all. So she too stared out over the horse's ears. She'd take Cord's draft horses over a show horse any day. You described it perfectly. He nodded again. She wanted to grab his head and stop it. He didn't have to agree, even if it was true. Something happened about 4.5 months ago that made me feel like I needed to get married. He snorted a laugh. It kind of sounded like he was laughing at himself. And fast. Sweetwater's a small town, and you and Rosaleen are the girls I grew up with. I know you better than anybody. It just made sense to ask one of you. Rosie wanted to roll her eyes, but she didn't. She did, however, hold her hand up. Would you stop it, please? She let out an irritated sigh. I get it, okay? I get that Rosaleen is the girl that guys are attracted to. She's the one that looks good. I get it. Really. Can we stop talking about it now? She blinked the pricking sensation out of her eyes and forged ahead, determined to change the subject. Are you training your horses for the show this spring? Let's talk about dog sleds. We can talk about the competition that will be there. Or hey, we could talk about the weather. Anything else. Whoa. They had trained Bill and Sadie to respond to voice commands, and he didn't really need to use the reins. He held them loosely in his hands, his elbows resting on his knees. He took a breath like he was going to speak, then let it out. He did that twice. What? She asked, exasperated. Why in the world was he stumbling and mumbling around like this? Couldn't they just move past the subject of Rosaleen? Why was he insisting on talking about her? He looked down at the floor between his feet. I think I've been doing a really bad job trying to talk to you about this. Talk to me about what? About Rosaleen? Yeah, she had no idea why he thought she wanted to hear about it. She and Rosaleen had never been competitive, and she'd always cheered Rosaleen on, in everything. Even when boys noticed Rosaleen and walked right by Rosie. until Cord had done the same thing. It was a little hard to cheer Rosaleen on then.
I broke up with Rosaleen because I have feelings for you.
One of the horses stamped their feet. The trace jingled. The wind blew across the flat, snow-covered ground. Rosie hardly noticed it.
What?
It was all she could think of to say.
I said,
Cord began, his head twisting so that he looked at her, their eyes meeting.
I said I broke up with her because I like you for more than a friend.
His voice trailed off at the end, and he looked back down at the floor. Normally, Cord didn't have a problem talking. Normally, he was laughing and joking. Normally, he didn't look dejected and like someone had just kicked a puppy right in front of him.
You're serious?
She could hardly believe it.
I get that you might not feel the same. I understand. I'm fine with that. I just wanted you to know. I'm not expecting you to do anything about it.
He fingered the reins. Then he looked up, his eyes narrowed.
But I kind of thought you might feel the same. It's hard for me to believe that my heart beats like a locomotive and my whole body burns when you sit beside me and you don't feel anything. It started when you kissed me.
He looked down as he said those last words, like he was a little ashamed. Maybe he was. Technically, he was engaged to Rosaleen when they'd kissed. She took a breath, probably to say that she felt the same way, although those words weren't planned in her head. But he put his hand up, stopping her.
I know I've been messing this up, big time.
He folded his hands together around the reins.
But that's because I felt I needed to say this, and I don't want to ruin our friendship.
He took a deep breath and looked over at her again. His eyes were clear and sincere.
It's fine if you don't feel the same. I just wanted to tell you how I felt, but I wanted to do it in such a way that we could still be friends if you didn't feel the same. Please tell me I didn't ruin everything.
You didn't ruin everything.
That was easy. He straightened, holding his reins in his left hand while he laid his right arm along the back of her seat. He'd sat like that 1,000 times, and it hadn't meant anything. But now she wanted to lean closer.
But
he lifted his brows, encouraging her to go on. She spread out her hands.
I'm not sure what to say. It's a little scary, the idea of being more than friends. What if it doesn't work out? I don't want to lose my best friend.
You've put up with me being pretty stupid over the years.
He raised his brows.
Surely you can put up with that one more time.
I've been stupid too.
She couldn't allow him to have the monopoly on that when she'd been just as guilty over the years. Her lips pursed when she looked at him. He grinned. They both knew it to be true.
Not like me.
His arm shifted behind her.
You didn't answer me.
Why couldn't she get the words out of her mouth? Why was it so hard to tell the truth? Especially since he just said the exact same thing to her. She did. She liked him as more than a friend. Already. And had for a while. She was definitely interested in more than a friend relationship. Why couldn't she say that?
I guess I'm scared.
She took a deep breath and blew it out slowly, her breath condensing in the cold air. She watched the cloud form, like it was something she'd never seen before. Another deep breath, blowing it out again. And one more.
The kiss did it for me, too. I definitely like to be more than friends.
There, she said it. Okay, so she couldn't look at him, but the words were out there, frozen in the air. His fingers touched her shoulder,
Thank you for saying that. Makes it a little easier for me to breathe.
They laughed a little together, but it felt stilted, which made her chest constrict. She didn't want their relationship to be stilted or uncomfortable. It never had been before. Maybe changing things was a bad idea. Although, as she looked at the cowboy sitting beside her, she knew she wanted to take that chance.
What does that look mean?
He asked with a lifted brow. She had to return his smile. How could she not? She lifted her shoulder. It means I'm glad you had the courage to say what you did. I don't want things to be awkward between us, but I definitely wouldn't mind kissing you again. Oh, goodness. She couldn't believe she had just said that. If her cheeks weren't already red from the cold, they would be flashing red brighter than Rudolph's nose. But when she peeked a look back up at him, he wasn't shocked, and he definitely didn't look offended. His smile stretched from one side of his face to the other.
That's funny,
he said.
I feel the same way about you.
He snorted a little and looked up between the horse's ears.
I'd say maybe we should spend some time practicing, but I think that might be dangerous.
He sat still for a minute, and Rosie didn't say anything. He was probably right.
I'm not confused about how I feel, but I thought maybe you might need a little time to get used to the shift in our relationship. I've got a feeling I'm really going to like the kissing part, but I don't want to push you or make you feel uncomfortable.
His fingers were still on her shoulder. She could feel the heat burning down through her coat and sending tingles down her arms. Although his words made her a little disappointed. She definitely wanted to do more kissing, but she wasn't going to beg him. That's fine, she said. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable either. She lifted her brows at him and wiggled them a little, just to be slightly goofy. Even if this was going to be some kind of romantic relationship, they could still be friends, right? Was it like they all of a sudden had to be serious with each other? Because the best part of their relationship was their ability to laugh and joke, and not take things too seriously. Although she really loved working with him too.
I think we have a lot of things to talk about, but I need to get back. I have an appointment in 15 minutes. Then maybe we can sit in the house and discuss some things. Anything you want.
He hadn't told her what his appointment was for, but she assumed it probably had something to do with his horses. A little shot of excitement went through her. Maybe he was buying more. He'd talked about it, getting a new team and training them, a young team. Or it could possibly be someone who wanted to order a sled. He had people visit for that as well. I'll make us lunch. We can talk over lunch when your appointment is done. He nodded, looking at her lap, then looking at his eyes seeming to get hung up on the 6 inches that were between them. He nodded at the bare bench.
Maybe you can slide a little closer? It's awfully cold out.
She laughed. She couldn't help it. You know, it's funny, on the way out here, I was a little depressed. I wasn't expecting you to say what you did. And now, she said, I can't imagine this day getting any better. She slid over, squeezing next to him, loving that he put his arm around her and pulling her even tighter to him. It gave her the feeling that that was exactly where she belonged, and she loved it. They didn't say too much on the ride home, although her heart felt like bursting with happiness. Cord hummed under his breath, which he didn't do very often. She'd only heard him do it a few times in their whole lives. One time she remembered clearly. It was just after he had bought his horses, after saving for years in order to be able to afford them. They were small and young, but he was confident, and she just agreed to help him. They were standing at the corral gate, and he hummed as he watched the babies prance around the corral. They were his babies, and he had been so proud. She figured she probably couldn't do any better than that, giving him the same happy feelings that his horses had. He pulled the sleigh beside the house and stopped in front of the door. Rather than just holding the reins while she got out, he said an extra whoa to his horses and got out behind her.
They gave us a pretty good ride, didn't they?
Cord walked to the horses' heads. He patted Sadie and then Bill. Rosie followed him around, stopping and patting the horses too.
They sure did.
It was kinda odd that Cord would get out to pet the horses and start talking about them. Later, she realized exactly what he was doing, but at that point, she just found it weird. But she didn't ask about it. Later, she wished she had. She kissed Sadie right in the middle of the blaze on the long forehead, and she gave Bill an extra scratch between his ears.
You two make sure Cord rubs you down good and digs the ice out of your hooves.
Like I wouldn't, Flower Girl,
he said, putting his gloved hand on her hat and twisting, using the nickname he'd used since they were little. It had been a long time since he'd called her that, and again, it just didn't feel completely normal, but not so odd that she said anything.
Okay.
She backed away from the horses and started walking toward the door.
It's cold out here. I'm going in to make some soup for lunch. How long do you think your meeting will be?
Cord still stood at the front of the horses, petting their heads. He didn't seem to be in a big rush to head to the barn. Nothing unusual about that. With a last pat, he moved away from the horses.
It won't take long. I'll probably be back in less than an hour.
She nodded. She'd always admired the way he had with horses, and she watched him now. Just the way he moved, slow and steady, but with confidence, was something she would never tire of watching. She could hardly believe that they just agreed to be more than friends, and she almost felt like it was a dream, but honestly wasn't sure what it meant or what she should do. He walked back along the sides of the horses and looked over at her, standing with one hand on the door. He opened his mouth like he was going to say something. Then he closed it and seemed to force a smile.
I'll be in.
His lips twitched, but his eyes looked sad. A vehicle appeared far out in the distance, coming down the lane. She jerked her chin at it.
Looks like your appointment's arriving.
Perfect timing. He grabbed the reins and climbed up in the sleigh, lifting his fingers in a little wave before he spoke to the horses, and they took off. Chapter 16. Cord dragged his feet going in the house. It hadn't even taken an hour. He felt good because he knew he'd done the right thing, but his heart was heavy. He was also pretty sure that Rosie wasn't going to be overly happy about what he had done, but he still thought she'd be happy with what he had planned, even if she wasn't too excited now. But first, he had to tell her. He wasn't sure how he was going to do that. She'd responded way better than he thought she might to his declaration that he had feelings for her. She'd almost jumped on his suggestion that they be more than friends. Thinking about it now still made him smile. Rosie and he would make a great team, the same way Sadie and Bill did. Well, maybe not exactly the same way, but he did think of it as very similar to that. He hadn't when he'd made his suggestion to Rosaleen. He hadn't thought of marriage like that at all. Actually, looking back, he really didn't think he was thinking much. How could he have thought that marrying Rosaleen was a good idea? Because while there was a definite attraction, now that he'd kissed Rosie, he didn't doubt he'd want to do more kissing. But there was also a camaraderie, a feeling of support, maybe even mutual respect. They worked together, they enjoyed each other's company, and he would have no problem waking up to her every morning for the rest of his life. He thought that was what marriage was, not whatever he thought it would be with Rosaleen. Rosie didn't seem to hold that against him, so he couldn't hold her deception against her. Not that it was always tit for tat, but those two things he kind of felt canceled each other out. He wasn't sure how Rosie felt about it, but he wanted to find out. After he told her what he'd done just now. And that thought made his heart heavy again. He walked in the door, stomping the snow off his boots. He was planning on staying in for a while, so after he took his coat and hat and gloves off, he took the time to bend over and unlace them, towing them off, making sure they were sitting on the rug when he walked away. The heat felt good after the chill of outside. Early that morning, when he'd looked at the thermometer, it had been below zero by a good many degrees. It had warmed up some, he was sure, but he hadn't checked it. The temperature wasn't exactly the first thing on his mind today.
"Whatever you're cooking, it smells amazing,"
he said, walking into his kitchen where Rosie stood with her back to him, doing something at the counter. She turned and smiled, then set the knife that she was holding down. He realized she was slicing bread, and walked over to him. Yeah, he could live like this for the rest of his life. He'd just done something really hard, but seeing her smile, watching her walk over, made everything so much easier to handle.
"Come in and stay a while, Cowboy."
Her steps slowed just a little as she got within a couple of feet of him. He wasn't going to make her do this new thing on her own. He took a step forward and put his arms around her. It felt just as good as he remembered. No, better, actually. Because Rosaleen wasn't standing between them, and he wasn't worried about their friendship. Also, she wasn't wearing a coat and hat and gloves. He could feel the lines of her body, soft curves, and smell the scent that made him think of laughter and fun, and made him feel like he could do anything. He put his cheek in the hair above her ear and whispered,
"I had no idea what I was missing, but I want this, every day, for the rest of my life."
Her fingers moved down the indentation of his spine and stopped at the top of his belt.
"If I didn't know better, I would think you were asking me to marry you."
Her head tilted, and she kind of looked up at him.
"But I know you just broke up with my sister. Engaged to one girl yesterday, engaged to a different one today."
Her smile got a little sassy.
"I know you're not that kind of guy."
He didn't want to be engaged. He wanted to be married.
"Maybe you shouldn't say that. I think you might be surprised.
I think I might be that kind of guy." He grinned so she'd think he was joking. She laughed as intended, and gave his shoulder a nudge as she pulled away and walked back to the counter, picking up the knife and slicing the bread. She spoke as hot pieces fell to the cutting board.
"How did your meeting go? I thought after you drove away that I should have said it was fine if you want to bring them in here. It's your house after all."
No, his business was in the barn. A heavy weight settled in his chest. It felt constricted, like traces that were too tight. But he needed to get these words out. There was no point in delaying. Although, maybe it had only been 5 minutes, but he was really enjoying this new relationship with Rosie. What he had to say might change things. A knock at the door startled them. He swallowed his words and walked to where he could look out the front door.
"That looks like Lark,"
he said a little louder. "Come on in." The door was already opening when he spoke. It wasn't like his sister felt like she had to stand outside of his house until he came and opened the door for her. He pushed back any disappointment he felt at being interrupted. He would have plenty of time to spend with Rosie, and he didn't see Lark that often, especially in winter. Although, now that she graduated from high school, she was around more.
"Hey," she said, I'm not staying, but I did want to talk to you and Rosie. She's here, isn't she?"
Before he could speak, Rosie came around the corner, holding the knife in her hand.
"I sure am. And before you say anything, thank you so much for the clothes. They were a real godsend."
Lark eyed the knife with a twinkle in her eye.
"I have no idea what you and Cord were doing just now, but I'm glad you liked the clothes. You grew up with him. You know how hard he can be to keep in line. Pain helps."
Lark laughed.
"That is so true. It's funny that you learned that, only having a twin sister. I thought you needed to have brothers."
Cord held up his hands.
Hey, I'm in the room, you know.
He waved at his ears. "I can hear,"
"Selective hearing,"
Lark said. Rosie had come over to stand beside him, but she didn't touch him. They hadn't talked about how they wanted to break this to their families. His family would be fine with it. Her family might have been holding out hope for someone a little better. They hadn't exactly been excited when Rosaleen and he had announced that they were engaged. His mom, actually, would probably be happier that he was with Rosie than with Rosaleen. Well, he was proud and excited, and if Rosie didn't like it, she shouldn't have stopped beside him. He put his arm around her, unsure he would ever get tired of feeling her next to him. Her head tilted up. Not wanting to see irritation in her eyes, he steeled himself and looked down. She was smiling. That look he loved. The one where he could tell without her saying anything that she admired him. It always did something to his heart. He smiled back, wondering if she could see the same thing in his gaze. It was one more thing he wanted to ask her, after he told her what he needed to. He didn't take his eyes away from her, but he spoke to Lark.
Rosie and I are together. Like, not friends together, but together.
Rosie's smile got bigger.
Lark squealed. "I knew it! I knew it! I don't know what was going on with you and Rosaleen, but I knew you and Rosie were made for each other. Everybody knew it. I'm so glad you two finally do, too."
Lark had made it over to Rosie by this time and put her arm around her, squeezing hard. He loved both of his sisters, but Lark was so full of life and enthusiasm, it was impossible to be down around her. Rosie hugged her back.
"Thank you. I didn't know how your family would feel, because Cord and I have always been friends."
Lark leaned back, dropping her hands.
"Oh, I can tell you, my family is going to be thrilled. We love you. And sometimes Cord's okay, too."
She slanted her eyes at Cord with a grin.
"But I didn't come here for that, even though I'm happy for you. I came to talk about Joseph."
Cord's brows lowered immediately.
Is there a problem?
"No, I just know you two have been kind of taking care of him, and I have some news and an idea."
She shoved her hands in her coat pockets.
"First of all, around town, Joseph's dad has been offering to hire Joseph out. Now, I know we can report that, and Child Services can come in, and Joseph might or might not get taken and sent somewhere. But a few of us have been talking, and we know that's probably not going to be the best thing for him."
But staying with his dad isn't the best thing either.
The hand that wasn't holding Rosie balled into a fist.
It can't be good for a kid to know that his dad wants to basically rent him out.
"I know."
Lark held her hand up.
"Be patient. First of all, Jeb is going to need an employee. I think Joseph is old enough to work for him, milking cows."
"But that's your job," Rosie exclaimed.
"You've done that for years."
Lark nodded, and it concerned Cord because there was no smile on her face, not even in her eyes. That in itself was unusual.
"I know."
Her shoulders moved.
"But I'm quitting."
Cord knew his mother and some of his brothers had never been very excited about Lark's job with Jeb. They felt she had a crush on him, and he was too old for her. Maybe Lark did have a crush on him, Cord couldn't say, but Jeb was a good guy. And good men were hard to find. It didn't really matter how old he was, from the way Cord thought. Not if he would treat his sister right. And while Jeb and Lark were almost total personality opposites, that made them able to work together beautifully, like they had for years, since he was pretty sure Lark was around 14 or so when she started working for Jeb. Lark had pulled her hands out of her pockets and was picking at a string on her sleeve. Her head was down.
I decided to go to college in Pensacola. They've accepted me as a late enrollee, with conditions, for the spring semester, and I'm leaving tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Nothing like giving your family a little notice.
Cord couldn't help giving her a hard time about that. If he were moving 1,000 miles away, Lark would flip at him not telling her about it until the day before.
It's not like I'm leaving forever. I'll be back in May.
Lark let go of the string and let her hands fall to her sides.
But that's beside the point. My point was Joseph has a job, and Jeb doesn't live very far from here. 15 minutes if he walks across the field. Whether Joseph's father is serious or not about not wanting him, I was wondering if you might go talk to him. Let him know that Joseph can stay here.
She tilted her head and looked at Cord. It was that look she knew he could never resist, not like he had to try to resist this. He'd love to have Joseph. Joseph was a good kid.
That is, if you want him.
His stomach rolled. He wasn't used to thinking about someone else when he needed to make decisions, and he wished he'd been able to talk to Rosie about this before Lark came.
I do, definitely. I want him.
He looked down at Rosie, but he was fairly certain what she would say too. They might not be married, but this was a big decision, or could end up being a big decision, because having a kid stay at your house wasn't a small thing. Rosie was nodding, as he figured she would. That wasn't the problem.
I'll talk to Joseph's dad, tonight if possible. Joseph has been staying here, and he'll be here after school today. Right, Rosie?
That's right. I've been taking him to school since Cord's been gone and bringing him back here after. I think he'll be really excited about having a job, but I hope that doesn't mean he can't help you with your horses anymore. I need to run,
Lark said, and Cord was glad for the interruption.
I'll let you guys talk about it, but I figured I could count on you.
They chatted a bit more as Lark walked to the door. Then she left, and Cord and Rosie walked into the kitchen. She set the bread on the small kitchen table while he carried the soup from the stove.
Do you think Joseph will still be able to help you with the horses? How long does it take to milk the cows?
Rosie worried her lower lip with her teeth. Cord couldn't watch, because he knew he had to say the hard thing.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about before Lark came. The man that was just here, he bought the team.
Rosie had gone to the refrigerator to get butter out. She had it in her hand, the refrigerator door open, as she turned around, her mouth open, her brows drawn, her eyes narrowed. Several beats of silence ticked loudly in the kitchen.
You sold your horses?
She asked softly, almost in a threatening tone of voice.
Sadie and Bill? The horses we trained? The ones we grew up with? The horses that just took us for a sleigh ride? You sold them?
Oh boy, he knew she wouldn't be happy about it, but it hadn't occurred to him until just that second that she might consider the horses partly hers too. Sure, he paid for them, but she'd helped in everything that he'd ever done with them. She might not have any money in them, but she had a lot of blood, sweat, and tears invested, just as he did. It hit him hard that he had been extremely inconsiderate.
The money that I'm going to make, and have already made, from the sale of my sleds will pay the mortgage on this place for the winter. But I didn't have any way of helping you with a library. All I had were the horses.
It hadn't been an easy thought, but it also hadn't been a hard sacrifice. Not for Rosie.
What I got for them will build a new library. It won't be fancy, but the money will pay for the materials, and my brothers and I can build it. I wanted that more than I wanted the horses.
She stood in the middle of the kitchen floor, the refrigerator door hanging open, the butter still gripped tightly in her hand, her mouth still open, and her eyes still narrowed. Finally, she started shaking her head. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. She slapped the butter down on the counter and shoved the refrigerator door closed so hard it bounced back open. I can't believe that you would think for 1 second that I would in any way believe that me having a library was more important than you having your horses. I can't believe you would think that of me. Cord shifted, moving the knife she'd used to cut the bread to the other side of the cutting board.
I have to admit that I didn't really think about it that way.
What other way is there to think about it?
She asked incredulously, her voice almost shrill.
I knew you wanted a library. I knew that was your dream. I knew I had a way of making sure that your dream happened. That's exactly what I thought. Of course, it was hard to sell the horses, but I never, not for 1 second, thought it wasn't worth it. I would sell them again, 100 times if I could. He didn't say, for you, but the words shimmered in the air between them. He reached in his pocket and pulled out the check. I had them write it out to you.
He set it on the counter. She didn't look like she was any happier with him then than she was when he started talking.
It's obvious to me now that maybe I should have said something to you.
He took a step closer to her.
But honestly, I truly didn't think about it. All I wanted was to be able to help you.
She looked down, her fingernails scraping on the counter. When she looked back up, there were tears in her eyes. It made his heart lurch and screech painfully. He'd never wanted to make her cry.
I love Bill and Sadie.
She bit her lip. It trembled.
I know it's crazy, but they were like old friends.
No, that's not crazy. I felt the same way.
What kind of home did they go to? Is that guy going to take care of them?
He wanted to touch her, ease the pain he could hear in her voice, but she didn't look like she liked him very much right now. He kept his tone low, soothing.
Yes, of course. I would never sell them to someone I didn't know. You've actually met him. Last summer at the show we went to in Pierre. Remember, he came up and talked to us? He had those 2 little girls. And he had to practically drag his wife away from Sadie?
Rosie nodded. Her lip wasn't troubling anymore.
Yes, I remember. That whole family was in love with them. Of course, it wasn't hard to love Bill and Sadie. But didn't he have experience with draft teams? And he wanted to teach his kids.
Exactly. But he wanted a team that was tried, that wouldn't get excited and hurt his little girls, that his wife could handle easily. Bill and Sadie were perfect for him, and he paid top dollar for them.
He pointed at the check.
It's kind of crazy. When I was looking for a team, I couldn't afford anything but the 2 little foals that we got. And now I'm the one selling the high-dollar horses.
Her lips turned up. Maybe her smile was still sad, but she definitely shared in his accomplishment.
You know I'm proud of you,
she whispered softly.
I didn't mean to take away from what you've accomplished by my sadness of losing Bill and Sadie.
He moved closer and put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him easily. He swallowed.
Believe me, you didn't. I'm sorry. I can tell you with assurance that the next time anything like this happens, you and I will talk about it and agree on it.
She shook her head.
No, you didn't really need to. They weren't mine. I just helped you with them. And it's okay for me to be sad that they're gone.
Yeah, it's okay to be sad. I'm sad too, but I felt the benefit outweighed the sacrifice.
Her eyes shifted to the check lying on the counter.
I don't want to use that for the library. It would never make me happy. Not using something you had sacrificed to get me what I want.
Her finger slid over the counter, then her hand fell to her side.
I wish you could get them back.
Could he? Probably.
I wish you'd use the money to build the town a library. I'm sure I probably could call him right now and tell him I changed my mind. But his wife and children would be extremely disappointed because they were really looking forward to this. And Sadie and Bill are going to be great for them.
He put a hand on her shoulder and turned her to face him.
While I was delivering those sleds, I spent a little bit of time on the phone. I've got 4 teams that people want me to train starting in March. You know, I've turned people down for years, but when I thought about selling Bill and Sadie, I thought instead of working with them to take them to shows and competitions and the things that we've done, I could get paid to work with other people's horses.
He blew the breath out.
Maybe I was daydreaming, but also while I was driving, I thought it'd be really nice if you and I did it together. After all, I didn't train Bill and Sadie by myself. You were there the whole time. You were always there.
He couldn't stop his hand from running down her arm, and he stepped closer.
I think it's so crazy that we worked together for years, and now, all of a sudden, I can't be within 3 feet of you without wanting to touch you. Am I the only one?
A small smile lifted her lips, and she shook her head.
It wasn't even 2 hours ago that you gave me a big lecture about how I don't get to kiss you for a really long time.
I didn't say anything about kissing. I said touch. I want to touch you.
Okay, you say touch, I think kiss. Maybe we're not as in tune with each other as we thought we were.
Her hands reached out and settled on his waist.
And maybe we ought to change the subject.
He nodded immediately.
Something easy. It's hard for me to think when you're touching me.
I like the idea of training new horses. I know it's something that you'd be good at, and I know you enjoy it. I'm going to miss Bill and Sadie, but I think you have a great idea.
Then you'll take the money and build a library?
Her head went back and forth.
You'll have to think of something else to do with the money. Maybe you can train other people's horses and buy a young pair of your own.
She lifted her brows in question.
No, I want it to be something for you. And I prefer a library.
His hands tightened around her waist.
But it's your choice.
They stared at each other. He didn't know what she was feeling, but he wouldn't have been too upset to kiss her again. Even with a stomach growling and the smell of food in his nose, he was way more interested in kissing her.
How about we eat?
His grin was self-effacing.
If we stand here staring at each other for too much longer, I'm definitely going to kiss you. It's pretty much all I can think about.
I think we already established the fact that I'm not going to argue with you about that. You want to kiss? I'm down for it.
She tilted her head and gave him a little grin.
I'm also down for eating, though, because I'm hungry.
They sat and ate, chatting about Cord's trip. Rosie told him what she and Joseph did while he was gone. Soon, an hour had passed.
It's about time for me to go pick Joseph up. I wonder if Lark meant for him to start today.
Rosie stood and gathered up the dirty dishes. Cord got the bread and the soup and carried them to the counter.
If you hold on for just a minute, I'll call Lark and ask her.
That's great. If he's supposed to go, I'll need to take some clothes for him to change into. Make sure there's a place for him to change. Otherwise, we'll stop here first.
She wet a rag and wiped the table.
You know, maybe after you do that, we'll go into town and see what we can find out.
Rosie looked over her shoulder at him, and he could tell by the look on her face that she knew exactly what he was saying. He wanted to try to find Joseph's father and talk to him. Chapter 17. It turned out that Jeb could use Joseph, so Cord and Rosie drove him out. Then they drove to Sweetwater. There was one bar in town, and Cord figured if Joseph's dad wasn't in the converted bus, he'd be in the bar. Although where he'd find the money to pay was a mystery Cord had no idea how to solve. They parked along the street and went in the bar first. He'd been in it a few times. The place also served food, and their fries were really good. He'd never come in and sat down for any length of time, though, and he doubted Rosie had ever darkened the door. But he knew Lucas, the owner, and his wife, Francine. Nice people, and Cord thought they might say the same about Rosie and him. Rosie didn't say anything when his hand slid into hers and closed around it, but her fingers squeezed, and when he looked down, she was smiling up at him. The interior was dark, which seemed to be a requirement of taverns. The dark paneling along the walls and the dark wood tables, chairs, and bar added to the gloomy atmosphere. There was some twangy music playing in the background, but not so loud that one couldn't have a conversation. Surveying the partially full room, Cord nodded at Lucas, who was behind the bar, and at Francine, who was waitressing tables. Francine had both hands full, but she nodded at them and Rosie lifted her hand. Paul, the IT guy who lived at the end of the street, sat at a table by himself. Cord kept looking, skimming over a table with a couple sitting close together, and another where 4 ladies chatted. Over in the corner, a man sat with his head down by himself. It looked a little bit like Joseph's dad with the slim build and slightly shaggy salt and pepper hair hanging down. Cord squeezed Rosie's hand, and they walked over, stopping at the table. It was definitely Joseph's father.
Excuse us.
Greg Bickle looked up and squinted his bloodshot eyes. He blinked once and wrinkled his nose. "You're one of them Stryker boys." His words were slightly slurred. "Ain't ya?" Cord jerked his head up.
Yeah.
Greg's eyes shifted to Rosie, and a protective instinct Cord didn't even know he had rose up in him. He really didn't like the man even looking at her. Greg nodded at Rosie. "That's your sidekick." It wasn't a question, but Cord still opened his mouth.
No, we're a team.
He hadn't needed to think about it. He'd already thought that's what he and Rosie were. Pullers in the same direction. The thought made his mouth turn up. He nodded at the empty chairs across the table from Greg.
Mind if we sit down for a minute?
"Think your ma'll drag you out by your ears if she catches you in here with me." Mr. Bickle gave a little grin like he thought that might be funny, picked up his bottle, and took a long swig.
Can't argue with the truth.
Cord grinned some too, while Rosie snorted, because he could totally see his mother doing that. Really, she wouldn't, but she could be fearsome that way, and had to be, considering she was a single mom who raised 6 boys. She wasn't very big, but yeah, she was fierce. Cord looked over his shoulder.
Do me a favor and tell me if you see her walk in. I'll duck out the back.
He wouldn't do any such thing, but it didn't hurt to be friendly. His mother would definitely laugh at that. She would certainly approve of what they were in here for, too. You can count on me. Mr. Bickle took another swig of his beer. Cord kinda doubted he could, but he didn't argue. Francine bustled over. Fatigue lined her face, but her smile was bright. Don't get to see you two in here much. Can I get you something to drink?
I'll take a bottle of water if you had it.
Cord returned her smile. Same, Rosie said. Coming right up, Francine said. You need another beer, Mr. Bickle? Yeah, bring me another one. Nothing like a nice cold beer at the end of a hard day. You need a TV in here, though. Cord didn't smile, and he didn't dare look at Rosie. He figured probably Mr. Bickle really did think he had a hard day. Hard days were relative. It was hard to give the man the benefit of the doubt, though, after the way he treated his kids, Joseph in particular. Cord didn't see any point in trying to make small talk. Mr. Bickle didn't seem like the kind of guy that would work on anyway. So he decided he'd just get right to the subject he wanted to discuss. He cleared his throat.
Your son, Joseph, has been staying at my house a good bit.
He twisted the cap on his water, but before he could say anything more, Mr. Bickle interrupted him. Yeah, I know. When my kid's at your house, he's not helping me. He's the one what cleans up the trash and gets them bags outside. I got no one to do it for me. That and the rest of the work that needs to be done. I've been having to do that myself. The man turned sly eyes on Cord. Probably works in your house. Kid's too little to make any money, but I think I ought to be paid for it. Cord fingered the bottle in his hand. He never did take a drink. He hadn't really had anything in his head to reply with. What was there to say? So the words surprised him when they slipped out.
I could use a kid full-time around the place. How much would it be worth to you to have the boy move in with me?
He hadn't exactly said that gracefully, but Mr. Bickle's eyes lit up. How much are you thinking? Cord did some figuring in his head. What could he afford to pay for Joseph to stay per week? With the sleds he sold, he would be able to pay the mortgage, with a little left. But he'd need to buy more groceries. Then in March he'd have the new training jobs he'd taken. Before he could finish his calculations, Rosie named the figure that was on the check at home on his counter. Cord's mouth opened. He snapped it closed. The money was hers. If this was what she wanted to do with it, he was proud of her. She wasn't giving herself any room to negotiate, but was apparently hedging all her bets that the amount of the check would impress Mr. Bickle to the point where he wanted to snap it up immediately. Or it was just Rosie. She wasn't devious or deceitful, just straightforward and honest. He thought of Rosaleen and what Rosie had done for her. So he quantified. Rosie wasn't devious or deceitful, unless someone she loved requested a favor, because she was loyal too. His heart swelled, and he wanted to tell her he understood why she'd done what she did. But a thought struck him. Would her twin always come between them? Always be first? Mr. Bickle's beer bottle slapped down on the table. His eyes bulged. His voice was almost hushed when he asked, "Are you serious?" As a tombstone. Rosie's eyes were straight and true. There was no question she was serious. Mr. Bickle repeated the sum, emphasizing each slurred syllable. That's right. Rosie nodded. But then her face drew down into the most serious look he'd ever seen on her. I want you to sign a few papers that my lawyer draws up. If I pay you that, I would consider Joseph mine. That sounded so awful, and he hated the words as they came out of her mouth, even as he was impressed. He was glad she mentioned an attorney, because he had no idea if what she was proposing to do was even legal or possible. But Mr. Bickle was nodding slowly, almost thoughtfully. Hope flared in Cord's chest, like a match struck against the box. He thought Mr. Bickle was actually going to agree. Questions swam in his mind. Could they actually do what she just offered to do? Could someone sign their parental rights away that easily? Could she buy someone else's child? He could hardly believe that was possible or legal, but it's what Rosie had just offered. They definitely needed to talk to a lawyer. Mr. Bickle's eyes had gotten crafty. He took a slow swallow of his beer, tilting the bottle way back, before setting it carefully on the table. "I'd want the money in cash." His voice was firm and determined, even if the words were still slurred. "Of course." Doubt swirled in Cord's mind. He didn't know what was going on between Rosie and him. They hadn't agreed to get married or anything, but he hoped that was coming. That was what he wanted anyway, although he supposed he hadn't been clear with her. "Wait a second." Mr. Bickle's bloodshot eyes bounced from Rosie to Cord and back to Rosie. "Aren't you the librarian? You don't have a house." "But I do." Cord spoke for the first time. "That's where Joseph has been, and Rosie too." Mr. Bickle's eyes narrowed even as he got a smirky grin on his face. "You two living together? Bet your mama's fit to be tied over that." Lots of people lived together, and that was fine for them. But Mr. Bickle was right. It would disappoint and hurt his mother for the town to think it's what Rosie and he were doing. Plus, everyone else could do what they wanted, but Rosie deserved a ring. He hadn't exactly thought about proposing. Definitely hadn't planned to do it in front of Mr. Bickle. But while the opportunity was there, he was going to grab it by the scruff of the neck.
"We're not living together, but I'm hoping she'll marry me."
His hands had started to shake, and he squeezed the water bottle tighter. In for a penny, in for the whole darn thing, right? Mr. Bickle was nodding, like it was settled. Rosie didn't say anything. He hadn't exactly asked her anything. They needed to deal with Joseph first. Mr. Bickle was nodding. He probably wouldn't have any better idea than Cord did whether that was actually legal or not. And while part of him recoiled at the deal they seemed to have made, another part of him felt like this was the very best thing for Joseph, especially if Rosie would marry him. He wanted to get out of there, talk to Rosie, figure out what they were doing. He looked at Mr. Bickle.
"She'll be in touch with our lawyer."
After they got and retained one.
"And then I'll get a hold of you. In the meantime,"
he pulled out his wallet and took all the money out of it. There was a little more than there normally was because of the trip he had just taken.
"I'll give you this in return for you allowing Joseph to stay at my place until we get the other deal hammered out."
Mr. Bickle didn't hesitate and took the money. Cord stood.
"We have a deal?"
He held his hand out, unsure if a handshake really meant anything to Mr. Bickle, betting that it probably didn't. Mr. Bickle surprised him when he stood, holding his own hand out. "It's a deal. You know, it was almost too much for me anyway, dealing with the kid and dealing with the old lady. You're actually doing me a favor." He surprised Cord by shaking Rosie's hand, too. Yeah, hopefully they were doing a favor to Joseph. He didn't think Joseph would be too upset about leaving his parents, but he knew kids could be funny that way. Joseph might even be worried about whether or not he would get to see his siblings, or he might have loyalty toward his parents, despite the way he'd been treated. The only way to find out was to move forward. Chapter 18. That evening, Rosie sat at the table with Cord and Joseph after eating a late supper. By the time they'd gotten out of the bar from talking to Mr. Bickle, they'd met Clay and Boone, Cord's brothers, on the sidewalk on their way back to Cord's truck. They'd ended up talking for a while, and by then, it was time to pick up Joseph. Joseph and Cord had cleaned Sadie's and Bill's stalls out while she made supper, and they hadn't had a chance to talk. It seemed like Cord had said he wanted to get married. He definitely didn't like people thinking they were living together. She wasn't sure what they were going to do about that. After clearing the table and helping with the dishes, Joseph got his schoolwork out. Cord sat down with some receipts and other paperwork, while Rosie got a pencil and a calculator. She could get used to this touching of hands, secret smiles, and right now, under the table, his foot rested beside hers. They smiled at each other. But with this change in their relationship, something had been nagging in her mind all day. She didn't want to ruin whatever mood was going on, but it was something they needed to talk about. So, after they'd worked for an hour and a half, Cord sent Joseph down the hall for a shower. It seemed like the perfect opportunity, so she said,
"I really don't want to, but I think it might be a good idea if I go to my parents' house."
There wasn't any room for her there, and they both knew it. But she had nowhere else to go.
Why?
The look on his face, though, said he knew why.
Never mind. You're right. It's really not appropriate for you to be here. It really wasn't appropriate when we were just friends, but yeah.
He bounced the pencil up and down on the table.
Maybe you would consider living with my mom. And Lark and Charlie too, of course.
Yes, definitely. That would be much better. Not that I don't love my parents, but they really don't have any room.
His foot brushed against hers, distracting her. She tried to focus.
But aren't Clay and Raina living there? Maybe Mav, too?
She thought Clay and Raina were close to moving out, since they'd bought their own place. But still, Mrs. Stryker's house was too full right now for her to impose. Cord nodded. Now it was her turn to brush her foot against his. She swallowed a little smile as his brows lifted and his eyes shot to hers. His dimple popped.
Yeah, I better get you out of here.
And fast. I'll sell you to the highest bidder. It might have been a joke, but his face sobered immediately. So did hers.
Are you truly okay about the horse money?
Cord's fingers slid over hers, and she turned her hand, linking them.
I know you said you didn't want it for the library, but maybe for something else for yourself?
No, I want Joseph. But I have a feeling that the amount I offered is not going to satisfy Mr. Bickle forever. I bet he thinks about it, and he'll want more. I should have offered less to begin with.
She'd just been so eager to get Joseph, and she wasn't any good at bartering. She couldn't pretend very well. Couldn't pretend that she didn't want Joseph, and couldn't pretend that she didn't have more money.
You did fine. We'll figure something out.
Cord seemed like he had more to say as he studied the side of the wall, but was turning the words around in his mind, trying to find the right way to say them.
Mr. Cord?
Joseph stepped in, wearing the same clothes he had been wearing when he had sat at the table. His hair wasn't wet.
You know there's a way you could get the money.
He stood in the doorway looking at them, his face serious. Rosie looked at him, then her eyes cut to Cord. From the look on Cord's face, she knew immediately that he knew what Joseph was talking about. Alarm fired through her, and she wasn't sure why.
What does he mean?
Irritation flashed over Cord's face, followed by guilt. With a quick glance at Rosie, he focused on Joseph.
How did you know?
He asked, almost gently. Joseph didn't move.
The day that Rosaleen was here, and you sent me inside to get you a flashlight. She found the letter.
Joseph's brows drew together like he wasn't quite sure what he was talking about.
I think it was a letter. She was waving it around, and I could see it had been folded like a letter.
Cord looked resigned.
What did she say?
Now Cord was deliberately not looking at her.
She said the letter said that if you got married, you get a lot of money. $1 billion. She also told me not to tell anyone that she said that, or let anyone know that I knew.
Joseph shifted his bare feet.
Sometimes she could get a little scary, and that was one of those times.
Rosie's chest burned. She wanted to pull her hand away from his, but that felt a little too petty. Instead, she drilled him with her eyes.
Is that true?
His jaw jutted out, but his eyes were on a point against the far wall.
Yeah, it's true.
It sounds like a scam.
It did, but that wasn't her biggest problem with it. Her biggest problem was that Cord hadn't told her. Like, not even mentioned it. Something that big.
It's not.
He seemed to drag his gaze to meet hers, like he knew this was something he should have talked to her about.
I talked to my brother Clay about it. He didn't give me any details, but he assured me it was legit.
Cord didn't have to say anything more. Clay had a reputation, and everyone who knew him knew he wouldn't say anything that wasn't true. Rosie's lips tightened. Nothing he had said had made the burn in her chest go away. If anything, it had gotten worse. She shoved up, her chair scraping across the floor. I'm going out. She grabbed her hat and her coat from beside the door and went out before she put them on, stomping across the crunchy snow toward the barn. It made her sad that the horses weren't in there anymore, but she needed to be alone. Cord was getting $1 billion, and he hadn't even bothered to tell her. She hadn't thought to ask if he had mentioned it to Rosaleen, but that's obviously why he was planning to marry Rosaleen. She didn't have any problem figuring that out. The old doubts raised their head, and she wondered why he had asked Rosaleen to marry him instead of herself. They had been through it before, and she knew how he felt. But this new information had shifted everything for her. $1 billion. That was a lot of money. She shoved her arms in her coat and zipped it up, putting her hat on her head. The wide North Dakota sky was filled with sparkling stars, and the wind gusted across the snow, blowing little specks of ice across her face. She loved the land, the expanse, the wildness, and yeah, even the cold. She burrowed down deeper in her coat, her footsteps taking her to the barn. She opened the main door and slipped in, closing it behind her. It was dark and quiet, and still smelled like horses and hay, underlaid with manure. The welcoming and comforting scents of the barn. They always brought back good memories. It was pitch black, and she was comfortable, but she still turned on the far set of lights, just so she could see. Already, she knew she was wrong. She had no right to get angry. Cord hadn't lied to her, not like she lied to him, pretending to be Rosaleen. He'd forgiven her. He hadn't held it against her at all. She needed to do the same. Not just because he had done it, but because it was the right thing to do. He probably had reasons he didn't mention the money to anyone. $1 billion could make someone act a lot different, and maybe he was afraid that people would do things for that kind of money that they normally wouldn't do. She couldn't deny it hurt that he wouldn't confide in his best friend, but she couldn't stay angry. She almost had herself convinced of that when the door opened. Cord walked in the barn. Rosie had turned the far set of lights on, so it wasn't pitch dark in there, and he could see her, hands shoved in her coat, her back to him, leaning against Sadie's empty stall. It hurt his heart to watch her walk away. He couldn't run after her, though. He'd needed to take care of Joseph first. He was pretty sure after the talk he'd had with Joseph that Joseph would stay in the house, no more eavesdropping, and Cord would be able to have a private conversation with Rosie. He just didn't know what he was going to say. An apology? Definitely. A proposal? Maybe. He hadn't wanted her to think that he was after her for the money. If they waited until March to get married, the money wouldn't be an issue. His 6 months were up at the end of February. That's why he'd planned to get married on Leap Day. Well, that and the fact that Rosaleen only wanted to have to remember their anniversary once every 4 years. And he hadn't cared. He cared now. Now he couldn't believe that he had been willing to do what he had been going to do with Rosaleen. He didn't even want to think about what might have happened if he hadn't realized how he felt about Rosie until it was too late. Too late, being that he was already married to Rosaleen. He would have honored his marriage vows. That was one thing he was sure of. But he could not have stayed in Sweetwater with Rosie living so close. That wasn't something they had to worry about anymore, so he pushed the thought out of his head. That catastrophic mistake had been avoided. Thankfully. Now, if he could just keep from making another one, the worst thing that could happen to him would be to lose Rosie. Somehow, he thought it was pretty important that he say the right things right now. He closed the barn door softly and walked over to where Rosie stood. His heart twisted a little painfully at the sight of Sadie's empty stall. It had been a long time since her warm nose and gentle eyes hadn't been in the barn to welcome him when he walked in.
"I'm not used to being in here without them,"
she said softly, breaking the silence between them. He thought that was a good sign. She was talking to him, anyway.
I was just thinking that same thing. It's weird to walk in here and not be greeted with a nicker or a head to be petted.
He stopped directly behind her, but didn't touch her. He hoped his voice came out normally.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the money.
She turned immediately. A little surprise flared in her eyes, like she didn't realize he was so close.
"You didn't have to, and I don't have any right to be upset about it."
Her eyes were soft and a little resigned. There was hurt in them, though, too, and that hurt him.
You have every right to be upset about it, and I should have told you.
"The thing that upsets me isn't that you didn't tell me."
Her eyes dropped to his shoulder.
"It's that I think that's why you asked Rosaleen to marry you."
Yeah, Rosie didn't beat around the bush. Her words were true, and they hurt. A strike right to his chest. Because she was right.
I can't deny it. I can see now that it was a dumb idea, and I can wish I hadn't done it. But that doesn't change the fact that I did, and that was why.
She laughed without humor.
"And that, right there, is why I can't be upset. Because you've been dead straight honest with me. And we both know I haven't been honest with you."
He put a finger on her cheek.
You know, I wondered about that. I know that you're normally straight, and you only lied because of Rosaleen asking you to, because your loyalty to your twin outweighed that need to be honest.
Her cheek was soft, and he palmed it, allowing his fingers to slide into her hair.
But then, I wondered, you've never had to choose between Rosaleen and me. I wondered what your choice would be.
His eyes watched his thumb as it traced around the corner of her lips.
I can't tell you how badly there's something inside of me that wants it to be me. But I could never demand that you choose something, even me, over your twin.
Her eyes had drifted partially closed, and her hand came up, covering his. His heart beat faster, and his throat felt dry. "I choose you," she whispered. Maybe that was true, maybe it wasn't. He hoped he never had to find out. He had some other things he wanted to talk to her about, but he couldn't keep his head from drifting down. It felt like such a long time ago that he kissed her on the road, and he wanted to do it again every minute since. He'd told himself no for a really long time, but her hand had wrapped around his neck, and her body pressed toward his, and she was saying yes. He couldn't get himself to remember the no. Their lips hadn't quite touched when she whispered, "Will you marry me?" He stopped. Eyes that had almost closed slammed wide open as he searched her face just inches from his.
"Because of the money?"
he asked, knowing immediately it wasn't so, but unable to keep the words in. She shook her head slowly, barely moving. "I think you know I wanted to marry you before I knew about the money."
"I know. I didn't mean to say that, and I know better."
"I think that just shows what you were worried about, that once people found out about the money, everything would be all about the money."
That was exactly it. He didn't want to tell anyone about the money, because it would change how he was treated. But not by Rosie.
"Is it too late for me to say yes?"
he asked with a little smile.
"I'll take you whenever I can get you,"
she said, with a grin of her own.
"I heard the church had Leap Day open."
It was a joke, really, but he didn't want to wait a long time. He sure hoped she didn't either.
"If we don't get married before the end of February, I don't get the money. I know the money isn't the driving factor, but it seems dumb to miss the opportunity."
"I don't care about it either. I think you, if anyone, knows how I feel about money. I wouldn't have been the librarian in Sweetwater if I wanted to get rich."
Her head tilted, and she played with the top button on his shirt, studying it like she needed to know its secrets.
"But I do care about marrying you, and I don't really want to wait. Although, if you do, I can. We've been friends forever. It's not like we don't know each other. And it's not like you have to woo me and somehow need to convince me that I need to marry you."
She sighed.
"And there's also Joseph. I think it would be good for him to be home. A stable home, with a man and a woman in a stable relationship."
He laughed. "You think we're going to have a stable relationship?" He found that assumption somewhat funny. "I guess I want a stable relationship. Or a kind of stable relationship." He hoped his smile didn't scare her. "But I wouldn't mind a little excitement, too. The kind of excitement I felt the last time you kissed me." No, he should have known his smile didn't scare her. She returned it. The hand on his neck tugged again.
"I think we need some excitement, like right now."
His head dipped. Joseph was asleep before Rosie walked back into the house by herself, and Cord drove to his mom's house. Chapter 19. 5 weeks later, Cord stood in front of the Sweetwater Church beside the preacher. Pastor Hoop held his Bible clasped in his hands in front of his chest. Cord shifted on his feet. If he was being honest, he was a little nervous. This was a lifetime commitment, bigger than anything he'd ever done before. But he had total confidence in the girl he was making it to. He just hoped he could hold up his end of the bargain. Joseph stood beside him and slightly behind. Their wedding would be small, not fancy. Things still weren't completely straightened out with Joseph, but they were heading in the right direction, and it looked like Joseph would be theirs. He was enjoying working for Jeb, and Jeb seemed pleased. Jeb was in the audience, along with Cord's family, all his brothers, his 2 sisters, and his mom, of course. There were a few other friends and Rosie's parents. Cord hadn't seen Remington Martinez nor his wife Elaine and their children. He probably wouldn't have noticed, except he was specifically looking for Max, who had been invited. Cord hadn't really thought he would show up, but a general invitation had been issued to everyone in Sweetwater and the outside areas. Notably absent was Rosaleen. She had been invited, but it was Valentine's Day, and Cord figured she'd probably be too busy to come. He never had told Rosie what her actual job was. He did feel like he was keeping something from Rosie by not telling her. But that was Rosaleen's information to share. Or not share. Rosie had been hurt that her twin wasn't there, but it hadn't dimmed the brightness of the day. A cold winter day. Valentine's Day. Cord's hands were sweating. It could be nervousness, but he thought it was probably more anticipation. The last few weeks had felt like forever. There was no organ in the church, but the benches creaked as a piano started to play, and people stood. Cord's head turned. He couldn't stop it, not that he tried. His heart wanted to jump out of his throat and run down the aisle as Rosie, dressed in a flowing white gown and holding the arm of her father, stepped from the vestibule and into the sanctuary, slowly walking toward him. It was the first time in his life he experienced the saying, "took my breath away." He literally couldn't breathe. She was so beautiful and smiling. He could see, even through her veil, that her smile had to match his in size as well as happiness. It probably didn't take her long to walk down the aisle, but their years together flashed through his head. So many scenes of training the horses, taking them to shows, working together. But also times where they just leaned against the fence and talked, or stopped to share a drink after a hot day's work. How they went swimming together. The work they'd done to open the library. The endless days of school, doing homework together, and spending their summers working free in the open North Dakota prairie. So much of his life was wrapped up in Rosie, and now he got to spend the rest of his life with her. He couldn't wait. He sure hoped the preacher talked fast. She reached the end of the aisle, and her eyes dropped. Her dad gave her a hug and lifted her veil, kissing her cheek. And then she stood across from him, clasping his right hand. He wanted to look in her eyes, share a smile, a look, speak without saying anything. But she looked at their hands and didn't lift her eyes. Something tugged at the back of his head. Something else trickled through his stomach. A feeling of unease. A feeling of something being not quite right. The preacher spoke, but Cord didn't hear what he said. He wasn't listening. He needed Rosie to look at him, to meet his eyes, to be with him. The uncomfortable feeling grew stronger. Rosie shifted. Her head moved, and an odd expression shifted across her face. In that second, Cord knew. He wasn't holding Rosie's hand. It was Rosaleen standing in front of him. The realization hit him with the force of one of his horses pulling a load of bricks. He almost gasped out loud. But what did this mean? Did Rosie do this to him on purpose? Was she pretending all this time? His brain raced, his heart stammered and burned like it was running over hot coals, and his stomach erupted like a volcano. There was silence in the church. Probably he was supposed to be saying something, but he couldn't. Couldn't talk, couldn't think, couldn't decide what to do. But he knew one thing. If Rosie wouldn't marry him, he wasn't marrying anyone. His brain felt like it was on fire when he felt a touch at his elbow. He turned. Still not sure what to do, he looked down at Joseph, who was looking up at him, concern all over his face, worry clear in his eyes. Joseph made a small head jerk, and Cord leaned down. "You know that's not Rosie, right?" Joseph asked softly. "I know." His voice was just as soft. Immediately, he knew. Rosie loved him, and she would never have left him standing at the altar. She would never have given him to her sister. She had said she would marry him. No, she had asked him to marry her. She wouldn't have skipped out on purpose. In the half a second that it took him to figure that out, his eyes had scanned the church. If she wasn't in front of him, where was she? "What have you done with her?" His voice rang loud in the silence of the church. Beside him, the pastor gasped. For the first time, Rosaleen looked up at him. Yeah, it was definitely Rosaleen. Her eyes were wide and innocent, but there was something there, a worldliness, maybe, that Rosie didn't have. He could see it clearly, although he couldn't define it. But he was sure she was going to try to continue the ruse. He was having none of it. "You're Rosaleen. Where's Rosie?" he demanded, and his voice echoed off the walls. A gasp and cry, and then Joseph took off running out of the church. "Wait!" Cord called, but he didn't chase after him. Rosaleen had to know where Rosie was, and he had to make her tell him. "I'm Rosie. Relax, Cord. It's natural to be nervous on your wedding day." Rosaleen's face was turned toward him, and she wore a little smirk that the congregation couldn't see. Their friends and family had started to murmur and shift, but Cord didn't pay attention to them. He took Rosaleen by the shoulders, reminding himself not to squeeze too hard, even though he wanted to grab her neck and throttle her. Where is she? Feeling helpless, not knowing where to start looking, Cord wanted to shake Rosaleen until she spit out the information he wanted. "Mr. Cord! Mr. Cord!" Joseph's voice rang out in the sanctuary from the back. Then his head appeared as he ran through the door. "Mr. Cord! Rem has her!" Cord didn't understand at all. Why would Rem have Rosie? But he started walking down the aisle nonetheless. Rem was a good guy, Cord was sure of it, but he needed to see Rosie, to touch her. But it wasn't Rosie that appeared in the doorway when it opened. Rem, wearing a nice plaid button-down and new jeans, had a death grip on Max's neck, shoving him in the door. Cord had barely taken this in when Elaine appeared, her arm wrapped around Rosie. Rosie was dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, not a white dress, and her hair looked like she'd been wrestling monkeys, but she looked good, and her face brightened as soon as she saw Cord. She left Elaine's embrace and flew to him, jumping up and throwing her arms around his neck. He caught her and held her tight. He hated to think it, but Max and Rosaleen must have conspired to switch Rosaleen and Rosie, probably because of the money. It made him angry, of course, but his heart bled for Rosie, that her twin would do this to her, and he held her even tighter, putting his head down and whispering in her ear, "I'm sorry." She shook her head, laughing a little.
I'm the one who should say I'm sorry. I'm the one who wasn't here for our wedding.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it probably wasn't your fault that you weren't here.
He heard the humor in his voice, and hopefully the anger was gone. She kept a tight hold on him, her voice a little muffled.
That's a good guess, and it's right. But I knew that it hadn't been that long since I had done the very thing that seemed to happen here, exchanging places, and I was afraid that you would jump to the wrong conclusions.
I can't say the thought didn't cross my mind, but almost immediately I knew you wouldn't do that.
She slid down the front of him, and he stood back far enough that he could look in her eyes. A tender gaze as his eyes swept over her face.
You said that you choose me, and I believe you, because I love you.
I choose you because I love you.
Her voice only trembled slightly, maybe from the emotion of the day, maybe because of how sincerely she meant the words. It didn't matter.
You can say that again.
That I choose you?
She said with a little tease in her voice.
Sure, that's fine, but I'd rather hear that you love me.
She stood on tiptoe, reaching up.
I love you.
I love you too.
He reached down and kissed her, barely noticing the clapping and cheering of the audience he'd completely forgotten about, and, for the moment, anyway, unconcerned about the fact that he still had a wedding to participate in. He looked up and realized that Rem, who still had a hold of his brother's neck, stood before him. He jerked his head up. "We were late leaving the house." His lips tilted up. "Kids do that to you. I don't think Max expected to pass us on the driveway. Thankfully, Elaine has good eyes, and she thought she saw a blonde head being shoved down. It was only a hunch, but we turned around and went back." His dark eyes were serious. "I'm sorry. I don't think he was going to hurt her. It was all about the money." Max's lips were pressed together. They'd never get a confession out of him. Right now, it was their wedding day, and he didn't want to think about the police and crimes and pressing charges. "I'm sorry," Rem said. "You do what you need to do, but he'll not be staying with me any longer."
Thanks.
Cord's arm squeezed around Rosie.
Right now, I'd like to get married.
He looked down, hoping she agreed. He was pretty sure that smile said yes. Relief made his chest cool.
Let's get married first, then we'll figure the rest out,
Rosie said softly. After her "I love you," it was the best thing he'd ever heard. Epilogue. June. Cord stood in the church he'd grown up and gotten married in, watching his mother walk down the aisle, his arm around his own wife. Joseph stood on her other side. He'd never for 1 second ever thought his mother would get married again. She'd been single since his father died 20 years ago. Apparently, she'd been corresponding with the gentleman who was now standing at the front of the church, about to become her husband. Funny, the things children didn't know about their parents. Cord couldn't be happier for his mother.
"She's beautiful,"
Rosie whispered in his ear. He brushed his lips against her temple. The paperwork for Joseph should arrive in the mail this week. Once it was signed and recorded, he'd be officially their child. Maybe that's what was giving Rosie that beautiful glow. Sure, she was happy that they donated some of the $1 billion they'd inherited when they got married to construct a very nice library in Sweetwater, where she still worked part-time. He'd told Rosie what he'd learned about Rosaleen. He hadn't wanted to, but after what happened at their wedding, he felt she needed to know. That might have worked out well, too, since Rosaleen had been consumed with guilt once her twin had known. Clay had suggested she travel with Mac's harvest crew for the summer, and she'd agreed. So, things with Rosaleen were looking up, too. But, if Cord had to guess, he suspected that she was glowing because their family would be increasing, first with Joseph, then again early next year when their baby was due. They hadn't told anyone yet, and Rosie glowed from the inside out. Of course, his siblings, Lark and Wilder, were the two dark spots on an otherwise beautiful future. Wilder was in Arkansas. Their sister, Charlie, had visited him. Apparently, he had a child. Their mother had been overjoyed that he was okay, and apparently doing well. But she wanted to know her grandchild. No one knew the story behind the child, although Cord's mother was determined to go see him for herself. Maybe she and Howard were going to Arkansas on their honeymoon. Regardless, Cord had a feeling that was going to work out. He wouldn't mind seeing Wilder again. But Lark, that was a different story. She'd bought a man she barely knew off an unreputable website, married him, and had all but disappeared. Everyone in the family was worried about her. His mother reached the front of the church and the music stopped. Cord tightened his hold on Rosie as the preacher started to speak. Life was never calm. There was always something making ripples and waves. But Cord had a feeling that everything was going to work out just fine. Eventually. Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.